today.
Good for you.
New opportunities.
Not a problem. All right, well, let's get started here. 10:03, I'd like to call the budget meeting for November the 22nd to order. Thank you all for coming out here. And first order in the business, pecuniary interest, and I definitely don't see anything in there. We don't have any in camera today. So we will go right to the agenda. Are there any additions or deletions that anybody has?
Not I.
No, haven't heard none. Can I get a motion to accept the agenda as is? All in favor? Thank you. So, first order of business, 4.1, the intermunicipal collaboration program approval. Sir Donna, would you?
Thank you, Your Worship. So this is to do with the grants coming in for the water distribution. So I'll just outline it for you. So because we've signed the Municipal Control Corporation and the Minister of Municipal Affairs has acknowledged it, it's time for the working portion, and this is for distribution lines and systems. Along with the County of Itasco, the large grant required for infrastructure to begin, and that has been worked on for some time, is due for submission November 30th, 2025. They passed their motions for this on Tuesday, and so once the minutes are done, I'll have the municipal clerk do the minutes for this meeting, in particular these resolutions that we determined, council determined, and those minutes will be signed on Monday, and then we can get them to Itasco. The grants will be submitted to the Regional Waterline Project. So Alberta Council, that is the group that Itasco County has hired, is providing assistance to the county. They are a lobby group, and I know most of them in Alberta Council, really good folks. And they have a grant writer as well. So this has been going on for a little while. This isn't new. Several of the grants do have a deadline for submission and consideration for 2026 funding. The county has been steadily successful in the application process for their infrastructure, and we're also successful in the regional waterline potential at Thorsby. So what has happened is County of Itasco is going to all the ministers' meetings, going to all the conferences and so forth. They get back to us. We're fixing infrastructure, so we're both getting ready for this grant to come through in our own way. Thorsby has been successful for the grant for regional transmission waterline feasibility study. That was for $200,000, and I have that report in my office. So in other words, we can do it. That's what that grant was for. And the draft of the grant that Itasco got for what infrastructure we would need to get it there to Mulhurst Bay is done. I have the draft. I have to review it on Monday. So the grants were applied for, and there's not all just one grant. There's a bunch here. The Intermunicipal Collaboration Program, Municipal Water Wastewater Partnership Program, Water for Life, and Local Municipalities Initiative. So timing constraints of this application deadlines don't align with budget deliberations, and several of these grants resolutions are required. The detailed feasibility study, of course, is underway, and when I wrote this, it was underway. Now I have the draft report, so I don't need to omit that further. We're recommending the Council direct administration to proceed with the applications for ICP, which is Intermunicipal Collaboration Program, the Alberta Municipal Water Wastewater Partnership, the Water for Life, and the Local Municipalities Initiative, and one for bridges in case we have to look at bridges and the other funding. So there may be contribution requirements if applicable, but Itasco is working with the ministers to say we need the grants. So we're not interested in we want you to have consideration for us because this is a huge regional. So options for Council's consideration. The Council authorized administration to proceed with funding applications for the Regional Waterline Project under the Intermunicipal Collaboration, Alberta Municipal Water Wastewater Partnership, and the Water for Life Program. Number two, and these are your alternatives. The Council direct administration to proceed with additional applications for previously identified projects including the ICP, Water for Life, and etc. The Council defer applications or the identified grant programs until 2026 or the 2027 year. Recommendation. Administration recommends Resolution 1 and Resolution 2. That Council authorize administration to proceed with funding applications for the Regional Waterline Project under those grants. And number two, the Council direct administration to proceed with additional applications for previously identified grants, including those notified. I gave you a bit of a grant synopsis here, so you kind of know what each grant does. The ICP, Intermunicipal Collaboration Program, municipalities that don't have a common boundary may be parties to this particular program governed under the Municipal Government Act and other legislation, such as the Municipal Controlled Corporation Regulation. So we have a municipal controlled corporation, so this fits. Alberta Municipal Water Wastewater Partnership, that's provided through Alberta Transportation, provides cost-shared funding to eligible municipalities to help build municipal facilities for water supply, treatment, and wastewater treatment and disposal. And we'll probably be looking at, through both councils, talking to the minister to say, look, this is huge, it's, you're interested in this, let's stop with the cost-share funding because this is a huge project. Water for Life grants, this is where most folks do get their grants in municipalities. They provide funding for a new regional water supply, so that's us, including pipelines for new regional water, and of course we will be doing pipeline extensions. And then the Local Municipalities Initiative, projects that align with the Government of Alberta's environmental and innovation priorities. Our level of service on this matter is to deliver relevant information on the regional waterline projects in a clear, reliable, and relevant public reporting on the project as it unfolds. Administration is recommending that Council provide approval for Resolution 1 and Resolution 2 as Wetaskiwin asks of their Council. And I'll stand down for any concerns or questions.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody have, I know there's a lot there. Kevin, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
You said Wetaskiwin is paying for this? You said they've already hired their consultants and stuff?
No.
In your
yeah, I said they had hired a lobby group. Everybody does. They've hired a lobby group to lobby the minister.
Gotcha. So my question is, they are fitting that bill for the lobby group, Thorsby's not?
That's correct, because we're fitting the bill for the infrastructure fixes.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah,
okay.
no, that's good. There's nothing in the
That's a good question, and just, I would like to say that there's been, this is a culmination of a couple of years' work, and this is the first step with the MCC to get the funding, and then from there, then a lot of decisions will be made once the funding is seized. And until that happens, the MCC is just sitting there, and it's a 50-50 partnership with Wetaskiwin and Thorsby. They're paying some bills. We haven't put anything in. They haven't put anything. Nobody puts any money in until these things start going, and somewhere down the line. And then when it comes to the point where something has to be put in, change order will be put through, and it'll come before the council. Nothing, no money, nothing will be done unless we pass a resolution. So
I just want to clarify that Wetaskiwin's picking up the bill right now.
That's correct.
And then as it gets going, then the communication between the two.
Yeah, and then what will happen, your worship through the council, Kevin, is that once we're going to divest assets into the municipal corporation, then that's when we have public hearings and so forth, and that's when we start pulling assets and that off our books. Both of us do. It goes into the corporation. We've paid for legal fees, so we're paying for infrastructure. They don't have to because they have the client base, but they're paying for and expending energy on lobbying with the ministers and so forth, which gives us time to do this. And just really great news. I'm excited about this. Sorry, it's a bit of a segue. Our new river pump is in and working. I have the video. It's the best thing ever. Yesterday, it's so beautiful. That thing is gorgeous. Anyway, so that's our commitment, is getting our stuff fixed, ready to go for distribution. So, yeah.
So anything we actually are paying out of is coming out of future grants?
No, some of it could be, yes, and part of our operating budget. That is correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think this is such a massive undertaking, and it's really significant, and
Oh, it is.
I don't know that a lot of the residents have any idea what, this entails, and I was curious, Jesse, if anybody was online listening. Like, there's so much information here, and it's so much good information, and it's so exciting, and we're on to good things, and I just would hope that the residents would all know about this with us.
You said about the water pump.
Mm-hmm. They'll know about that. Don't worry. I have a video.
Well, I know, but people didn't even realize what was happening with the water.
Your worship through the council, Audrey, I will push back a little bit. I've talked to a lot of residents in my office, told them we have put stuff on Facebook, put stuff on our website. I realize everybody doesn't read that. I get it. Eventually, when we get our new website, that will change a little bit. We'll be able to do more. I think it's such a vast project. And we talk in very simple terms when we communicate online. You communicate differently, right, when we're telling folks. I think the reason they're not getting it is because, this is no fault to the residents, is because there's been so many promises over the last 20 years that haven't come true.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would agree.
That's the problem. That's what we're dealing with is an empty, I'll believe it when I see it.
Yeah, show me, don't tell me.
That's exactly right.
Yeah. And there have been full-page ads and
Yeah.
articles in the Connect 39, and when people hear MCC, it's like, okay, what's that? I don't really know what that is.
They just don't,
Yeah.
aren't getting it.
Yeah, and we've explained what it is, but they're just, show me I can get water, show me my
Yeah.
taxes go
Yeah,
down, show me my street gets
Yeah,
fixed.
see the results.
That's right.
Oh.
And I will tell you that the business case for this particular municipal control corporation that the minister was very appreciative. He didn't approve it, he doesn't have to appreciate it. That was just about 120 hours from each municipality between Scott and I, over 120 hours each to build that.
This has been a few years already in the planning.
Well, I know, but one person I was talking to, I said, well, just put it this way. If we don't have a water pump, we don't have water.
That's right. You had, one of the things that has kept me awake for 4 years, to be quite frank with you at night, is you've had one river pump for 10 years. 10 years. If that second water pump would have went out, the exponential cost of potable water that you would need here probably was going to be in the $300,000 or $400,000, because in the winter, you may not be able to get down there properly to get that thing out of there. You can't get a crane down there in the winter, it's too steep, no matter how much you grade, how much you gravel, how much you sand, because you're going straight down at South Saskatchewan riverbank. So we could have been most of a winter with potable water. And the issue was, of course, us waiting till we had enough money through grants to get these pumps. The last pumps that were put in were probably 28 or 9, somewhere in there. 27, but none of them were maintained or fixed, maintained with the wrong everything. 2027, I think.
2027?
No,
Yeah, but
you know what I mean. Sorry. So, yeah, 2027, we put the new pumps in, I'm in the future. But they weren't maintained.
No.
There was no maintenance, there was wrong maintenance, and I never understood why when you have a pump go down, you leave it sit for 10 years. And of course, by the time we got here, you would have had one river pump only working for that length of time. And then you can't just go out and bench your pumps. So we had to pay for them. Now, it was a beautiful sight yesterday when they fired up that new pump and shut the old one down. Because we're going to run the old one's still running. We're going to run the new one now while it's on warranty. We're going to make it work. And the sound, and I'll try and get, maybe we load the video here this afternoon. Just the pump head on that thing above ground in the pump house is absolutely huge. And I can't tell you how excited the crew was, how all excited we were. So it's a little segue here, but you're right, a lot of things we're doing you can't see. And we can tell you about it, but if you're not interested in pumps and infrastructure and all that, it's like, right, it kind of goes over your head. And we expect that, and we're okay with that. So by all means, at any time, if residents are talking to you, my phone's always on, all the time, 24/7. Have them phone me.
like I said, my simplest thing is, if we don't have a pump, we don't have water.
It could have been devastating.
Yeah.
It would have been
And
devastating.
then,
When we had our open house on this, on the MCC and all that, we had a PowerPoint thing. It's still on our website, I believe.
Yeah.
And if you go to County Wetaskiwin, they have a whole section on it there.
Yeah.
And it's worth your while to look at it and it detail what we've been talking about through here. So like I say, this is not something just happened overnight. This is, the last council, I'm gonna say, it took, we started when I first got on council, and it's taken 4 years to get to this stage. So it's a huge bonus to Thorsby, and if we can pull it off, it's, yeah.
I was gonna say Mayor Darrell, I don't know if Chris had a few more words you want to add into that?
For the most part, actually, Don covered it when I just got it.
I kind of felt like he was covering it. but-
All I was gonna say is, first and foremost, everything we're doing, water board aside, is for the good of the town. like 100%. Everything we're doing is preempting catastrophic, huge money repairs that could be a totally different situation. This is the first time in 15 years there's been a new pump put in.
20 years.
Is it 20? Okay. I just heard from Dave, but okay, fair enough, 20 years. We're dealing with 25 years since we bought it of sludge or sand. It is sand, let's call it what it is, in the bottom of the tanks that's going through the pumps, that's deteriorating pumps. Everything we're dealing with is neglect over a long period of time. And I don't know who did it, so I'm not pointing fingers, but we know what the problems are. We're dealing with them, and I got to say for myself, and I'll say for Dave, it's such a relief to not think, oh my God, you know, when's something bad going to happen? And to have one brand new pump in. The second brand new pump will be in next year. We have to block the river. It's a little bit of a thing. We can't just shut it down, do it when we want. But anyway, and you'll have 2 new pumps in next year, and you guys won't, with proper maintenance, you won't have to worry about it for decades. Yeah. And that's your water supply, period. Yeah. And that's just those pumps. There's been pumps put in the raw water ponds. There's pumps being put in for your sewage, but it's all things that were neglected over years and years, and this is for the good of the town. That's all I want to say. So.
Okay, thank you.
What's the cost for roughly one of those pumps, just a rough go?
75.
About 75,000. And then they've got
And then there's a wait time on, because
there's a wait time because they come from Europe, and then there's another, they have to bring them into the shop and fit them to the wellhead.
Yeah, we ordered that 2 years ago.
2 years ago. Mm-hmm. Yeah. If I could get the video to Jesse, you're gonna smile. I'm talking about the audio. No, because it was so awesome, Chris.
All I said was, hey, Dave walked by and I said, well, Dave, it only took 15 years, but you got a new pump.
Yeah.
I heard that.
No, and Dave was walking around the pump smiling. 2 or 3 times he's circling that pump, smiling, right? So if we can get that on for you, we will. So I realize it sounds funny. We're excited. I even had a tear in my eye yesterday when I heard that pump running. It was so exciting.
I got it back.
Just takes the stress off a little bit.
Well, it's better than sitting on pins and you're both thinking it, because it goes down and we don't have water.
Well, I had an emergency plan in place, but I didn't want to use that. I did not want to use it, and I thought, we're going to drain our coffers to get folks water. I do know when I was up in Cold Lake, they had a big water main go in the middle of winter, and it was one of the huge big intersection water mains. And we were hauling in potable water for almost a month and a half because you had to dig down, they started digging in the winter. And we had water trucks actually throwing hoses up into apartment buildings so that they could fill their bathtubs.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, now you've got a backup where you never had. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I can.
Sure. So anyhow, this is all related here, so.
This is all related to.
Do we have to take out loans or anything for that pump?
Did we have to what?
Take out loans?
No, we got it through the MSI. Yeah. Okay, yeah, the MSI, the money and, under the capital, it's been in the budget for 2 years, right?
And it's gonna get carried over 1 more year.
Yeah. So, it's amazing, that, like, those pumps, they're one of a kind, and, 75 is a bargain. It could have been double that.
Yeah, because we thought we were gonna pay 150 for one.
That's what we thought to start with.
And they came in at 150 for 2.
Yeah.
And so we're like, yes, we're good.
Yeah, it was great. And your worship.
The reason I asked that question is because I want to make it public that
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
people in town are asking, where is all the money going?
Oh, yeah.
So it's something like the truck. When I came up with the truck, people automatically thought that the town paid for the truck.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm just trying to
No, that's right.
clarify.
Exactly.
We made that very clear too.
Yeah, but a lot of people don't understand it, Cindy, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, well, they don't listen, they don't.
No.
Because we've said it more than once, that it was all grant funded. Public Works has told people it's grant funded, like.
Well, it's not, also your worship through the council and administration, it's also not in their everyday living. Like, we're excited about a pump. I mean, none of you have to be, right? I certainly am. I know, but it's not in their realm of thinking. That doesn't make it bad. anything underground, residents don't understand in any municipality.
Mhm.
And of course, when they don't see anything, they don't realize we're working like little hamsters on a wheel, trying to keep everything safe, because A, we don't want a Walkerton situation, and B, I always worry about Alberta environment. If we only had one pump working for 10 or 12 years and not the second one, and it goes out, you know who's coming crawling down our back? Alberta environment, occupational health and safety, because now we have to use potable water in a different manner. You never want that. We have a great relationship with Alberta environment right now, so we don't want to mess that up. So anyways, we're pretty excited, so please spread the word. Your council, you should be very proud of this. This is your success.
Sure. Yeah, I'm gonna do it after, we got a meeting on Tuesday.
Okay,
Very good.
so I'll write stuff from today down that I think is going, and then that way we can.
So your worship, with all due respect.
Okay, any other questions in here? If not, can I get a motion for, resolution number 1 as stated in here?
I will make that motion.
You all in favor? That is carried.
And resolution 2, your worship, another motion, please.
Yeah, and also resolution 2 as stated in the, agenda there as well. Can I get a motion for that? Thank you. All in favor?
Resolution 2, Jeff. Thank you very much, council. This is something that, you all have had a hand in. It's your council now. Be very proud.
First step, and it's, like I said, if we get the funding on this, it's a huge amount of funding, and,
First construction step, we're going after 40 million, just so you know.
it's amazing, really, when you look at it, and, I think some of you have seen that letter that we got from the, municipal affairs, and they're excited about it, and they're 100% behind it, so, I think it's all positive. All right, 4.2, appointments missed at the organizational meeting 2025.
Thank you, your worship, appreciate it. I'll start with an apology that should be in the organizational meeting, and that evening, my amazing ledge clerk and the CFO are looking at me going, what does this mean? And I'm done and blank. So anyways, totally forgot. It's sitting there as water, and anyways, this is what should have been the organizational meeting. So I'll just summarize. We have appointments to the Water Task Force, so that's Wetaskiwin has a Water Task Force, and we do, and those I missed. So the background, over the past 2 years, the town has had representatives in alignment with the county of Wetaskiwin for the water project. The county at their 2025 organizational meeting appointed their Reeve, deputy Reeve, and an alternate, along with the CAO, to represent them. This maintains consistency and continuity. You do not have to appoint me to this because it's a natural. I'd be there to clarify. It's important the town authority be reciprocates and in consultation with the mayor, as is his purview to put forth names for this task force. The following are put forth: Mayor Darrell Hostin, Water Task Force; Deputy Mayor Musson, Water Task Force; Corey Gilbert, Water Task Force Community Member at Large. And then, of course, I'm there as well. The Board of the North Saskatchewan, the second one is the Board of the North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance in 2025 assigned Mayor Darrell Hostin to their Board of Directors in the municipal seat without solicitation on behalf of the town. So we did not ask them, we did not run for it. Mayor Hostin just got a letter saying, hi, we've appointed you, and here's what we said about you, and now you're here. So we just need to solidify that. Our recommendation of administration and council through resolution appoint to the Water Regional Task Force the following members: Mayor Darrell Hostin, Deputy Mayor Musson, and Community Member Corey Gilbert. And that council through resolution support Mayor Darrell Hostin's appointment to the municipal seat on the Board of Directors for the North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance. This aligns with their level of service to provide continuity, expertise, and representation for the interest and promotion of the town. That will be two resolutions, Your Worship.
Okay, go ahead.
So, regarding Corey Gilbert, you got, your philosophy behind that is because he's been a...
He knows what's going on. Yeah, exactly, and that's not forever. I mean, once we get going with this, the MCC, and then we do our bylaws and stuff, then it will probably change.
You keep them because of the background.
That's correct. I mean, to bring somebody in there and to bring them up to speed is very hard at this time.
No, that makes sense. That makes total sense.
So, and then as far as the North Saskatchewan Water Alliance, that's a 3-year term, and I'm also on the Board of Governors, and the NSWA kind of looks after the North Saskatchewan River. And they are a nonprofit organization. They have some of the big players in there. EPCOR funds probably $250,000 a year to this thing. And it's kind of good to know what's going on before it happens, before we read it in the paper. I got my foot in the door there, and so that's the reason for that. Any other questions? Okay, resolution number 1 for the task force. Somebody make that motion. Q, all in favor? Carried. And resolution number 2 for North Saskatchewan water lines. Somebody would make that motion, please. Okay, thank you. All in favor? Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. The business of the organizational meeting is now complete, and Madam Clerk, would you record that in the minutes, please?
All right, 4.3, Thorsby Communities in Bloom Community Grant Application for the Spirit of Christmas. I think if you want to talk to that, pretty straightforward. They just put under the funding for $250, they put an application in. I don't think there's much discussed there unless somebody has any questions.
No, that's the remaining funding in that budget item. That's why they asked for $250.
That's the last one of this, the budget, so we're
the
done.
last
So we've used 100% of it. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Motion to approve that application. Thank you. All in favor? That is carried. All right. 5.1, interim budget introduction. See, Donald, if you would give us you're just going to do an introduction and then we'll get into the library board and we don't have to keep you guys any longer.
No, that is correct. Thank you, Your Worship. Being that we have new council members, I just wanted to kind of let you know a little bit about where we've come and where we're headed. And my statements here have no blame, no anything. It's just, this is the business of the municipality. When I met with Mayor Hodgson, whom I didn't even know existed at the time, we met in a cafe in Leduc in our ninja outfits and in the dark of night, talking about, please come and help us. I thought it was, from our corporate perspective, a great challenge because I've been in and out of Thorsby for a lot of years doing stuff as requested. I will indicate to you very clearly and very succinctly that this town was done. You were done. You had nowhere to go. You had nowhere to go up. You had nowhere to go down. You were pretty much within months, probably of a municipal inspection and probably of a dissolution. That's how serious this was. And we'd agreed to come, and we were not prepared for what we saw. And I can tell you the first day that Cindy and I were here, after we were appointed by council, and in fact, that night we were in council, we sat against the wall there, and Andrew Carey's taking notes. Like, we had no idea. We're thinking, who's this guy in work clothes? Taking minutes, like, poor Andrew. He had got thrown the keys to the city and said, figure it out. The first day we were here, 2 things happened. TELUS phoned us and said, we're cutting your alarm off. What alarm? Chat back and forth. You haven't paid it in months. It's the alarm to your intake. And I went, oh, crap. Pardon my language, but I did say that. And I looked at Cindy. She looked at me. We had no idea where anything was. Pulled out the credit card and paid the bill. To which I never asked for reimbursement. We just paid the bill because we didn't know where anything was. And then we walked into our offices, and it was paper everywhere. All the photo file cabinets had been dumped. All the land files had been redone. Everything was a mess. We had no financials. We had nothing. And I can't describe to you in vivid detail how bad it was. But you could just imagine a hoarder's room full of paper. You can go see the show Hoarder. Cindy's office and mine, that's what it was. We had documents scanned that had been bleached, bitted off a particular computer that we couldn't get back. When we got it back from the lawyers, it was cleaned. So we had no history. We had to not recreate everything, but start looking for things. I remember that first Christmas, I didn't even know Jesse, and I said, we got to redo these land files because they've been taken out of lot, block, and plan and put in alphabetical order.
Yeah, out of roll number.
Out of roll number. You can't function that way.
And put by alphabetical by owner.
Yeah. So now you're looking up 10 Browns that don't belong to that house. Didn't know Jessie at all. Jessie worked really hard that Christmas putting everything together, and she didn't know either. The other first day I was here, the recreation director resigned. He said, "You don't know me, here's my keys, I don't like you, and I'm quitting." The second day we were here, not to tell tales out of school, Councillor Audrey came to my office and said, "Do you have a pen and a piece of paper?" I said, "Sure." I thought you wanted to write me a note. She said, "Do you have a few more pens and a few more pieces of paper?" I said, "Okay, what's going on?" And she said, "Everything was taken away from us at the rec center. We had no printer, we had no pens, no paper, no nothing. It was taken away from us." I couldn't believe it. It just didn't compute to me. And then we didn't have a rec director. And of course, I've known Kelly for a lot of years. I know what she can do. I know what she has done. And I just phoned her and said, "Are you feeling good?" "Yeah, you don't have a choice." Get here for
She kind of does that.
Poor Kelly. So, and then of course Andrew was public works, and of course he started assembling or had his team too. So that's where you were. You were at dissolution stage. I can't describe that any more horrifically. Yes, absolutely.
And when we did the audit for that year,
Oh, yeah.
which we delayed, we had to get a ministerial order to delay our audit. The auditors actually said they had never seen anything like this,
Yeah.
because there was 2 sets of books.
Yeah.
They did not even relate to each other, and I remember Jeanette saying, she goes, "Cindy, I don't know how you got us here," like, to where they didn't have to qualify our report.
Yeah.
And it took, like, we started in January, and we finally got it done in November.
Yeah. And fortunately, I'd worked in transportation as a consultant for 8 years. The minister knew of me, I'll say it that way, and when I wrote him a letter, it was the most professional begging letter I've ever written in my life. And he came right back with an approval. But then, when you get a minister's approval, you can't go over the date. When he says November 1st or 20th or 50th, whatever it is, you have to adhere to that. Or else, guess what happens? They send out the inspectors, and we did not want that to happen. I will say that there was a lot of late nights here, a lot of overnights here, a lot of coffee, a lot of sleeping on the couch. We just never said anything to anybody. A lot of tears, a lot of up late nights, and that wasn't projected to council because there was really nothing they could do about it. So that's how you started here 4 years ago. And of course, the biggest funny was we had an $8,000 parking lot sweeper, and I didn't even know where the policies were. I just said, "We don't have enough parking lots sold," and then realized I was over my limit to sell it. But anyway, we got our money. So now we fast forward 4 years, and we fast forward into a proper budget. This town has never had a proper budget, ever. It's had a bookkeeping budget, for lack of a better word, and no fault to anybody, no fault. When you don't know any different, you do what you do. This town has a proper now budget template. Over the last 4 years, we're now adhering to the government because we had to work all this through so we could get this template. So the template you're seeing today is the proper government budget. But we had no proper budgeting, and that's why when you don't have proper budgeting, that's why money gets lost. I'm not saying stolen, that's not what I mean. It just isn't accounted for properly through proper accounting principles, because if you're a bookkeeper, that'll be hiring me to be your accountant. I know that I got $1,000 in the bank, and if I write a check for $500, I have $500 left. That's me. And a lot of people, that's not a false statement. So that's what was going on here. So a lot of money gets sifted away inadvertently. That you had debentured a lawnmower for $8,000, it didn't compute with us. And after this year, after 2026, I think we're paying just about 300 and some. I won't give the exact figure because that's what the city, I'm just backgrounding it here. But we're over about 320,000 a year in payments. By 2027, we'll be down to roughly 179,000 on debenture payments. And debenture payments are loans from the provincial government. That's what they call a debenture. So if we need anything, we have to go to the provincial government and ask for a loan. And so that's a huge decrease as well. So everybody's been working hard, including the past council and now including you, so that we move this forward, but still stay fiscally responsible, still stay prudent, still manage our grant money. And a lot of the grant money we expended had been saved for a few years, because we don't get enough grant money in a year. I don't even know why they write the check. It probably costs them $2,000 to write the check by the time it goes through everybody for virtually nothing. Waterworks gets more money than we do in some grants, way more.
Like I looked up their operating last year was 185,000. We got 85.
We got 85.
What's their, population?
About 400. So, could be delivery. So, we've got to rectify that somehow, and that's a conversation with our minister, our MLA minister. So, that's what we're gonna start rectifying. One of the things they were smart enough to do is they kept their agricultural society within the town. We gave ours up to the Haymakers. The municipality never gives up their ag society. But Haymaker's doing a good job with it, and that's fine. But the grants now go to Haymaker, not to us. Whereas Warburg, the agricultural society grants goes to the town facilities, right? And so we gave that up. There's only about 9 agricultural societies in the province, no more to be had ever. So we're fortunate the Haymakers got there. So where are we at now? We are stable. We are stable. We are now being recognized as the little town that could. Even in the ministerial circles, they're going, how the heck you guys did that, and now you're going to regional water? Are you guys crazy? Because we knew we had one shot at this. You had no money, you needed income. Where is your income? Water. That's it. And I think past councils on that were a little worried, scared. We just said we got nothing to lose. If this town's going under, it's going under the right way, not the hard way.
In a blaze of glory.
It's going out, full fire, rockets firing, UFOs guiding it to the bottom. So, but also we have a lot of experience too on this administration, and everybody pulled together to make sure this was good. So the budget you're going to see today deserves good consultation. We've worked really hard to put it together. We have kind of some cool news, but we're going to go through that whole process. And we're bound by the NGA to go through this budget process with you, because this is your responsibility overarching to understand the budget, to understand what it's all about, to understand the accounting principles behind it, and then to pass the first draft of it today, and then pass it on the 23rd of December. And so we rely on you to ask good questions, and we rely on collegiality here. And we rely on a lot of good feedback. There's no dumb question, because some of you, this isn't your forte. I get that. And most CAOs, it is their forte, and that's why we have accountants as well, because we make a good team. We're overarching, and the accountants put things together. So I will relinquish the floor, Your Worship, to, with your kind permission, to our CFO for the remainder of the day, and I'll chime in if I need to.
All right, well, thank you. So we're not going to obviously make a resolution until we go through it here.
That is correct, sir.
And I want to say, again, what Dawn already said, now is the time to ask any questions, because, once we pass the budget, it's not set in stone, but anything we do after that, we'd have to do resolution to change it and stuff like that. But it's a very detailed process, and it's hard to understand. I will admit it for sure, even if you're an accountant or an accounting person. So now is the time, if there's something in there that a question, please don't hesitate to ask it, because now is the time to get an answer for it. So that's about it. So then we'll get into the library board, and then we'll get into budget. So thank you very much, Thorsby Municipal Library Board.
Hi.
Well, I appreciate you guys listening through all this, and hope it didn't bore you too much, but,
An applause, like, seriously, I had no idea, holy smokes.
yeah.
Do you want me to stand up or sit down?
Please take
Okay.
a chair. Sit back here.
I'm missing my podium. Okay. Hi,
Right.
and welcome to council. So here is our 2026 operating and budget capital budget for the town of Thorsby.
You said I, but you didn't introduce who.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm
Quite all right.
Tabby Venti. I'm the treasurer of the Thorsby Library Board. So the town, of Thorsby Library Board is respectfully requesting $42,148 for the 2026 operating grant. Now, we put this budget together with one goal in mind: to protect our core library services to Thorsby residents. We all know it's tough economic times, even though Alberta's economy is growing a bit, and we're all feeling the squeeze of inflation. This budget follows the rules of the Libraries Act, which is very important to make sure we get our provincial operating grants. We're here today to ask council to approve this budget and our 2026 municipal funding The funding is essential to keep our community's library running for everyone. Before we jump into the numbers, I wanted to add a quick note about our financial tracking. As you may know, in 2025 was a bit of a transition year for us as we rolled out new accounting software. And like any system change, it became a steep learning curve and made tracking some of our day-to-day costs more complicated than we would have liked. The good news is we pushed through the hurdles and heading into 2026 with much improved accounting practices. This new system is now set to give us and you a clearer and more accurate and more transparent look at our finances. New for 2025, we've created a separate capital expenditure account as per our supplemental 2025 budget. $18,000 has been deposited into the account, and projected for this account in 2026 is $10,800, but this is only a start. Altogether, we did not meet our spending targets in 2025, but we are creating new policies and tracking systems to ensure that we hit our targets in 2026. Attached is the budget form with line-by-line details, but here are the main points. We're projected for January 21st to 26th to have a total financial health of $89,000, roughly. Money coming in the projected revenue comes from three places: municipal appropriation, provincial operating grant, and other revenue. And our outgoing money is for staff, wages, benefits, and training, collections, our books, and etc. Our programming for the town of Thorsby, and for operations, building costs, utilities, insurance, tech, and supplies. What we are asking for, the library board has approved a 2026 budget that is responsible, balanced, that keeps our essential services running. It also makes sure we follow the rules to get our provincial funding. We respectfully are asking the town today to please approve our 2026 municipal appropriation funding for the town of Thorsby Library Board as presented, and pass a resolution to formally approve our 2026 budget attached to the file, so we can send it to Alberta Municipal Affairs and the Public Library Services Branch. I'd like to thank you for your continued partnership and support. Special thank you to Cindy for all her help and taking the time to help me understand the bigger picture. And we couldn't do it without you.
Well, thank you, Tabby. It is very good. Would you mind introducing who got with you as well?
Oh, yes. So we have Jackie Davis. We have Susan Parkinson, and we have Laura Cook.
We have board members.
Yes.
And it's our library manager.
Yes.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you very much. Yeah, awesome. It's laid out really good. I have to
Get better.
applaud you for that. It's pretty straightforward.
Hours on the Zoom.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did.
So essentially, you're asking for $42,148 for the town. Is
Yes.
that correct?
Which is a reduction of almost 11,000.
Correct. Exactly. That's what was my point from last year, and that's nice to hear. And so Cindy, you've got it all plugged in.
Yes.
We get into our budget. It's in there. That's the amount you put in there. Okay.
I think I put 42 even.
If she doesn't like, you didn't.
Okay.
I don't like the one
I'm
for
rounded. I know, but I had to make it match.
Sarah, go ahead.
Just one of the things too, to support the library board and why Cindy worked so hard with them is, once this budget is in, they have to fill out provincial forms. And the CEO of the town is responsible for signing those forms. And if this budget isn't in line with what you want, if it's not written properly, if it's done properly, I can't sign it and I will not sign it until it's done.
Yeah.
So I was really happy this year to be able to sign off on your budget because we won't get any pushback from the provincial
We'll get
government.
one from
The one for
2024.
2024, and I'll be excited to really sign off on this one too. So it's all about keeping it right.
Yeah.
A good job for the library board, for reaching out. We always tell our nonprofits, please reach out, sit with us as often as you need to. We have the time for you. You took advantage of it.
sooner.
Yes, you should have.
Last year, for sure.
All right, yeah.
Okay, it was my pleasure, it was
Awesome, I mean,
nice, but we got her done.
Yes.
I don't think, in the 4 years I've been sitting in this chair, I haven't seen, somebody ask for less money. So it's, congratulations to you guys for that. Is there any discussion from anybody, council, has anything you want to bring up?
I would just reiterate what's already been said, that Tavia and Cindy have been working really diligently together to get this to this point, and I think everything's gonna flow quite nicely now. And yes, all the board is quite happy with the way things are going now.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? No, if not, can I get a motion to approve the, grant for $42,148?
Well, we can wait to approve that with the budget.
Okay, you want to do it at
We'll
that
just
time?
wait, just accept it for information right
Okay.
now, I think. Okay, sorry.
All right.
I was going to say that defer to the budget as well.
Yeah.
Okay, absolutely. So can I get a motion to accept the presentation for information? Thank you. All in favor? Thank you very much, ladies. That's, very nice of you to come on here and be part of this, and, appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Think of how fewer emails will have.
Yes.
Then
Yeah, you guys were probably like that.
And see what we do. You're welcome. Lots of changes.
Bye.
And I think you'll see really great things coming up.
Are we gonna have movie and book sales again this year?
Next week is in the fall.
I'll be there.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Oh, weird.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank you very much.
Chris, Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
What time is it? Like this week or all the time?
No, this week.
Thank you
Thursday,
very
Friday, Saturday, they'll be packing up.
Okay, got it.
So apparently Linda.
Okay.
So I'm getting it. Yeah.
Thanks for everything, Tavia.
Thank you.
Awesome. Yeah, that's very good. So, nobody coming for the Historical
I
Society?
thought they were coming, they didn't tell me they weren't coming. They were invited, I said see you Saturday, was the last time I talked to them, so
Okay.
I can kind of summarize for you
I would
if
say
you'd like.
photos and
Yeah.
and for information, please.
Okay, do you want to summarize the?
So, they presented their budget, they didn't have a balance sheet, that's fine, we can scroll down. So basically, they're asking for $19,000 this year, which covers their utilities, insurance, and repairs and maintenance, and their elevator expense, which is what they usually ask for. They usually ask for 15, they've upped it to 19 this year. I do believe, they didn't put it in their budget, but they also would like, if you can.
Yes, scroll up a wee bit, please.
Was there not the presentation one? Click on the presentation.
Oh, right.
Yeah, sorry.
I hate how they all look like the same.
Yeah. Okay, so here, it looks like they're asking for $63,000.
I saw that.
19 for an operating grant and half the sound system and half the air conditioning. But I mean, they've been told on a repetitive basis, like every year, that their lease says they're responsible for leasehold improvements and that we won't contribute to that. So, so all I put in the budget was 19 for their operating grant.
Okay. I wondered
Where would be the difference between the 16 or 17?
The 15 from before, I think just increased in utilities and, can you go back to the other one, sorry, Jesse?
So going back to when they first started getting this grant, so there's an MOU for originally on this thing?
Yeah, I read it. I found it after we
Just want
talked
everybody
about
to
it.
know that. So, in the past, you know, the town, if they don't do it for us, we're gonna have to look after it.
Yes.
That's the simple as I can put it. And that was the reason for the MOU and that's why we're paying for it. If they weren't doing it, we'd have to pay this ourselves and look after ourselves.
Yeah,
I
we have
think I
to
can't put it
collect.
any clearer than that.
Yeah, we have to rent
And
them
so
all.
other council, agreed that, you know, that we will provide them this money and that's the way it's been going.
It doesn't say an amount in the MOU, it just says, it's small, so I can read it to you.
basically, they're the utilities in the insurance are increased, and that might account
Yeah,
for the
that's, I
extra.
think that's where it's coming from.
Insurance did go up on their.
And, you know, if they wanna, like, say, that big amount for their air conditioning, they're gonna have to apply for grants for that or something?
Yeah, they
It's
will.
nothing that we're gonna do. I look at some of the things that they've done there, and then they were great things. Like, if you look at the, wheelchair ramp all the way around there, that was, prefabricated, they paid for that. Windows, there's all new windows all the way around there. The old windows were the old ones where you pushed them up like that, and.
And they blew in through
Kitchen
renovation?
Kitchen, yeah.
The kitchen renovation?
Yeah, kitchen renovations, they've got some new equipment down there, so,
They got a donation from
yeah.
somebody for that.
Yep. So they, you know, they provide a valuable, thing for us, because otherwise we'd be doing it ourselves, and, it might cost us more than $19,000.
We need staff members, your worship, for sure, and, or we'd have to hire a promotion.
Yeah.
Company to do it.
So, anyone have any questions on their presentation?
So this is what the funding part of the MOU says. It says this MOU is not a commitment of funds. The village will on an annual ongoing basis consider providing a grant to the society. Any grant provided will be subject to approval in the annual operating budget process by council and office at the time. Any approved grant shall be provided in 2 installments, yeah. So,
How old is that agreement?
Yeah, so this should say the town.
well, yeah, it's,
1876, I think.
2014.
Yeah, so.
But that's what it says. It doesn't say how much we have to commit. It doesn't say anything, so.
Good.
So my only issue with this here is, I don't have a problem with committing to it. It's just, the accounting on them, they're asking on paper for, you said 85,000 or something like that, and they're not.
No, in their second presentation, they want part of the capital. So on this
Yeah.
one, they say 63, but their operating portion is 19. And they've been told, like I said.
So I'm just asking for some kind of clarification of whether they can clarify and change that number out from 63.
Well, it is on their budget. It says 19.
It is?
Yes.
And we have a copy of that?
Yeah, it was the first one.
Just for reference, and
Yeah, it's right there. Go up, Jeff. See, town of operating budget 19.
okay.
Yes. So I don't know why they had 2 different numbers. I think partly it's because I asked if they wanted help. They don't ask for help, so I get what I get. Otherwise, I would have put in 63, like showing, and then capital, because they have the capital in at the bottom, so if you scroll down, Jeff, it shows a minus 60,000, so technically they do want this, but they've been told, we don't pay for leasehold improvements.
Yeah, no, I just like clarification
Yeah.
on the numbers, right?
Yeah.
So if something happens in the future, we're not all here or whatever, somebody comes back, oh, it's 63,000 or whatever, right? So.
And to be honest, they didn't come to present, so.
Hard to
Yeah.
It's
Was there
hard.
a time limit on that, MO?
MOU? No.
Or the lease either.
The lease,
Lease is 32 years.
the lease is
32?
for
32 years, yeah.
December 31st, 2034.
2034 is when it ends.
That's the lease, yeah, it's 30 years.
So, I mean, one thing, I will say about all these budgets, there's a lot more information than there used to be. Basically, when they first came in, they said, this is what we want, and that was it.
Yeah. And they don't like having to do that.
No, I know they don't, but, if we're gonna hand out money, we have to make them accountable for it.
Yeah, and I sent it back to them because it wasn't filled out properly, and then I'm like, if you want any help, and I get nothing, so.
When's the last time they came to us for help?
Last year. I think, they came to budget last year.
They did come last year to
Yeah, they
budget.
did.
They came to the meeting, yeah,
And they actually came a couple other times because they were looking for money afterwards, and, we didn't give it to them. Like
Any
after the
idea what
budget
they
was
asked
set.
for?
What, last year?
Yeah, just out of curiosity.
Yeah.
Okay.
They did come and, your worship, to the Councilor Kevin, they did come and talk about the air conditioning. We said there's a lot of green grants you can get for air conditioning,
That's right.
so that's why we.
I remember that meeting.
Yeah, and the fact that their lease says we don't pay for that.
Yeah, the lease is huge. Councilor Gilbert wrote their lease, so you can just imagine. I
Oh,
mean, it's very thorough.
yeah, I bet.
Very
5
thorough.
pages long.
Nobody's gonna break that lease, let me tell you, but anyways, so, yeah.
So, yeah, any other questions in there? And once again, we'll just accept it for information, and, when we come by the line item in the budget, we'll talk about it again. Okay. Motion to accept it for information, please.
I'll make that motion.
Thank you, all in favor? Perfect. So, the Lions, they weren't coming?
They don't ask for money.
We just,
They only ask for that little grant for their Easter egg every year, which is included in our grants to organization.
Okay.
So, yeah, they don't ask for anything.
for some reason, I thought they came in before. Okay. Perfect.
Any money coming, as an example, with the Lions, would be coming out of what we've already set aside, if they come in and they ask. Like-
And they do show us a budget.
Yeah.
They do show us a budget, so, that was something that we got after them as well, so.
Yeah, they just asked for I think it's 500, I think we get 500.
Yes,
For
I
their
believe
Easter
it's
egg.
500 for their Easter egg.
You just wanna keep going, like, how often you guys wanna have a break here?
Well, I think, what time's lunch coming?
Mm.
Noon. So, it's only an hour, it's 11.
Keep going.
Okay.
Until noon, then we'll break for an hour for lunch, and then,
Okay,
and then we have Jared presenting at 1 o'clock,
all right.
so.
Okay.
Question regarding the Lions, just is, do we have any kind of a written agreement with them regarding the?
We have an MOU with them.
Campground? Yeah.
We do, we have an MOU, and they're following it really well, and developing it really well, so.
The only reason I'm asking is for clarification, because I've heard some of the issues that previous councils had. He didn't have this in writing, he didn't have that in writing, so.
And we did.
I figure, you know what, with past council, that's done, it's over with. Let's all kind of get on the same page here, and you're doing, from what I'm seeing, you're bringing that all up to par.
Yeah.
Well, exactly, and that's exactly right, because when we started, we had no agreements with anybody. We were handing them money left over and no agreements. And I know that there's been some comments made back that, that we're not treating our groups properly and all that, but we have to make them accountable. If we're giving them money, they have to be accountable for it. And so when we made all these MOUs, there was a lot of pushback.
Yep.
But I think it's been, we've got over that obstacle, and at least it's in writing now, and.
Yeah, well, in the library too, like, they're an example, right? Like,
Yeah.
last year, we were gonna cut their funding because they have
Yeah.
$90,000 in the bank.
Yeah.
And we're
And
like,
we're spending it.
and not spending it, not having a plan for it, and we're like, why would we continue to fund you when you have a year and a half worth of funding in your, or at least a year in your bank, right?
Yeah.
So, and I mean, I had people call me and ask me why we were cutting their funding, and
Well, yeah, it
I
was,
said it's not that we don't support the library, but as a
this year.
well, yeah, because I said, and that's what my conversations with Tavia was like, as a taxpayer of Thorsby,
Yeah.
would you want to fund an organization that is sitting on a ton of cash? I said, because if you think about it, $50,000, $17,000 is a 1% tax increase. So, that's, 4%, 3% right there. That you're-
17 is the magic number now?
Yeah, 17,134 or something, yeah, and I talked.
You've been working with them, Cindy, did you guys ever figure out why they had a surplus?
Because they didn't spend any money. They over budgeted. I said, if I look at your stuff, I would say that you have consistently over budgeted.
And it was, being that I've been in the meetings and on the Zooms and stuff, it came as a surprise initially, like everybody was surprised they've been over budgeting. So I think that the biggest bonus is that they're now accepting the help to fully understand so they can move forward.
Yeah.
And I think when the MOUs came out, I got it from a different perspective because I was the one everybody insured through. So for them to come in and all of a sudden be upset that they need this, and this, most of them already had it. It was just a lack of understanding and education. So the fact that they're now utilizing that, I mean, obviously there's a better working relationship with communities and that kind of thing, and unfortunately not everybody took advantage of that.
Yeah.
And I agree with you, just as a taxpayer, I sat in this room the first time they came in,
Mm-hmm.
and I walked home and I just
Shook your head.
get it together, like, there's something wrong here, and you're gonna take over and then be asking the taxpayers to be up to front you guys, like, you guys gotta get your stuff in the gear.
Right.
So it's a good thing that you've stepped in and.
Yeah, and Tavia
Started fresh.
didn't really understand it, and so
She had a bookkeeping background.
yes, and so I, took her to the 35,000 foot level, and I said, this is what you have to think of, and I said, and as a board, it's your responsibility to see these numbers every single month and to say, like, why did we budget this if we've only spent this? And not to say that that's a free rein to go spend money, because I don't believe in that either. But why, like, what's the rationale? Like, you should have to explain your budget numbers, and you should have to explain the variance from the budget if you get asked those questions. And I said, and that's for your librarian.
And you did take Tavia to a better understanding.
100%.
Her ears are open, her eyes are open, she's got it.
Yes.
If you explain it, if she forgets, you remind her
Yeah.
she's got it.
Yeah, she's really relaxed now, she's a lot better.
But I think they had been conservative, saving for a rainy day, and then we went through COVID, and then the library was closed, and then we weren't having the expenses that we had, and it's like nobody knew when the world was gonna get back on track, and things were really askewed during COVID. And then getting back on, I think that's where it's like, okay, well, we got the surplus, but we better hang on to it, because we don't know when.
We're not giving it up. And even, and that was another thing, sorry, if, at the Historical Society, they have over $100,000 in the bank.
Yeah.
I forgot to mention that, but if you look at their budget, it's
Well, no,
over
I think
$100,000,
Yeah.
right?
It's like a household, a business is like a household, you don't know when it's gonna dive again, and
You don't.
you kinda get a little anxious.
I mean,
like-
some savings is great, everybody should have savings, but when you have savings of that amount, like, what do they say, 6 months? But they had a full year and no plan, and they kept saying, well, we need this, we need this, we need this, and it's like, well, then do it. And then even this year, I said to her, you came to us and said, we need new computers, you didn't buy any. You need new this, you didn't buy any. So, right, like.
And some of that's just an internal breakdown is getting rectified
Yeah, so.
quickly.
So I think it was good. It was a good exercise. I think one night we were on Zoom until almost 9 o'clock at night.
Really positive.
It was good. It was a good experience, so I'm glad that we did it. All right, are you guys ready?
We are.
All right.
Go right ahead, we're going to 5.4, the budget.
Yeah, and we're gonna just start at like ground zero.
Okay.
So, give her Jess. So we're gonna talk, just a little bit about municipal budgeting 101 here, just so you guys can understand how we budget and the difference between like a income statement and a financial statement and the budget for Thorsby, because they're very different. So municipalities budget on a cash in, cash out basis. So we have to be able to cover every single penny that comes out of this office with either savings, tax, all our revenues that we get. So that mainly is tax and grant funding from the government. So an income statement may show a large income, but that income was most likely used to fund capital projects and pay down debt. So even though when you look at our financial statements, it says we have $1 million in revenue or in income, we also had 1 point something in capital or whatever, like, and debt payment, which don't show on an income statement because those are balance sheet items and that's accounting talk, and I know everybody doesn't understand that. So an operating surplus is the surplus indicated on the income statement, and then accumulated surplus includes unrestricted reserves, restricted reserves, and equity and tangible capital assets. So unrestricted reserves are just kind of money sitting there that has no restriction. It's not to be used, it can be used for anything. Restricted reserves are money council sets aside for future funding. So we have like a roads reserve, we have a recreation reserve, we have a water reserve. So we have a bunch of reserves that council has allocated funds to. We haven't allocated much to reserves in the last little bit because we were trying to get stable, but we have increased our unrestricted reserves. So it's not that we don't have money sitting there, we just haven't allocated it to specific things. Okay. So if you look at this, this is from 2024, our audited financial statement. So it shows that currently we have an unrestricted reserve of $935,000. 5,600, if you can't make it bigger. And then an internally restricted of just over 1 million. And then our equity and tangible capital assets, which is basically our equipment, all our infrastructure, is 13 million.
Cindy, before you go on, can you speak to what we had to do last year with the tangible capital assets and how did that,
Oh, that was a couple of years ago. So that was in 2023, the, accounting powers that be decided that municipalities should have ARO, which is Asset Retirement Obligations, it's called. So what that is the cost to retire an asset. So if we had to pay, for instance, the old water treatment plant, let's use that. We had to destroy it. What's the cost to destroy that? Like to get rid of it, to take it out of service. So that's where you'll see on there, Asset Retirement Obligation, 17.5, and then you'll see another one at the bottom, Asset Retirement Obligation, negative 17.5, because we took it out. Because we destroyed but we had to basically put on our balance sheet as a payable in the future of what it's going to cost us to get rid of assets. So and a big one is the community hall, because they figure it has asbestos.
yeah.
And so because it has asbestos, it's going to cost us a lot of money if we ever have to get rid of it.
And the lagoon, the sewage lagoon.
The sewage, but we did get that one reduced a little bit.
We got that one reduced thanks to Wetaskiwin County, they gave us some smarts, but if we hadn't have called them, if they hadn't already been through it, that's about a $4 million cave-in, basically.
Yeah, it was a big deal, and it cost us, I don't know, $15,000.
$15,000 for the consultants.
Figure it out for them.
Every municipality got stuck with it, we had no choice.
We had no choice, because it was a new reporting requirement that, I don't know, somebody in accounting land decided was a good idea. Kate, you can go to the next one. Okay, so when we look at our budget, I just took a snap of the last kind of page. You can just click. There we go. So that number there is our total operating revenue. So that's what you would see on an income statement. So it includes all the revenue we get in for grants, everything, less all our expenses and amortization. Okay, click another one. So then we have to add back the amortization because it's a non-cash item. So amortization is the expense of assets over time. So if we have something that's going to last us 30 years, we amortize it over 30 years. So every year we expense just a little bit, but it's a non-cash item, so we don't have to budget for it. Then we have to add back our principal on the debt payments because the interest is included above, but the principal on the payments is not. And then we have to transfer out what the operating budget is paying for capital assets. So in this year, in the budget is 1.3 million. And then you come to your cash requirements, which this year is not a shortfall. It's actually positive with the capital funding from reserves. So we would see a $2,800 surplus. Yeah.
That's what we said too.
Yeah, well, I was getting creative. So in this budget, we have total revenues of $5.18 million, so that's slightly down from 2025 due to less grant funding. Total expenditures is $4.4 million and up slightly due to operating pressure. So we have a union agreement we have to follow, so there's a 2% increase to wages. We don't have
Is that 2% every year?
well, in 2026, it's 2%. We have to go back to negotiations in 2026 for the next 2 or 3 years.
Is every employee in the town union
No,
besides you two?
no, the management team.
The management team is not union.
Yeah, Kelly, Chris, and Dave, and Brandy.
Right.
SDFS isn't either.
Okay.
Everybody else is. So the operating surplus for 2026 is $746,000, and actually that number, accumulated surplus, is actually wrong. I had a wrong formula in there, so it should actually be, and I forgot to change this morning, should be 16.42 million, not 17.32.
And that will be filed, right? The new number will be filed.
Yeah, it's on your new sheet.
Okay.
I just forgot to change the So the reason I did print out the new budget is because, this week, after we published the budget, we got something else from Jared for the road. It's geotechnical study to make sure that everything is how we think it is. And it added 10,000 to the capital, which I just added to take out of the reserve.
Yeah, they want to make sure that, depending on which option council chooses, that when they rip up that road, they have to know if they can use underneath to refurbish it, or they have to haul in, and we're hoping they can use underneath. But we got to know what's under there, and then we can do the geotechnical study, so that's coming.
So this is just a little graph to show 2025 versus 2026. You can see revenues down a little bit, like I said, that's from grant funding. And total expenses are only up like 200,000, which.
So you're one back, you're 734 or whatever? 746.
Yeah. That's the operating surplus.
So maybe you could tell us what page, so that's actually on page 25 of your package, if you.
Yeah, no, I'm just going off the.
Well, the package is different because I handed out the new ones this morning.
Okay,
I just downloaded them.
gotcha.
What is that detailing? So you're telling me operating surplus, so is that all town employees, or?
Oh,
like,
yeah, well, that's
are you
the
gonna-
budget surplus. That's the budget, the operating surplus of the budget. So that's the line you see on the income statement. Then you have to take off amortization, add back debt payments, and transfer it to capital. But the operating surplus is 746.
Just to minor thing, but this still says village of Thorsby.
Oh, yeah, probably. I don't publish those anywhere.
Oh, okay, that's why I was like, just to fix it before it goes somewhere, okay,
Yeah.
that's fair.
Okay.
People are really oddly like finicky about that, hey?
So basically, our net operating results, so our operating revenue is down because less grant funding, higher expenses. Okay, so we can go into the general government budget, so that would be the first page of the budget document. So for staffing in our office, so general government includes administration and council. That's general government. So in the office, we have 2 FTE, so full-time equivalent clerks, so 1 full-time, 2 part-time. Our legal fees, so these are just changes I'm highlighting from the previous year. So legal fees decreased because the MCC work has been completed, and I believe that's, I can check that exact number. Legal went from 40 down to 25. We've also budgeted in their council chamber upgrades for microphones, cameras, and new chairs. So that's at a cost of $15,000. We have a strategic planning session included in the budget for you guys at a cost of $2,500. And we also have a council conference budget of $4,000, which is the same as previous year, but I just wanted to bring that because this always seems to be a hot topic.
Because nobody went to that one this year, right?
No,
The AUMA, no, because we did Muni's 101.
it was like a week after, well, it was November 12th, I think it started,
Yeah.
Yeah, just after.
and it was in Calgary. This year it's in Edmonton.
Yeah.
And 4,000 is unrealistic for 5 of us to go.
Yeah.
So,
How realistic is it for 2 people to go?
It's for 2 probably, because it's what, $700 to register? Is that what it is about?
Yeah, I don't remember the exact, and then depending on whether it's in Calgary, Red Deer, or Edmonton,
Yeah.
and hotels and travel.
So, yeah. So, in past years, conference fees, 2024, 2023, $1,290. The year before, like $1,155.
At person?
Well, that was just what we spent.
Oh, okay. At Red Deer, Counselor Shelley and I stayed at my cousin's place. We didn't get a hotel, so that it made it more affordable to be able to go.
Yeah.
So in Edmonton, some would suggest that maybe we could drive in and come home each night. Some say, no, we need to stay there. It's late night, conferencing and
You're in the hospitality
local
room.
establishments with other, municipalities. So it can be late nights and early mornings. Hotels are worthwhile.
And they're at about 300 and something a night.
Yeah, and if at least 2 people went, I think it would be beneficial to bring back information from conferences.
And in that case, provided the 2 people were okay, could they share a room?
Yeah. So it's in the middle
Yeah, that
of,
would be most ideal.
We wouldn't expect that, though.
so in
No.
20.
Yeah, but like if it was Tracy and I would share a room, but if it was Kevin and I, that would not be appropriate.
Well, even,
My dad, husband about that.
I'll be honest with you, with all due respect, I would share a room with anybody. That's just me. You don't have to, it's not expected.
So it's a September of 2026 it is this year,
Yeah.
next year, I guess you'd say. So come along here, I'm gonna say maybe in May or sometime for that, we'll make a decision on what we wanna do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll do a resolution and.
It's just the money, so like, if
Yeah.
you guys talk and want all 5 of you to go, then that number has to go up substantially.
That was my question was, we haven't used it, right?
We did a couple years ago, or last
Yeah.
year we did.
No, but
At
it's
2025,
the
we
last
can
one we didn't
Right.
use.
Right.
That's right. Yeah.
Not all of it,
Not all of it.
So this is gonna be introduced into the budget on a 4-year basis. So are you allowing 4,000 or whatever number you got?
This is,
once
we do
you
budget every year.
We do budget every year. We have to, for the government, provide a
Yeah.
3-year projection.
Oh.
So I just include, it's just a 2% increase.
Okay.
Like, I just add 2% to every number, and that's my projection for the government, and then we revisit it every year, depending on what.
It'd be a lot cheaper if they would have these conferences at hotels other than downtown.
Yes.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Because, you can get a better deal. Calgary has a ton of hotels on the outside, some former Calgarians, so does Edmonton. They could handle this better, but
Yeah, because this year, when I did the calculation of how much it was gonna cost, it was, the hotels were $350 a night, and that was at the 3, they weren't that different at the 3 hotels that they got deals at, plus parking downtown, plus.
I'm cheaper to Uber out to a hotel nearby.
It probably would be cheaper to Uber back here.
Yeah, exactly. 'cause we were at a pretty high figure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so in, like, Kevin, in 2027, I have $4,080, right? Because it's
Yeah.
Good.
I'm just saying, you're putting that, like every year I get it, you
Yeah,
gotta
it's
come
in
back
there.
and do it, but you're just basically using the 2% to add,
Yeah.
and then you figure out your balance.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so let's go back to we'll just stay. So, if you look at the general government budget on your template there, so budgeted 2025 to 2026, expenses are actually down overall. They go from $645,951 down to $636,500. So we shaved off like $10,000 from there, 10,000 almost. Which would be due to mostly like,
The library.
pardon?
The library?
Yeah, no,
Wrong budget.
no, that's not in there, wrong budget.
Yeah.
We had some savings because we're getting a new website and that's cheaper, and so some savings there. Some savings with legal fees, right?
A lot of savings with legal fees.
Yeah. Revenue is, 2.230 versus 2.26 last year, so up a little bit. So the overall net revenue or tax subsidy, so this is helping the taxes, is almost 6 million in general. That's, so does anybody have, because I just want to go through each section and then answer all the questions for that section instead of bouncing back and forth.
I did not.
And there has been, just so you know, we did not budget for an increase. Like, our contracts go till April, and we just kept the same. Because basically what we were paid in 2025, we didn't ask for an increase. Like, I didn't budget for an increase for Donna and I in 2026, so.
Okay, so regarding you two, I don't care, I care, but
Thanks.
when I looked this over,
Yeah.
where was it? You like your contract?
Oh, it's in contracted and general services.
In general services?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that would include things like our auditor, so Donna and I, our auditors,
So when you go salaries, wages, benefits,
The
That-
line underneath.
yeah, salaries, wages, and benefits are the staff in the office
yeah,
and council.
okay. So where's yours?
The next line.
The next line down, contracted and general services, it's included in there.
That's a
But there's other contractors there.
280, that's a 287.
Yeah, but we don't take that. There's other
260.
No,
contractors.
yeah.
Are you on Jeff?
262.
262.
I got contracted and general services at, 278.
Are you looking at the general government budget, or are you looking
Yeah,
at?
general
Yeah,
government?
but you look at,
to 2026.
go budget 2026, Councilor Kevin, just slide over 2 lines. You'll see the 262.
Oh, 262.
There you go,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and like I said, included in that is the auditors,
Our engineers,
I think legal's in there.
legal, some of legal, yeah, legal's in there.
So Cindy,
Yeah,
there's no yellow highlights in any of this?
no, because this is a new template, and I didn't give you every single GL.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it doesn't mean that it's staying the same, because in the
Most
past.
things are staying the same,
Okay.
so I highlighted the differences up there.
Okay,
So what's changed is our legal fees have gone down.
yes, so
Our
sometimes
council-
Cindy would highlight like with the yellow line to.
Yeah, but
make
that's
us
when we did
notice
it
that
differently.
there is change.
Yeah, so there is change. The legal fees decreased by 15,000, the council chamber upgrade of 15. The strategic planning session is 2,500, it's kind of been in there under training in previous years, so I just kept it, and we're gonna use it for strategic planning. And then just the council conference budget, which just didn't change. It's just, I just wanted to bring it up so we could discuss you guys going if you wanted to or not.
It's a little different, Councilor Tracy, because this is the new government template they want to
Yeah.
use.
Yeah, so everything's kind of together instead of going through every line item, because that's, takes forever.
Well, we don't do that anymore anyway, that's old
No.
school.
It's like,
You don't do the breakdowns anymore?
well, I have
For
them,
us, but not for council.
yeah, we just amount, because things don't change that much year over year over year. I found efficiencies, lowered things here, lowered things there, you'll see as we go through. There are some one-time items to hit the budget this year, which you guys can make decisions on. But realistically, the day-to-day numbers of what it costs, like if I see, okay, just like the library, okay, we've constantly budgeted this much, we're not using it, okay, I'll drop it, right? So that's why you'll see expenses have gone down, because I found savings in some areas.
Most councils don't do line by line anymore, they just don't, because, with the new government templates and that, they want you to look at the top portion and ask questions on that, because you're approving a large budget, and then your variance report, you scrutinize every committee of the whole. That's where we want you to scrutinize, looking at your variances.
Well, you can ask me any questions,
Yeah,
and I'll
100%.
answer you.
Yep.
If you wanna know what's in the whatever budget.
Yep.
Like, I can.
I get it, I just find it very vague. Like, that's your job, I
Yeah.
get that, but when you're going through this stuff here, I find it very vague.
Well, because it's all conglomerated, right? These are the costs, what it costs to run Thorsby, this is what it costs to run it for years, right? And like I said, I look at it and I'm like, so for instance, let me just find something.
Well, we don't know how much paper is being used.
Well, yeah, right, like, so office supplies, like, this is what it costs, it's $6,000 or whatever.
No, you can't even.
I mean, I'm not gonna add up every box of paper we
Yeah.
buy, like,
Okay, that's irrelevant.
yeah, but so.
I'm not worried about a box of paper.
No, but that's what happens when we go through it line by line by line, right? Like, that's the stuff, so it's all conglomerated, like, postage. I have it going from 6 to 9 this year, because we thought we were doing e-billing last year, didn't happen. If we get the software approved, it'll still be the end of the year by the time we get e-billing. So postage is going up again, whether we like it or not, right? I mean, it went up 25 cents last year, it's gonna probably go up another 25 this year, since they're asking for another bailout.
Oh, yeah.
So your shredding services, as an example?
Yeah.
That's in the contract and general services?
Yes,
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah.
What was that last year?
Last year was 11,000, this year it's like 1,300 to shred, not shred, Scan, that was scan, shred, we shred ourselves.
No, we shredded the big stuff.
Oh, the big,
When we had to get
yes,
rid of all the.
but that's not in there this year.
No, this year we have more scanning to do, so that'll be in that GL.
So you did your big clean out from everything last year?
Last
We
year,
did.
So
yeah.
that tab's
We had stuff
basically
going
gone.
back to 1987.
No, I get it, I'm
Yeah.
comparing apples to oranges, like I don't.
Yeah, that was a one-time hit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, big time.
Yeah.
And then we updated the.
Cause it just sounded like it was a big number when you
It
guys
was.
come out, and I'm going, are you kidding me? Like, that's ridiculous.
No, I think that was scanning and shredding.
No,
I believe it was just shredding.
No, I think it might have just been scanning, it was 11,000, it was,
no, shredding was.
storing,
Shredding was a biggie.
and storing.
yeah,
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
we shredded boxes and boxes.
and boxes.
Well, you couldn't even get into the back here. Like, when you came to a council meeting, from that door to the back here, was just,
It was loaded.
it was a jungle.
So I know there's a big difference,
Yeah.
so going forward, you guys can do your own in-house shredding, correct?
Yeah, unless we
yeah.
have, like, you know, again, like,
Yeah.
maybe if it's the purge of the, because the way, we only have to keep financial records for 7 years. So when we purge a finance, but that's small enough that I don't have to budget a big amount for, it can be, I can find it in
Yeah.
here.
And we pay for off-site archive storage as well. It's good to keep them, and you're 100% right, I mean, we've done it, and of course, we had to update our destruction bylaw too, right, before we could even shred and do stuff, so there was just pages and pages and pages, you have to document absolutely every little thing you're gonna do. But, it was a good purge, so we're on par now finally, so, which is good. I hate clutter. If I may, Madam CFO, to council, your strategic planning session, we've looked at that for February, and it'll be half a day. We're a small town, we don't need 2 days worth of strategic planning or 3, we need a half a day, because, a strategic plan, you have more than 3 goals right now, you're wasting your time, right? Those strategic plans are like way out in the future, 10 years, we don't do that. Even if we had to pay $2,500 a year for an update or a scorecard, that's what you usually pay for it, another $1,000 the next year, or $500 for an updated scorecard. But we have to be prudent with our strategic plan and be real. And I've seen a lot of strategic plans where they're never going to enact any of that stuff, just a waste of time. So we have a great consultant, and so we'll be looking at a Monday probably from 1 to 4 in February. We'll give you lots of notice, and we'll just get through it. One of the things that's going to happen for the strategic planning session is he and I are going over the questions right now. We will send you questions that we want answered way ahead of time in January, and the consultant wants an interview with each of council, including the mayor, as to what you want to see and get prepared for that. So that's how we prepare for a draft plan. We've indicated no more than 4 goals. 3 at the least, no more than 4.
So at that meeting, you're gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever, and then are you bringing it back as a group, or is he just gonna go over it?
No, you'll decide on it at that meeting what you want. Yes, that's correct. And you'll decide that meeting, there won't be any motions, but we'll bring it back to regular. So you have some time to think about it, and think about it at committee of the whole as well. You can have a chance to look at it, and then we bring it back at the end of February for decision.
And then council chamber upgrades, Jesse, can you talk to what Tim wants to do, because my brain is, I think, I know it's microphones for everybody,
Yeah.
please,
New
because
cameras.
when you're on Zoom, it's really hard to hear.
Yeah, you can't hear. And under the provincial government's bill, and under our meeting procedures bill, yes, we have to provide electronic, but it has to be legible, hearable, et cetera. And we have a new program now, we've gone back to Zoom, where Zoom stores longer, some of these, and it has less issues. We had a program before to be prudent, it wasn't storing sometimes it would delete an electronic version of it. Didn't delete many, but you don't want any deleted. But we have to have a better sound system in here, because if we're violating the act. So we're under a provincial act to do this, plus our own bylaw. But that's still up to you.
To get that, any idea? Like, if you put it out there?
Around 15, well, we're just budgeting for around 15.
Well, we got a quote last year.
Yeah.
Last year I had 11.5 in the budget.
7.5, yeah.
Yeah. But this quote doesn't look like it has microphones on it.
No.
So did that also include the programming and everything to go with it, like the whole shot caboodle, or just the basics and then add-ons?
It has, this has.
I'm just trying to figure it out too.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jessie can speak to it,
Yeah.
she understands that.
So it has a countdown meeting ultra standard, so what that is essentially, if you've ever seen those meeting devices that sit in the middle of the table, there's some that are called like an owl meeting device. They sit in the middle, and then they have a 360 view camera.
Oh,
And what it'll do is you can train it to know who exactly is talking depending on direction. So then, for example, if you're watching the recording of the meeting, if Councillor Levins is talking, then it'll zoom in on Councillor Levins. And it also has the built-in microphone system, and it's meant for conferencing. This little thing is meant for a little phone call, right? So this actually will encompass a larger area, and Tim already looked into that and made sure of that. Joyce?
It'll pick up the gallery too as well.
Yes, it should. I mean, people should still probably make sure to speak up no matter what, and just project their voice.
We can have a mic.
It also includes 2 new TVs. These TVs are, I think, around, 10 or something years old now?
Yeah, usually none of it there.
So the big issue with these TVs, and you're not really seeing it right now because they put a Band-Aid fix on it. If you see stuff sticking out of walls, that's a Band-Aid fix. We used to have lines going down the TV. So the TV itself and the cords in the walls have degraded over 10 years. And are now no longer projecting properly, and we have just, done Band-Aid fixes to try to make it work.
So they would be Bluetooth, I'm assuming, we could just project, we wouldn't have to be connected, is what I would love to know for.
I believe so. I didn't get into the technical.
Yeah, smart TV, it should project.
Yeah, I believe so, yes, and I didn't get into the super technical with him, and then we have like a remote and stuff like that, so then when we have people come in and present, and they can click on their own stuff, and I don't have to do it for them and not know where they're at. It includes obviously the above, in the ceiling work, so all of his cord work, everything in the walls. In the back room, we have a server room, so that includes setting up in the server room.
So materials
Even
and
above
full
my head.
installation, like full
Yes,
installation.
this is a full quote. It includes training for the staff, it includes any hardware that we need, so extenders, splitters, etc. It would, obviously, we wouldn't have this camera anymore, so as you see, it is duct tape. And it is totally shot now.
And it takes up too much room.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, and if you
Try
see
finding
too,
those
on any of our recordings, or even just when it is up on the screen, which it doesn't really anymore with Zoom, it skips. So you see that it starts to like glitch out on the bottom
The
half.
recordings online are pretty bad.
Yeah,
And
they
they
were
can't
bad.
hear.
You can't hear that, like, essentially, that is for just a computer, just to put on top of a laptop or a computer, so that is not meant for this at all. It works, it's not the worst thing in the world, it serves its purpose. But, yeah, I've always said we're running on Band-Aid fixes in here, and duct tape, literally.
Bubble gum.
Do
we have a budget for that?
For duct tape? And bubble gum, yeah.
Yeah, it comes out of my, what is that, salaries we should.
Just donate.
Yeah, essentially it's just super degraded. It is not beneficial to the resident, to the average viewer whatsoever. I know that some people who have tried to tune in are just so turned off by the process that they're just no longer tuning in. I don't like that. I don't want that for them. Our recordings are really super important. No, they are not what we go off of. We are mandated by the MGA to take our minutes. Minutes are the final thing, but when it comes to the average resident, to be able to hear the answers and to get the full conversation is much more beneficial than any set of minutes will ever be, because minutes are just the motion that you make. There is no real background information in your minutes. Your recordings are your background information for your average resident. So I consider this very important. I support.
She's been asking for it for 3 years, and every year it's come.
No, more like nanny.
If you guys wait a year, I just ask that you deliver the news to me in person.
Yeah, and I can say from sitting in and doing one meeting a month on Zoom, it's so hard to hear.
Oh, yeah.
It's so hard.
We have our regulars that come in every week, and they've complained a lot, which is understandable.
Yes, so.
Does that also include a background for a year when you're on Zoom?
A background?
Yeah.
You didn't like my background?
Background drop?
Oh, do you want us to kind of
Create
Thorsby
your
one?
own.
I can do it. I can get one if you want it to say Town of Thorsby.
The first time I thought you were actually, that was your background. And then on Tuesday, you moved your head and it half disappeared. I'm like, oh.
I could do my real background, which is just insulated walls.
That's what we're seeing.
What my shed, well, that's what you were seeing before, but now we went back to Zoom so I could have a background. But, yeah, the insulated walls of my shed or not, that other program couldn't do a background, and I'm like, I hate this, because it looks so unfinished. Does she need something?
But that's included in the budget, right? So, okay.
Yeah, that's in the
Got a
budget,
good gist of that.
as already.
So if we have a new program, we just find the right place and then we'll bring it up, eh? Like if something like, for example, like I want to put for Taylor Park, some money in there for maybe fire pit, fix the fire pit out there. So when we
We'll
come
talk about it
to,
when we get to culture.
yeah, when we get in there, okay, that's what I mean.
Yeah, yeah.
That's right.
Would
Yeah.
Duke Regional Housing use the OWL, feature microphone system, and it works really well.
Yes, Tracy sent us a video.
It works really well in their boardroom. Tim's not so happy with it for here because we don't have the same soundproofing and so forth in here. So he'll give us something different. It'll be similar.
Yeah.
But the owl will definitely works better. Panoka County used the owl, discarded it because their council chambers are the same as ours. It doesn't lend itself for good stuff, but they found a workaround, or they found a different owl. I'll say a different owl. And we will look at not the owl, but something very similar, 100%. Yeah. It almost has to be a more insulated system for the owl to work. And I was in that meeting, I think, when we all had to go to CAOs and they were using the owl, and it worked really well there because you're in a different
Could you
room.
put up panels, like insulating panels, like sound panels?
It costs us too much money. It's easier just to get a
The
different
big one to that system that I've worked with it is basically everybody's got acoustic ceilings, right?
Yeah.
If you insulate that ceiling, that makes that thing a lot better.
Yeah.
Because you don't have the bounce between the two walls and the vibration.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's the big one.
yeah. Tim's got an owl replacement that'll work, and it was just as good.
Yeah, and I remember, when we had spoken, that there was also an issue with what is compatible with the certain hardware that he needs to connect with the TVs. So, I think he had mentioned that, OWL just wasn't compatible with their back end, whatever, the splitters and connectors and stuff like that, to be able to connect with the TVs. I'm IT adjacent in knowledge, not in doing.
Well, like the
I'm
new
not-
TVs, just they have, like, the Wi-Fi, everything's built into them, the smart ones.
Yeah, they should be.
But these ones, well, just looking at them.
Well, we're gonna get bigger screens, I think, too. I think that's it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think.
I thought maybe better glasses.
I don't know about bigger, per se, but screens, yes.
Yeah. So, we'll have a Hawk system, maybe not an owl, we'll have a Hawk system.
And it could change, maybe better technology came out the last year.
Yeah, we just don't know.
Is there an upgrade on that per year? Do you know, just,
I haven't, he didn't say anything, but we can ask if there's a fee per year.
like, I'm just referring back like to your accounting package as an example.
Right.
I know there's an upgrade to
Yeah,
it every year.
Yeah,
So I'm assuming to invest
Yeah,
this kind of
in our-
money, you've got the upgrade per year, or
Yeah.
whatever it's
It'd be
gonna
like our Microsoft packages.
be. Exactly.
yeah, we can ask him.
Yeah.
For sure. The other thing that I upped was penalties and costs on taxes. I went from 30 to 40. Just because, I mean, we're at 45 already this year. I think now in October, we're at 48,000 on penalties. So and that's been consistent over, like, if you look at 2024, it was 45. So I just upped it to 40 because that seems to be where
Where we're sitting.
we're sitting. That's it for there, pretty much. Any other questions on general government?
Which is our main bank here, ATB or CB?
ATV.
ATB.
And we have a very good dude in Edmonton.
Yeah.
I love him.
He's helped us cross a lot of ugly. When we first got here, there was how many on planning authority?
Oh, my goodness, I think everybody from the history of Thorsby.
Yeah.
Well, they were going back to Rick Art. Rick Art
Yeah.
wasn't here since, what, 2007 or
I had
something?
to remove a
He
whole.
was still a signing authority.
Speaking of which, did everybody bring their forms back to the bank? You don't have to, because you're already on there. I gave you some forms at the organizational meeting to sign for the, or was I supposed to email them to you?
I thought that one you was, I'm not sure I gave everything that you gave me
Okay,
back to
I'll look,
Jesse.
and then if I didn't, I'll send it via email. All right, any, no other questions on the general government?
Oh, you know what it was? I didn't send that form because I thought maybe, do I just sign it once in a year? I wasn't sure.
Okay, we'll talk about it.
Yeah, I know.
I'll figure it out. Okay, so we can move on to protective services. So this includes, the peace officer's salary and the related expenses, for him. Also includes the fire and the police. We have not heard anything from the police as far as what our fee is this year. It's an in and an out though, because we charge a policing levy on our taxes. So if it changes, the revenue will change and it'll be a zero effect. And the fire, I budgeted, we haven't met with them yet, but, I budgeted 67 in 2025. 2024's actual was only 48,000. So I'm budgeting 65 for 2026.
Yeah.
Once we have our meeting.
They have a more interesting budget procedure than us. We have to almost, at this time of year, we have to force
Them to meet.
and they have to force their accounting department to give us the numbers, because they're not ready at this time of year, the county.
Makes
It's one of those things. It makes no sense to us, but it's what we do.
So I budgeted 65. And then, yeah, and then bylaw tickets are,
So they're not
or not bylaw, CPO tickets are,
Alberta tickets, violation tickets.
so revenue expected to be higher initially because we're gonna target unsightly properties this year.
Yep.
A little harder, and so,
And traffic.
yeah, so there should be a little bit more revenue there.
Probably the CVSA stuff too with, National Safety for Transportation.
Are you good as, just talking about the bylaws and targeting, I get that. Are you gonna be looking at maybe possibly changing that? So just not from front view, but from side view as well?
Not this first year, we'll change, front view first, there's too many properties. And that could take a year or two. Well, side yard and backyard properties, we don't typically touch, unless it's really, really ugly.
I'm talking corner property, so.
Yeah, corner properties, the corner properties, the side, I know the property you're referring to, that is their backyard, according to the land use bylaw.
Really?
Yes. Yeah, that's why I haven't touched it. Now, could they put up a larger fence if they want, but they're not compelled to, as long as that corner is clear. That is not a side yard, it's a backyard.
So backyards don't really count.
Not usually.
So if the building's derelict though, like falling down, we have.
The one by your house, we're targeting right away, we know which one you mean.
Thank you.
Yes.
My pardon?
Just to give you an idea, and we're gonna target them all, we're gonna put them on a red, green, yellow block list. When I was in Crow's Nest Pass, when I first got there was 314 derelict properties, hoarding properties, unsightly properties. I was there a year and a half, and we got down to 224. And they were still working with them. Out of the 224, we got down to 5 reverted back within 72 hours, had the yard filled again. And then, of course, we also had in Crow's Nest Pass problems with garbage, because what they do is use a 7 cubic foot deep freeze and put a logging chain around it. And I was out one day with the conservation officer and his bear dog, and we watched a big grizzly look at that chain and go, hello, just like that, and into the deep freeze and had a lovely snack. So we're going to target the front yards for sure. We have a lot of front yard problems, and we've got a lot of derelict problems. Part of the issue with unsightlies is it never happens when all of you want it, the residents want it. The process is we have to take a look. We work with the homeowners. We get FCSS involved because it's emotional. We issue an order to remedy. They ignore it typically, and if they ignore it, then because we have to give them 21 days, then we issue another one. We go see them. It's as frustrating for us as it is to you. And we've got we're headed for 2 King's Bench warrants now. The problem that happens is 2 properties have become properties of the bank. And the bank hasn't got a clue what to do. So we have to work with the bank, we're cleaning these up, and you're getting charged. That's what we're working on right now. And in fact, one is on 778, and I know you know the one. So, that's a nightmare too. We forced them to clean it up, or I was gonna get someone in there to do it, and the mortgage company didn't like that, so they sent someone in, and it's not up to standard to clean up, so back we go again. So we're gonna be spending a lot of time on that site. We're gonna get this town cleaned up. If we're going to, be a force for water, you still have to allow people their stuff, and we're doing a pilot project right now, and we start doing that with Brandy with FCSS. She's gonna start going with us, and then with the peace officers for that emotional support, and we'll have pre-meetings before we even send the first order. And we're gonna pilot that, and Calmar will too, and then we'll send in the final report into the Director of Policing, because it hasn't been done with peace officers before, so we're gonna pilot it, because it should be done that way, so that's what we're up to. But side yards are tricky, corner logs.
But regarding a side yard, you could still give, like, not enforce, obviously you can't, because it's not a change though, but you can still give some kind of a notice or say, hey, you know, like, people are starting to complain here.
I can have a conversation with them, but they do not have to clean it up in a land use bylaw, if their side yard's a backyard.
It's kind of like saying you should cut your hair.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Like,
for sure.
Well, I had a meeting, otherwise I would have.
Yeah.
It's a very,
I get it's technical and stuff, but
it's emotional.
if you're looking at to clean the town up, which is a lot of consensus that I'm getting back, it's just like, well, your hands are tied to a point, then you have to follow all this procedure and stuff where, you know what, just go talk to your neighbor and tell him to get off his butt and freaking, because I don't want to live next door to it, or I don't want other people to see it. Like you go down our main street, to me, I say our main street is the highway. To the rest of the community, it's Hawkins, Hankin, Hawkins, whatever. But, like, get it cleaned up. We have so much traffic, we have so much revenue that we could be getting just from off the highway, if people would tend to clean it up a little bit more.
Oh, I totally understand what you're saying. I don't disagree with it. I got about 12 years of experience with this, and I agree with what you're saying, Councilor Keller. Our problem is we don't ask residents to talk to their neighbor, because some of our residents are living beside drug houses.
Yeah.
And Hells Angel houses. That's what part of our problem is here. So if we stick to, I mean, if somebody wants to in their own volition, I can't stop that. We had one resident do that 2 years ago, and her whole garden and yard was poisoned in the middle of the night. Everything dead. So we're very careful with that. I don't disagree with you. People's yards, and that's why the MGA makes us do this with our elongated process, because everybody's attached to their stuff. Exactly. But we're gonna concentrate on it this year. We're going after it, and, you may not see a big amount of progress, but in my reports, once we have one cleaned up, I'll just indicate we have 5 cleaned up, 5 in progress. I can't give you the lot block plan or who it is. But I will start recording for you what we're up to, and at what stage some of these properties at. Are they King's Bench warrant stage? Are they at second warning? Are they at notice to be on your property? Whatever that is.
but yeah, town pride, it would be great to get everybody on the same page, because it does present well, it looks nice.
Everybody's definition of
Yeah.
lively is different.
No, I get that 100%. It's just like I know what you're up against, because you gotta follow rules, regulations, bylaws and stuff. And the property that you and I know about, like my wife got involved in it, and it was just bullshit.
Your wife got involved in that property?
Yeah.
Yeah, not a good idea.
No, we got involved into it, because
Oh, okay.
matter of hazards and everything else, and basically in town here,
Oh, you mean the one on 778? One on 778? Oh, yeah, I got you, yeah.
so it's a
Oh,
matter
it's horrible.
of, your hands are tied to a limit, so now when you have other people that know some of the system, like us as the taxpayers, we can go about it a different way from what you can.
Well, you can, unfortunately, for that
So we
property,
did.
it was under a different thing, yeah, so, yeah. I just don't want you to get punched out, because you might.
I got a wife bat baseball, but.
I do have one question,
For
and
sure.
it's the one with the derelict shed.
Yeah.
And then the next property.
Yeah.
With, can the town actually just go in there and throw some mouse poison into the building?
No, you can't, because you have cats, you have dogs, you have raptors here that eat the mice, we'd have a bunch of dead birds, no, we
Did you
cannot.
say a raptor?
Raptors, like your hawks and that.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
I've been watching too much Dunkirk. Whoa.
That's all I have to do is put some rat poison in there and kill your cat. You don't care about your cat, and you throw them all over town.
Well, if you just rid some of the cats.
Or we
out.
kill a fox, or we kill a coyote, no.
You'd have a big lawsuit.
We'd have a big
Yeah.
lawsuit. Huge. Yeah.
Real fast.
So meanwhile, I have to contend with the vermin just crawling
Yeah.
up the walls and everything.
Well, but here's the deal, interestingly enough, and I know this isn't palatable, but I've talked to a lot of folks in town and who want me to kill their skunks. And I said, look, stop. A skunk will eat a ton of mice, they're omnivores, and they'll eat it. Why? A skunk eat? Yes, they're your biggest mousers in town. If you lived in Texas, a possum is your next biggest mouser. And I said, if we put up some peregrine falcon boxes in town, if we had some kind of conservation group to come in town, you've got your falcons that'll eat. The other one that eats a ton of mice is if we were to put up owl boxes, a barn owl eats 3,000 mice a year per owl, and they won't go after your cats. So we may have to think about that. We have to have a conservation group meeting or something, I don't know. But I can't poison anything, just like I can't use huge pesticides in this town.
The bats work.
But
And the bats work too.
100, we've got two of them.
Yeah.
The bats work.
Yeah.
It's $50 for a freaking
Bat.
big long bat house and
Yeah.
half an hour with a ladder to go install it.
Yeah.
You'd be
could
surprised.
we install that on that property? I don't know.
But it's somebody else's property.
No, we'll be tearing down that shit. He knows, the property owner knows we're coming after him, and I don't want to issue an order if I don't have to, but if I do, I will.
And believe me, I'm gonna hear about it, because he comes over to my house all the time. It's like, oh,
He
no.
probably brings your mice in a lunch bucket and drops them off again.
Okay, anything more on the
Any more
bylaws?
questions
No,
on
sorry,
our
it's a
police officer,
conversation.
fire, RCMP?
Now, just to help you out, peace officers are not revenue generators for your town. A lot of municipalities use them as revenue generators. If SolGen finds out, and I'm very familiar with SolGen, intimately familiar, SolGen finds out, we're in trouble. So they issue tickets based on what they see under their provincial appointments and our bylaws, so they're not revenue generators.
So can we recommend a place for them to just monitor once in a while?
Well, it depends, you have to go to me. And where they already might be, you gotta,
Well, I know they're not, because it's right outside my house where people come down from the rec center around that corner because.
around that corner, yeah.
It's around that, it's
Yeah.
not for me, I don't care, I'm not out, but it's children out there. And the speed limit drops in that area, and they never.
Well, we could, let me look at that, because we may be able to,
Maybe some children playing signs?
I'm thinking playground.
Oh, there is a sign.
There is.
There's a playground sign?
Oh, yeah. Yes, it is.
See, we gotta be careful, because we can't distract motorists with signage, right?
But no, the sign is, okay, it's bad because it's over in Stiff Road where that stupid other little shed should be taken down. Yeah, it's sort of distracting where it is, but, okay.
It could be.
The people that are doing it are residents and teenagers.
Yeah, we got some total issues with that. You know what we'll do is, one of the things that, John and I, Pasquale, are gonna do this year too, to give Chris a break, is we're gonna take a look. A lot of our signs aren't the right distance, they're not in the right spots, they're just stuck wherever. So we're gonna be doing a sign mapping exercise, and with the proper distances from curb, from whatever.
Like I said, it doesn't affect me because my yard's not.
But that corner's a turkey, I know
But
it is.
if somebody else moved into those houses
Yeah,
there
yeah.
and had kids,
Yeah.
it could be very dangerous.
Yeah, we're probably gonna do some, joint operations as well with the peace officers and with commercial vehicle enforcement this year. We have some speed issues with big trucks. Jake issues, I don't have a problem in a liner hauling, because they have exceptions under the Traffic Safety Act, when they're hauling live animals. But Robichaux and Manitoula and all those guys, Highway 9, do not have to use their Jakes in town. That's ridiculous. Obviously, they can't drive. But your cattle haulers, just so you know, have exceptions under the Traffic Safety Act because they're hauling live animals. And you can't you can't move those animals around too much in there. So they're pretty good though, but I don't watch, I've been sitting around where they can't see me watching what's going on, so anyways, yeah. I'm a creeper.
She's a creeper.
I'm a creeper.
So basically, the net revenue or tax subsidy from, protective services is $139,000, so that's what the town subsidizes for those services. Over and above the revenue.
And that includes our bylaw office.
That's CPO and fire and our.
Just so you know, they're not bylaw officers, they're
Yeah.
peace officers.
May I
It's a
ask
hard
a
thing to get
question?
used to, yeah.
The peace officer, and this is sheer ignorance, do we share that with Calmar, or is that something that was in the past?
No, we share it with Calmar
Okay.
under a proper Solicitor General, agreement. We could become an authorized employer, but we're too little yet.
Gotcha.
So it's just easier contracting, and then they report to me, but they follow service levels I set for them,
Okay,
and they follow service levels that Calmar sets for them. What we're collaborating on is the site lease. We're doing a joint service level issue with them. So they have a different level of enforcement right now. We're sharing them. We get 20 hours a week.
okay,
We're hoping to get more, not this year, but we're finding we need more. We also have JOC planned for early morning sting for a few things, and that I can't tell you. And I also will say that the RCMP do some things that only I'm allowed to know about here for
understandable, yeah.
most stuff. So, yeah, it's, we're hoping to get a third peace officer in next year's budget, because we need one. Right now, Devon backs us up if we need to, so if we see a Devon truck in town, they don't charge us for anything, they just back our play if we have an event, so, it's kind of regional. And,
Okay, we're gonna take a break here.
The mayor's done.
I sat
Yeah,
down,
it's lunchtime, so.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, which is good, because we're at the end of a thing.
a thing,
Section.
motion to recess, your worship.
Motion to recess, do we need that?
Yeah,
Really?
we're coming out of chamber.
All in favor? And I agree with those, but I think we're good.
No, I want to take,
Bye.
You want to have a cigarette, I know.
oh, I go take.
Okay, good. Thank you.
You want to watch?
they put the resin in it, it gets blown into the line, they inject heat, and it cures in place. They cut out all the sewer connections for all the homes. That, when it cures, is now a solid pipe that is fully structural, and you can lose the host pipe that you used to create the shape. So it's a full rehabilitation method that has no digging. So a very viable option, and it's usually less expensive than digging up all the sewer, changing all the manholes, that sort of thing. And the nice thing about it, it can be done at any time from the surface through the manholes. There's no excavation required for that. So getting back to the phase 1 project, we've given you 3 options there. Option A is being the cheapest, and it's the very minimum we need to do to achieve replacing the water main, and then replacing the road structure to something that is, it's a rehabilitation method, but it's not a new roadway per se. So the method of rehabilitation we're proposing there is what they call an FDR, a full depth reconstruction. We go in there with a big pulverizer. It breaks up all the asphalt and gravel back down into its components to be like a homogeneous mix of aggregates. We add cement powder to it and water, so it cures like a cement base. Now the downside to it, like a cement product, it has shrinkage cracking. So within the first 5 years, you can expect to see some cracking coming up to the surface, which is usually maintained by crack seal. Okay? The first part, like in phase 1, I guess, option A, we've included curb replacements on the north side of 53rd Avenue. Because where the water line alignment is, it's very close to the curb line. We're going to have to replace that curb as part of the water project. The rest of the curbs, we've included 25% replacements, trying to leave as much in place as we can, only replacing the areas that have trap lows or sags or that are broken. So it's not a full concrete replacement. So that's where I say option A is kind of the bare minimum we need to accomplish a road rehabilitation as well as the water replacements. Option B, the only thing that changes is we've now added full concrete replacements to it. Meaning you get all new concrete, and then we still do the pulverize and the FDR on the roadway, which I should add, it includes an asphalt surfacing as well. So it goes back to an asphalt road, okay?
With concrete underneath still.
Where it's
pulverized.
Pulverized, so it's a cement mix that, it's gravel and cement mix, almost like soil cement, but a little bit different, okay? It is still, because you've got the asphalt components in there, it's not as, it won't crack like soil cement, it'll crack in bigger blocks, not in the smaller blocks, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So that's option 2, just full concrete replacements, still an FDR, which gives you new concrete and a brand new road surface and a brand new water main.
And pavement.
And asphalt, yeah. So when I say brand new road surface, everything's going to asphalt, right, in all of these options. Because I think it was asphalt, and it's got to be brought back to asphalt. The option C, what we've included in that differs is now you have concrete on both sides. You've got your water main replacements. We've also included sewer and water service replacements from the mains to the property line. So it gives you all brand new infrastructure underneath the ground. We still recommend the CIPP lining afterwards, which gives you a full sewer without digging. But it also includes a brand new road structure. So we would dig out the roads to a subgrade elevation, cement stabilize the subgrade, then we put a brand new gravel layer in and a brand new asphalt layer in, all homogeneously from concrete to concrete. So we dig it all as one uniform level and start building up from there, just like you would in a new subdivision or any complete road renewal. And that's the method we've used in the past in town and all the other streets that have been done in the last 10 years since I've been involved.
Is the looping an A, B, and C choice?
The looping can go at any time, okay? So we can set that up in phase 1, we can set the stage to put the looping in at a later date, okay? The only advantage to doing the looping first would be to eliminate the problems you're having on 52nd Ave as well as keeping the water fresher for the other areas. And when we go to shut this down to do the water main replacements, we have to put temporary water to all the homes. Okay, so what we do is we have a line that runs on the street, and we run garden hoses off, and we backfeed the homes through their garden hose outlet at the houses. So the way this area is now, by shutting off 2 valves, we shut off the water to the whole entire area. So we would have to temp pretty much all of the homes in that area. Now, with our program, what we're going to do is insert a few valves in the phase 1 so that we can limit that, because it's going to save costs in the long run. And any valves we would install would be part of the next project that we have to put in anyway. So we're going to stage it in such a way to try and limit that. Does that make sense?
And then, and I asked you this when we were talking, option 1, 2, or 3, does it have any effect on the length of the road life? As far as
So road life is a tricky one. Whenever you excavate out and put all brand new structure in, that's typically designed for a 20-year lifespan, okay? In 20 years, you're still going to have to perform maintenance. You're still going to end up with longitudinal cracking on it, right, or transverse cracking somewhere. We get frost. Frost moves the ground around, you're going to get a crack, right? So option A and B, the FDR method, you're going to see more cracking sooner, but it's still considered a 20-year life, okay? We've done that method in lots of areas. Spruce Grove, we do this same type program. We've been doing it there for 10 years. And it's a good method of rehabilitation, as long as you have enough structure in the road to do that.
And that's where that other thing comes in.
Right, so right now, we're doing some geotechnical testing. We're drilling some holes in there. We're trying to see what the structure is of the road, and then what the subgrade clays and stuff are like. I see moisture contents, that sort of thing, right? They'll give us a report. They'll do some actual lab testing. They'll take some of those structures. They'll create their own little mix and test them to see if it's going to work, so that we know what to do. The reason option C, I've gone to a full new structure, is 2 things. 1, because it's a better option. 2, because once you go and do all the services, we're going to have all these other excavations in the road. We're pretty much going to have the whole road dug up anyway. To do the FDR method, we would have to put the old gravels and asphalts back, and then we're just kind of wasting money at that point, right, for an inferior product. So the only other thing that I will say, option A, without doing all the concrete, there is a risk that when we get working in there, and the geotechnical testing will tell us that, if we've got soft subgrade clay, once we bring the big pulverizing equipment in and start trying to mix this, there is a potential we could be heaving the old curbs up, because I don't know if they're set on a gravel base or what the structure is under them. So we have had that in the past, where we get that deflection of the soft subgrade materials, and it pushes the old concrete structures around. So there is a bit of a risk there. It's not a huge risk, but it is a risk. So
From what you're seeing right now with your testing, it's going to be there.
we'll know. And now we did, when we did work down in Madison, that was a concern down there. And we ended up doing a full new road structure, and it was a good thing because it was soft down there, right? Up here, you can see the condition of the roads, you can see how things are moving around. I would suspect that we will have some issues in there.
Well, it's built on a swamp, so.
It's not so much the swamp, everything is wet, right? Where we are, everything is clays, it holds the water. There's a difference in the clay, there's plasticity indexes in the clay, so high plastic, medium to low plastic. The clays out here are typically in the higher plastic range. What that means is they are more susceptible to frost and moisture. So when they're wet, they swell, and then they freeze more, and then they heave. The way to mitigate that is with the cement stabilization. So when you add that cement, it takes basically the little pore space out of the clays and binds it with the cement and doesn't allow that water to penetrate. So there's ways around it. It's just that it hasn't been done in the past here, which when this subdivision was built, that wasn't known at the time. Nobody really did that back then. Even Madison, I think, it was Is Madison the newest subdivision?
Yeah, that's the newest one,
Yeah, even in Madison, it wasn't done. It had a very, very light structure. And I thought that was actually a lot newer than it was, but we pulled the plans, I think it was late seventies that was built.
Yeah. Carrie, you got a question?
I do, yeah. So then, there is no in-between phase. Like at one point, Donna and I had talked that maybe when you guys came in to do 55th Street and 53rd Ave, 54th Street might just be able to be dug up and left as gravel for the time being. That all has to be done at the same time then, doesn't it?
Well,
Like, you can't split it?
We could go in there once we get the pulverizing equipment and
Yeah.
basically just blend whatever's on the top to
Okay,
make it gradable, right?
Okay.
We could do something like that. I mean, it's, anything we do at that point without the excavation and the water main work, I mean, it's a throwaway cost, but I mean, it's also a maintenance cost because you guys are, you know, it's in pretty poor condition. You're getting a lot of,
Yeah, and
Heat from the
full
residents.
disclosure, I live on that street.
okay.
So that's, my neighbors say, oh, you're town councilor now, and they've all been to my house, because you can lose small children in some of those.
Yeah, no, I know, it is very bad, I agree. So I always equate these road projects, like, as home renovations, right?
Yeah.
If you got a main floor, you wanna put tile on it, and it's moving around everywhere, you put tile on, it's just gonna crack,
Yeah,
right? So you've
exactly.
gotta build a foundation there to hold everything up.
Yeah,
And that's what the FDR does, right? That gives you that foundation to build from. Or if you do the cement stabilized subgrade with the full excavation method, that of course gives you the foundation to build up and then put your new road on.
so that being said, am I gonna have to recuse myself from any voting? I know I can be in here for the informational session, but,
No, there's no conflict of interest, Your
Okay.
worship.
thank you.
You're not benefiting directly
Are
monetarily.
you using geotech or maps or anything in any of your processes, 1, 2, or 3? From where-
Typically, no, like a geosynthetic, like a,
Yeah, or grid,
no.
just from more stabilized?
No, the reason for that, we could go to a deeper structure and use that, but then you're not modifying those clays and you're not taking that plasticity out of it.
So what depth are you thinking of going right now? Because you're gonna get water and sewer line as well. My understanding is you're replacing water and sewer,
Just water.
just water.
Just to replace it. So, different options. Option A, we're just replacing all the water mains, reconnecting the houses right at the main. Option B, same thing. Option C, complete water main, but also service lines from the main sanitary main, water main to the property line. So new coppers, new sewers.
To the CC,
To the CC, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and the CC. That's what we've done in the past, right? So it gives you basically all new infrastructure once you complete the CIPP project, right? You've got all new infrastructure on the road.
Are you also including reconnecting the water lines from the properties to the new lines? If you sleeve it,
No,
why would you not?
because in that option,
Well, you're digging up the road right now.
Yeah.
And you're replacing the water lines,
yeah,
and you're coming up to the old ones and the old curb stops and stuff.
yeah.
And then you use option C or whatever it is, and re-sleeve the whole thing. There's potential right there to knock off all the plugs, right? To the house.
No plug. So what happens, if, in option C, we're replacing sanitary main and water main from the road to the house. So for the sewer line, we're putting a brand new PVC sewer line in. So we would cut a new T into the old main and bring a brand new service to property line.
Two properties.
Two property lines with a new copper, right? So then when we go through with the CIPP.
You got your curb stop there too.
Yeah, yeah,
So are you replacing that?
Yes, yeah.
That's what I was
yeah.
asking.
So,
So when you go to sleeve it, and you're blowing in your chemical into the lines, and you go to re-sleeve it with the new fabric, you're potentially, if you don't replace all the curb stops, you could be plugging all those lines going down.
no, so the CIPP is a sanitary only.
Okay.
Right, that's sanitary only, it's nothing to do with the water line, yeah. Once we do the water line, it's completed, that's why I'm saying the CIPP and the sewer line, that can go at any time. It doesn't affect anything, right? The only thing, it's about a 2-hour window from when they push the liner in to when they go and cut all the holes, so they just usually notify the residents, please don't use your sewer if you don't have to, right? You get a little bit of storage in the line. So I guess option C is the only one that renews the service lines, right? Option A and B are just reconnections.
Both service lines.
Both service lines, yeah. But option A and B with the water, we're not putting new curb stops in, and we're not putting new,
Basically,
coppers. Because we have to do them both at the same time, they're in a common trench, we can't dig one without digging the other. That's not to say we can't go and do it in option A or B, but then again, we've got all these other holes, right? So then you've got, it kind of, where do you go, right? The the more you add, the more it gets to be.
So Jared, when you guys did 54th Avenue, what did you do there?
54th Avenue was a complete new structure, so we did full water main replacement. I believe we did full sewer replacements as well.
I think you did, sir, yeah.
I'm just trying to think though, because we had, I don't think we did the whole road up. We ended up doing the water main, we bell holed down and pulled sections of water main. But we did pull service lines too, so it was water line for sure, water sewer services for sure, all brand new concrete, and all brand new.
So that was
Option C then.
basically what you're saying, you did option C.
Option C, yeah. I can actually pull that up, yeah.
And then, Jared, here's just a question. So if you were to go in and override either one of those purple roads or both of them, would that save us money the following? No?
No.
It would just cost us extra.
It would save it maybe marginally, because
Okay.
you could push the aggregates off to the side when they're doing the excavation, but it's not gonna be anything
Okay.
significant.
I think
Your
it's kind
digging
of
is gonna
throwaway
be-
money.
It is kind of, but I'm just,
Well, digging and,
Like to
removing that.
redo it.
That's right.
Redo it, dig it, and then wait till next year to redig it for the small stuff.
But if it makes it smoother and easier to drive over for the next year, waiting to that point and less vehicles are getting damaged, then maybe.
and do we know the cost just to pull
Yeah,
it
but
out?
then your cost is going up to redig it.
Oh, yeah.
That's what he's trying to say, so,
I
So
could
for
throw
the
a
first-
first cost to it,
yeah. So for the first year, you're pacifying everybody, but then you're coming in and you're spending more money and
Again.
redigging again, and pissing people off, right? Like you're doing it twice. Why do it twice?
We abandoned on it
You don't
for
want
the first time,
Well,
and then going
the
to get.
pulverizer
Yeah,
isn't
like the
really
duct tape.
intrusive, right? I mean, it would be a day in there
A day,
with a
yeah.
pulverizer.
Because I was gonna ask, at Madison, do you remember how long that took? It was 2 to 3 to 4 weeks.
Which is
That's a
typical.
disturbance,
Yeah,
or do
it
you
is.
remember the timeline? I don't remember.
I would
remember-
say, like, for phase one here, it's gonna be closer to 2 months. They would have to do it in stages, right?
So,
Because it's a dead-end road, we would have to maybe do a temporary road to try and get them out. We'd have to look at different options on that.
yeah, so the impact on the residents was that I saw that they were having to park like a block over and walk with their groceries or their whatever, a block over. It was an inconvenience, but it was necessary.
It is, unfortunately, once they dig the road up,
If
I
there's a
mean,
back alley, you've got a different story.
there's,
Which these, both those. I think all of them have back alleys too, huh?
Yeah, Sarah Donna, you got something?
Just when that happens, Councilor Tracy, to ease your mind, what we typically do is working with the engineer and the construction company, we provide weekly updates or sometimes daily updates that we would have someone put in their doors. Or if we have that glass system, by the time we do it, we can do it that way. But I'll just say old school, we would print up a construction update and we would put it in their doors, and then they'd have it when they come home, we just let everybody know. I mean, that would be our responsibility, Jared, not yours, but we get the intel from you guys. And that way, if we had to do 2 or 3 different changes throughout the week, they'd be notified, and that's the best you can do.
And just, go ahead, sorry, no, you go ahead, I thought you were
I was
done.
just gonna say, so this inconvenience, although as terrible it may seem for that 1 month, 2
Well,
months,
you either want a road
it'll
or
be
you
over.
don't, exactly, done.
yeah.
And just for feedback for Jared, is that when you're coming off 53rd Street on that green line that you're proposing can be done whenever,
yeah.
but that pathway actually has a road that with very little, you agree, Chris, like it could go all the way through to the back, it's not a proper road.
Just a service right away.
It's a utility
I don't know how
right away.
much you could drive on it.
No,
Oh, okay.
Like, certainly no big trucks of any.
no.
If we needed to, we can include in the contract, right? We would look at that and see how we're gonna stage it, how we get people in and out, and we just include a temporary gravel road of some sort in there,
Yeah.
right? I mean, it's
That
not
would
a
also
very big
fine.
right away.
So why would you not include that? Because I'm thinking of emergency vehicles. You got it 3/4, or you do 2 stages and you're ripping up. How's the emergency vehicle gonna get down to the bottom end?
You would stage it in such a way, like, you wouldn't start at, on the east, you'd probably start in the bottom
And
and work your way out, right? So they would do it in stages, they'd probably do that 1 block only,
Okay.
and then work their way out.
That makes sense.
Bring it back up into gravel, but it is a disturbance, right? The other thing, I can't remember if we did it with Madison or not, but it's always a good thing, especially in smaller communities, because if people aren't used to this kind of a project, we would hold an open house for all the residents in the area. explaining what's gonna happen, how it's gonna happen. We do that with the contractor when we've already figured out our staging plans, timelines, that sort of thing.
At least they would know something's happening, so praise Jesus.
So that's like, to me, the option A with the soil cement, that's not an option. because
No,
You're doing twice. I mean, I
That's
still,
just a Band-Aid.
I think it's just a terrible one.
Especially with the soil,
Yeah.
especially with the soil conditions here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
So what's the clay here in this?
So, and you've already set the standard for 54th there, so what does it do to the budget for B and C?
Well, C is $800,000 more than A.
I know it is.
We're gonna have to debenture your work.
You're gonna have to debenture it, because there's no, so any overage of option A is a debenture. And I've already got $375,000 debenture for this project.
Jesse, are you
Well, I
able to
just-
put that up on the screen, the A, B, C next to each other?
Do you believe
I don't know if you
between
can
the
do
pages,
next
cheaper
to,
to
'cause
spend?
they're-
Oh, I thought it was already on one page.
No, it's not.
The paving is gonna be the same when you're off,
Okay.
right? The asphalt cost is the asphalt cost.
I
It's
think
just
we're
your
gonna have
upgrade cost and your
uproar if it's
excavation.
not
So
to say the 54th.
when you go from an FDR to a full structure, you've got all the
Unfortunately, they should have
excavations that's gotta go somewhere, and then you got all the new aggregates that have to come in. So it's,
Don, you have something to say back there? Oh.
I just had a twitch.
Oh.
So option C is 2.7 million, let's say,
Yeah,
and option A is 1.8. And I had option A in the budget. So you're gonna have to debenture another $1 million to do option C,
if you go to C, yeah.
if you go to C. Yeah.
I just don't see A as an option. I don't.
No, I don't either.
I think it's, you're wasting money,
Well, you're looking to come back into it in a couple of years' time.
yeah, but, you
And it's
know,
not gonna get any cheaper.
I don't think the
That's
residents
all.
would be happy with it.
And then we just are in the same boat again.
Yeah.
If,
Never mind, I'm not gonna say it, we all know it.
Yes, Don.
Your worship, CFO and I have been chatting, if you go to debenture, then, if council decides to go to debenture, the CFO and I gotta get on it right away, probably the first of the new year, from provincial government.
March.
Yeah, I'd probably try and get on a little sooner if we can.
Well, we can't apply until then.
That's the due date now?
Well, yeah, because they send it, so right now, they just sent me last week debentures that are gonna be paid out January 31st.
Okay,
And then the next one will be March 31st,
okay, so just before their year end, used to be February, so fair enough, March,
and then it'll be June 30th.
yeah. So we got a little bit of debenture work to do.
so I just looked up the old project on 54th there.
Yeah.
We did do full water, we left the sanitary in place and did full
Right.
services. So nothing different than I've given you in your option C. Very the same program.
Right, that's what I thought.
Yeah. I don't think we lined it though, I think it was in good enough condition, we didn't need to line it.
Good. Well.
Sorry,
Anybody else thinking here?
I agree with you, I feel that if we do anything less than what was done on 54th Ave,
Yeah.
especially with the existing, what's the word, like, it's so controversial, I think that people are gonna be screaming. And I'm not saying that because I'm a resident, I'm saying that because I'm the neighbor of the people that were there when that was done, right? We moved in 6 years ago. So that was the year it happened. Is that correct? Was it 6 years ago, 2019?
I had 2018,
Oh, yeah, I guess we moved out October 2018 anyways. It's just, I think that, I think we have.
Sorry, Jared, but what you did 54th is option C?
correct.
That's option C.
I know, I surely did, yeah.
We can't do option C. We can't afford it. Like, it's an extra million.
okay,
or
but option A
800,000.
is, to me, is just putting a Band-Aid on the solution for right now, and then we'll go right back again.
Yeah, option B, we can,
So
But is this,
no,
square footage or mileage or whatever comparable to 54th, or is this?
well, 54th is the one above it.
Yeah, it's quite a bit more,
No,
it's quite a bit
it's
more,
on the
right?
other
So
side.
if you look at the length of it,
On the TV, it's the gray at the top.
Yeah.
Right at the top.
yeah, so road width is,
Oh,
road
that one, oh, okay, got
width
it.
is very
They're
similar,
Yeah.
so that's probably almost double the project.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I was thinking the one in Madison.
So then, sorry, Jared, I know you've covered this, but if you could just recap what the major differences are between option B and option C then.
The major differences between B and C are, full road excavation and all brand new road structure,
Yeah,
as well as service line replacements to the homes. So from the mains in the street to the curb stop location on the property.
okay.
So it gives you brand new water service, brand new sewer service.
So with all due respect, Chris, are those the lines that have been going? Yeah, so we got it, because I mean, how many of those does it take to make up the difference over time, right? Because that one on the corner of 50, I gotta look at my
Is
map.
it the main one, Chris, or is it the lines to the properties that are going?
The main.
It's the main, not the.
So that would be replaced,
What is this?
whether it be B or C.
Yeah,
My-
the mains are replaced in all the
54,000.
options, right? The water main there is the,
53rd, yeah,
major utility that's there.
55th Street, where Shauna lives.
Okay, so I'm just gonna throw something out there. So instead of going on the red, currently we're talking about doing the 2 red sections, right?
yeah.
One boom, one coming down on the left.
It'd be three blocks, really.
Okay, but all the red,
Yeah, all right.
to simplify.
That's correct.
Okay, so what if we were to change this up, go down, what is this one?
55th?
55th,
55th,
and this one here?
54th, and do the rest.
54th.
I think.
Do those 2 properly, so you're coming up from the bottom, you're doing the 2 up, you're coming up to the main.
Yeah.
Then those 2 are done, complete, proper, and you still, and then come back and, like, depending on the cost is what I'm looking at, Cindy.
Yeah.
So if you're looking at hypothetically $1 million, you're doing the 2 bottom ones, coming up to the main structure, and then worry about the main structure at a future time.
So the whole project,
I know.
option A, for the whole project, not the looping, but those, just the red and the purple is, $3 million right now.
And does that change,
Okay, but
It'll go up.
I'm not suggesting to do the whole project.
No, but we have to do it, see, the thing, it has to be done consecutive years. Like,
Yeah.
so we debenture $1 million this year, or we debenture $1 million next year. You're gonna have to debenture it regardless.
I get that, but I'm saying,
well, we just didn't.
in stage-wise, why not do the 2 streets coming from the green going up?
The only reason we've done it this way, to bring that equipment in and out, right? So if we do those 2 lower sections, we're gonna bring in the equipment, all the aggregates, all that heavy traffic down there.
Yeah.
That road's already blown out, there will be nothing left of it, right? So the intent here was to bring that, build that all up. Now we've got a road that can handle the rest of the loading once we go do the other section.
Because this one here,
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm just thinking of the damage on the new road.
The new road,
Come down.
the new road's built to handle that, right? So it's no different than we've done in other areas. And to be honest, it's still gonna be under warranty and maintenance when you do the next stage anyway, if you do them in consecutive years, right?
and 53rd Ave is by far the worst.
And 54th Street.
They're, I mean.
Yeah, that's me.
No, seriously.
Bad, worse, I mean, they're in very, very poor condition.
Yeah, I agree.
Right, there's, yeah.
So just on the top of your head, Jared, so the phase 2 in the purple, which would be the next year, what can you give for a ballpark for that?
It's included in the
It's
price.
just in there.
Is it in there?
Yeah.
It's included, so it's, the price is for the pink and the purple.
No,
No, it's not included.
Oh, I misunderstood.
Oh, wait,
So the purple, option A for the purple, I have in next year's budget.
Yeah,
Option A is $1.1 million.
that's what I mean, it's not in here, right?
No.
Yeah, and
No, I
the
Not in phase
that.
1.
Yeah.
For the rest.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
The red is
Phase 2 what
1.8.
I said.
Option A,
So I mean,
yeah, like this
and then we
isn't,
gotta look for another $1 million next year.
so next year, option B for phase 2 is $1.2 million, and I had, hang on, where's my budget? And I had already a debenture next year of $725. So basically, over the next 2 years, we're debenturing $1.1 million.
Yeah, it's gonna be more than that, just the way things are going.
Well, and it's gonna be more, and these are option A.
Yeah.
You guys don't want option A, so.
I just don't see it at all. I don't see it.
It's a waste of money. It's a Band-Aid, it's a big Band-Aid. People are gonna be happy for the first little bit, and then they're gonna come back.
So if I put option B in here, Back to that number.
See, option B, my understanding is that is not including the sewer lines, right?
No sewer.
That's right, no
None of them.
Why would you not, if you're
Yeah.
ripping up the bloody road, why would you not do the sewer and water, everything all
Probably because
at
we
once?
Because we can't afford it, Kevin.
I get that. I get that, Cindy, but
Just talking out loud.
then you're putting another frickin' bandage on it, so if the sewer lines blow out, you got a nice beautiful road, and you gotta dig all the frickin' thing up again.
Yeah.
Either way, you're getting into your debenture, either way.
But we can only debenture so much.
I get that. And that's why I suggested, if you could just start with the two from the green going up, knock that section the hell out of there. But now I understand what he's talking about, because you're bringing over traffic and heavy equipment, you're gonna beat the living shit out of the
You wouldn't
main.
have anything left, yeah.
No.
I agree.
Okay,
So I'm just trying to figure out another way to look at it.
Yes, Don?
Madam CFO, would you, please outline for council, what our debenture limit is for this town?
Yeah.
And we know we're gonna have to debenture probably 2 years in a row, or maybe we just debenture once and get it down. Can you run those scenarios for us, please, financially? With option.
So I'll just throw you some numbers here if we added them up.
Okay.
Option A, complete project, not including the sewer lining, 2.8. Option B, 3.2. Option C, 4.2. Complete project.
Right.
Just to give you some rough.
Sorry, what was B?
3.2.
A is
And C?
3.2? Oh, for the
A-
whole entire thing.
For the whole entire thing, right?
Okay.
We're looking at the whole entire project for the 2 years, not including the looping option, not including the sanitary, just the two road projects. 2.8 for option A, 3.2 for option B, and 4.2 for option C.
Yeah, I do have a question. The sanitary lines, what kind of condition are they in?
They're in decent condition from the last time we've seen the CCTV
Okay.
reports, which I have to go back, they're probably about 5 years old now. I don't know if you've had a lot of problems in that area?
No, it's sanitary.
No.
Not the sanitary.
Yeah.
So sanitary, I mean, yeah.
Well, the one thing I'm thinking is what you said, like, instead of, is it just as good to put in the liner, and that's way less expensive than putting in the sanitary lines when we have it ripped up, like Kevin's saying? Or is it or is it cheaper to put in brand new sanitary lines while we have it ripped up and not liner it? Just straight up.
The best solution is always new infrastructure, right? The CIPP option is a very good option with very little risk, right? You don't have to dig it up, right? You might have to do a spot repair. We didn't see any of that stuff in the CCTV reports that we had.
None?
No. It was all in very decent shape. There were some small, low areas, but if it was holding water and causing backup issues, you would know about it because you'd be there constantly flushing it, right? So, the ideal sewer line's got slope, but nothing holds, everything runs fine. That's not reality. You get, over time, there gets to be little lows. If you got enough sewer flow in there and it's smooth enough, it just keeps itself clean, if that makes sense. So the old VCT pipe is a clay tile pipe, so it's kind of like a bowl. It's the same type thing. It was made out of clay. It was cured in an oven, so it's hard, it's brittle, right? Once it's installed, it's usually fine unless it moves around. The biggest problem you have with it is at the joints where the old rubbers, they'll allow root intrusions and you get a lot of calcite built up there. So it's kind of like for lack of a better term, it looks like a mushroom growing out of the joint. So it's just a whole bunch of calcium deposits that build up there, and they always go right at the joint. That's usually where the water comes in from the ground.
Because, we've got a lot of old, Madison technically with this town is not that old. We have a lot of old sewer pipes in town that we could have to be worrying about. Hopefully never.
Again, it depends. There are some municipalities that never have problems with their clay tile.
Yeah.
Some have nothing but problems. It depends on the install of them. And again, CIPP lining, it's a very,
Exactly.
it's a widely accepted method of rehabilitation, and it's cheaper than putting new infrastructure in by digging it up, right?
So option B is a good answer. Because we don't like A.
Well, option B is only going and adding more concrete. It's not doing the service lines.
Not doing the service lines. no.
Now you can.
So when you're bringing the heavy machinery in, you're packing and bouncing, mixing everything up.
There's generally there's not a lot of pressure on the service main.
My concern would be that it's breaking the clay pipe.
Yeah, no, we
Because of
don't
the
generally
short
see
service?
that. We don't see that.
Places, the reverberations of the machinery.
Yeah.
Good thought.
It's deep enough. I mean, the excavation for the water line is gonna be the closest to it. The spacing, we're still 3 meters apart, I believe they are in that area, so that's roughly 9 feet, right? So by the time you bring the trench up, you're kinda out of that old pipe zone. So the ground will achieve, yeah, but it's generally not an issue. But you're right, it is,
And so in saving money by not putting in new sewer line, we could liner it later still, so we're not, kicking it or whatever, causing problems down the road, because we can still liner it, but we can save money in the here and now and get it done. Or
We
get
can-
the rest done.
we can fast track the lining too, so it takes all the risk out of it, right? Once that pipe is in there and cured, it's a full length, solid piece of fiberglass pipe, right? That's fully structural. It'll take all the loading that any PVC pipe will.
It's like lining a crude oil pipe, same kind of technology.
Yeah. Same thing, yeah.
Same thing. So Madam CFO, what is our impact on these debentures?
Okay.
First of all, what's our debenture ceiling?
Okay, so, our debt limit
Yep.
is at the end of 2024, because it's 1.5 times the revenue of this town. It's calculated 0.25 times. I got the wrong glasses, I forgot my other glasses. Anyways, at the end of 2024, our debt ceiling was 5.6 million.
Okay, that's a 75% that the province restricts.
Yeah, the debt limit is calculated at 1.5 times the revenue of the town, and the debt service limit is 0.25 times such revenue.
And we're into it how much?
So our total debt at the end of 24 was 2 million, just over 2 million. So we had 3. And then our debt servicing, like currently at the end of 24, our payments were $300,000 a year.
Yeah.
So, but, there's a but here, just because we have the limit, because I add debenture payments, that goes straight to the people that are paying the taxes. So I had included 375, and it went, the debenture, let me find my little, where did I say that?
Well, and then we have to pay all this off before we can do something else, right?
Well, that's the thing,
Or a
because,
chunk, or-
so right now, our water treatment plant is paid off. We have one payment left.
Okay, so let's just forget about that.
Well, no, but that payment a year was $80-some thousand. Right? So if I debenture another $1 million, that's another $80,000 payment we have to make a year. And so that
One
goes,
replaces the other.
it does. But then you debenture, so if I debenture $1 million this year and then $1 million next year, like, the taxpayers of this town, and I know we have to look at what's right, but we also have to look at, they're the highest taxed in the province, right, currently. We are 30% higher than Kalmar and 20% higher than Warburg for our mill rates.
You have to take a cut pay, won't you?
We're pretty much working for nothing.
Little bit less.
So it's not just that we have the limits, it's the impact to the taxpayer that you have to look at too. I mean, I know this has to get done, but we have to be smart about how it's going to affect, at the end of the day, the people that are paying the bill, right? So.
The other thing is there could be grants, but the problem is with, sorry, Ms. CFO. There's probably grants within transportation, but we've got to pony up 75% over to transportation for grants with wastewater and sewer.
Which you can debenture their part, but.
That's, you can debenture that?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Because otherwise you're not gonna have the money, like.
Yeah.
So, but basically I have $1.1 million in debentures over the next 2 years, and that was option A. So if option B for just the phase, what was the total you said for option B?
3.2.
3.2, and I have it in here as 2.9, so add another 400,000 in debentures.
It's livable, but I know what you're saying, but I mean, we have to do something.
Yeah, so if I add, what's phase 1, option B, how much is that one?
2.05.
So another 300,000, so 675. So if I debenture, because I can figure it out, 675,000 over 10 years, or we'll go 20, because the road is 20.
So I did run some quick numbers just on the pulverization for those two roads. You'd probably be in the neighborhood of 50,000 just to pulverize it, blade it.
So debenturing 675 this year,
Kind of low
the
weight,
payment,
Yeah, but
It's
it's 50 grand, there's maintenance,
Every-
you could run up and down the
so
road.
80,000.
Just like you said.
And did you not see, Daryl, that it's, that's just maintenance road, the green one?
That's
It's a utility right away.
That's just,
Utility right away.
it's just right away road.
Yes, it's not even a road.
Not a road.
It's
No.
farmer's
But I'm
path.
saying, if he figures it
But
out,
it's drivable.
right, and he figures it out, if it's about 50, it costs about 50 grand to be able to just clean it up, so it's more drivable, more.
No, I'm just talking at the purple areas.
Oh, the purple.
Yeah, if you wanted to just go and pulverize those, bring those back to gravel so you could blade it, get rid of all the potholes and stuff in there.
But that's just 50,000 just going on, that money's gonna have to be spent anyhow.
No, that's 50,000 waste.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It takes some of it out, but the next year you're still gonna have to rework it,
So
so
that's,
in the long run, maybe it costs you 25 grand, something like that, but it gets rid of all those.
Either have moguls for another year or gravel for a year.
Can I throw a perspective in? Do you guys mind? Just
Not
something that
yourself.
occurs to me. Okay, may I approach just so I can get
No,
on the map?
because you're a big boy.
Okay, so the bottom line is, these two blocks, and this is by far 10 times worse than any of this. This is a street that gets used, we got one person who accesses off it, literally, maybe Nathan from his backyard. That hardly gets used. I don't see that as important. In the big picture, I don't see this as important. If you drive down this road, and I take care of the potholes, I know what there is, this is completely gone, this is completely gone. So if we just tackle these two blocks in one project, that cuts all this out and knocks that project down, and then the next year, we tackle this. Don't even worry about these, make those year 3 or year 4, but you get rid of all this and all this.
that fix the worst
Just the
problem
thought.
first.
So you're saying about 3 pieces then?
Why wouldn't
Well,
you
I'm
do the
saying two,
Two red and one blue coming
Instead of
down.
this huge thing,
Yeah.
just do this, right there.
Yeah.
Year 1, next year, and then the year after that, do that.
And that was our original plan.
And then come back to these later, because again, this is not bad. Drive down there, please, guys, use your own judgment.
And the residents on that,
This doesn't matter as much.
and the residents on 55th, when they bitch about the roads, they're bitching about the fact they have to use 53rd.
Absolutely.
I agree with you
Absolutely.
100%.
Absolutely, and again, like I've got 10 potholes on this road, I've got 100 and something there, I've got 200 and something there, like, and I mean, they're.
And one is like,
And so again, I'm saying, take this first project, cut it way down, almost in half, there's year 1, and maybe we can not debenture, and make this year 2, and then not debenture. That's
Maybe-
just my thoughts.
Maybe with the
Good
purple,
point.
Chris, we add in the looping with that project,
Yeah.
right?
Sure.
Here?
Sure,
And
exactly.
we can split that up.
Or
however
throw
we
in
see fit, right?
some
That's-
sewer lining, in there.
You wanna have a big enough project that it makes sense to move all that equipment in there,
Yeah.
get everything set up,
Yeah.
right? So,
Now, the other.
you wanna be in around the $1 million range, right?
Mhm.
Otherwise, it's just, you make it into smaller pieces, and
Well, from the.
those 2 blocks it's not bad, but if you're just gonna do it in year 2 anyway, and you gotta pour the money,
Mhm.
I would take that and just, instead of that bottom purple,
Yeah.
I would change the color, and the other one could be purple. And I was gonna suggest that too, that piece on the north, I don't think it gets used that much, that
No,
little piece
it's
of
not.
water,
It's
you know
just
how many problems you have in it, right? You could leave that for later on.
There's one house in there, that's it.
Yeah, there's no servicing off of there that I know of, so I mean, it's.
So you're saying come across here, come down here?
Yeah.
Project number one.
That could be your phase one.
is not the purple.
No, it will be, the
Whoa.
we're changing it.
phase two of project number one.
No.
Phase one.
We're changing
Come
it.
off of here, that's the worst, that's the worst, that's the worst, come down, do that one.
Seeing that they put
Phase
the
one.
equipment in anyhow and
I
everything.
understand, okay.
And then phase two, or phase three, let's say phase two, add this onto here, and then this.
It's gonna be.
Just makes sense.
Either or, that doesn't change
Look,
things.
again, I look at it as prioritizing what's worse, starting with the worst and going to the least.
And you could run your looping in, phase 2 or 3.
Yeah.
You could run the looping at any
Time, so even if we had a spare 1,700 million, I'm just teasing,
Yeah,
you know, a cool million.
It's half a million to lose.
Yeah, so you have, that could be grants, who
I was
knows,
gonna
but
say, what's the priority on the looping, because I think it's quite important, actually.
it actually is important,
Get fresh.
yeah,
Every time you have a dead end, you have,
problems.
Stale water.
And you also have problems with bacteria and all that stuff if you don't flush it and so forth. It's a lot of maintenance work, and you gotta be very careful. Dave has to treat differently and watch for all that kind of stuff. Boys have to flush more, which is understandable. I can tell you that when they built the new fire hall in the west end of Leduc, they built it they never should have built it there. One, they built it over high-speed avgas pipeline, highly dangerous. Number two, they built it when the line was dead where they built the fire hall, because the other phase across the road wasn't even gonna be done for 3-4 years. The first 2 years in that fire hall, they had to let the water run 24/7 in that fire hall, because they couldn't trust it. And, you know, you think about that, instead of building someplace different where they weren't on a dead end there, because they didn't know when that, you know, the new Shoppers Drug Mart and that new grocery store across the street were gonna be built. 3 years, they had to let the water run in that place, because it's too dangerous.
Well, we have that one lady who, her hot water tank, her washing machine,
Every year she has to replace it.
because of the dead end.
Yeah, I've talked to people down there, and they're not.
They are not happy,
No.
you know? Nope.
I think the biggest thing is, it's by creating all those interconnections, you're gonna boost the pressure, not
Yeah.
so much the pressure, sorry, it's the flows in there for fire, right? Should you have a fire, you now have
Yeah.
all these other areas it can draw from, rather than if you're on a dead end, it has one way in and it's a long way to go, right? And so it can draw from all over.
Okay, so you think that's, we're all right, you can rework that for us, or?
So, yeah.
That was a good idea, Chris,
Send your
if you were
numbers.
putting us on that path.
But
Yeah, so if you want me to update the numbers based on that, I can. So what we'll do is we'll split out, so our new phase one will be the 2 blocks
Yeah.
on 53rd Avenue,
Yeah.
up to 54th, including 54th to the end.
Yep.
We'll call phase 2 will be the 55th Street connection. I'll break that little piece out between 54th and 53rd as a phase 3, it can be an optional. And then you've got, we'll just change the sewer lining to a phase 4, and then the optional water looping it'll stay the same.
Which we might do is fix.
So it'll be, just looking at it, it will be cheaper for that half block or whatever. So I mean, the dollars will come down, but they're not gonna be significant, yeah.
Okay.
Now, do you want it same option, so good, better, best?
Or do you not even want option A?
I would knock out A, just knock it right out of
Yeah,
there.
Doctor, I'm not in favor of that at all. It's
Yeah,
just a
okay,
Band-Aid.
well, that's fair, I just,
Wasting your time.
yep.
And that's me thinking, everybody else in the same,
Well, if I was putting it together, I wouldn't even consider A.
so I'm here, everybody's agreeing with that, okay?
Yeah, so everything's set up, we just changed the numbers and we'll change some of the shading, so.
Okay.
I'll have you guys work on that next week and have Justin send that back over to you.
That sounds good.
Donna, you got something else to say?
Just as a CAO, and I'm sure CFO, I'm speaking for us both, this discussion has probably been the best of 8 or 10 years with the council, and I'm complimenting you all, I mean it sincerely, because this is what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to talk about this, think it through, let's figure it out, let's do it differently, let's get it going so we can do what we need to do. So, from administration, I extend my compliments to this council and to our engineer on this most appropriate discussion.
Well, to Chris as well.
Yeah.
That's a good thing.
Thanks for your input.
That was really
I'll
good.
have Chris later, but it won't be sexual.
Well, I mean,
That's why he gets-
Crispy,
Oh, Jesus.
Getting the big bucks.
So here's, just so you guys know, so debenturing $675,000, so that's adding phase, basically taking the numbers from this phase,
yeah.
this project, and choosing option B for the first year, we'd have to debenture $675,000, which is $40,000 a payment, so $80,000 a year.
And-
So it basically replaces, because interest rates are higher now than they were.
So we're replacing what we paid for the water treatment plant right onto this.
Yeah, but then if you think about it, then next year, we have to debenture another $1 million, which is another 80, or more than 80.
Yeah.
So,
But, you know, when, just to put it in perspective, okay, we had the water treatment plant was $1.2 million in the venture, correct? And that's paid off now.
yes.
So, I know I don't like debt, but sometimes for a municipality, debt is not
Yes,
bad.
so, and I'm fine, like, I'm not saying we shouldn't do it, but I'm just saying you have to think about, so this phase one will replace the water treatment plant.
Yeah.
Correct.
Phase two is gonna add another $1 million in debentures. So that's gonna be another,
Yeah, I get it.
probably 90,000 a year in money we have to spit out, which.
But it's.
But we're going to generate income. So I guess.
But we're not putting it all in one shot. I mean, it's
No, I know, but-
40,000 a year or whatever, right?
Well, yeah, but it's 40,000, so now we've added basically an
I get it.
extra 90,000 to our budget.
Next year.
That's what I'm
I
saying.
get it.
So, and I'm just, yeah, and I mean, again, it is what it is, but we're gonna have to, Cindy's gonna have to pull on her,
So as I told you, 55% next year is just automatically.
no raises for you.
No.
Act like that's something, thing.
All right, are we all kind of in agreement on that now, or is there something more discussion on this, or what do you want to do?
Well, regarding the numbers, I think we should take a better look at the numbers when we're debenturing and say $1 million.
Yep.
Not 300, 500, 700, whatever, $1 million.
Or we can.
Like Donna, you know yourself, right? You've got a bunch of, the quotes that come in, and then we're getting.
Oh, I've already padded.
What's your expectation?
Jared pads and I pad, and we have extra pads.
No, but what I'm saying is what you're expecting, and then the quotes coming out that time of year, all the good guys are busy.
Yes.
So look at your worst case scenario for, if we're gonna go with the two sections red, one down blue, put
Yeah.
$1 million in the venture.
Yeah.
So you're over, is what I'm saying. I'm hoping that you're gonna have more money there, but that also gives him more allowance and the town more allowance. Okay, we're gonna sleeve it. We got the money, yeah, everything's going
This is gonna be a
good,
big one.
let's just do it.
Yeah, we always add a contingency.
As an option.
Yeah, because Jared adds a contingency in his budget,
Yeah.
and then I added a little more.
But that's what I'm saying, when you guys, the way you guys are reading the numbers up, I don't see them that way.
Well, if you read
If you go back in
if
and
you go
look.
back and look, it says contingency.
No, I did
for
campaign
that.
through there, I know.
And then I added, if you look at it, it's 1.6 something or 7, and I.
We've had the numbers a little bit,
Yeah.
but
That's what I'm saying.
we're just looking at this from a high level. Once we get down to the detailed design, and that's what happened last time, is we didn't realize that water line was right up against that curb. So the biggest difference there was all that curb replacement, right? And the fact that that whole water system in that area had to be shut down. So there was a lot of extra cost there that we didn't allow for.
And that's what I'm saying, so when the numbers are sort of being floated here,
How do you feel
7,
about
8, whatever,
the two of us?
go for your $1 million
Budget
to
comes
venture.
Tax.
Yeah,
When's
for sure.
tax
And
come out? Plus the
And if
assessment?
it's less, then,
or you do more.
Is there an option to offer
Right.
like a?
I mean, if you tender it out, prices come in favorable, if you wanna extend the project, no problem, contract. Usually more work.
Choice if it comes up, right? Or no, right, ours could be zero.
Is there a time when you like to see these numbers? Well, you guys need to sooner than later.
We do, because the budget passed,
We sure can.
that 20.
And we'll talk about it when we actually got the numbers here,
We have
we'll
to
come to
tender,
that.
right, do that, go to
So
tender.
it will reset itself
Yeah,
for
but
the
if you,
second video?
That's,
Oh.
So if I get them to you,
So it just restays the file?
No, that's fine.
Perfect.
That's
like
perfect.
mid-next week sometime.
Absolutely, yeah, no, that's
That was
great.
so confusing.
So I'm gonna take it for a minute.
I'm getting there, I'm getting there.
That's
Extended it by
information. I
accident.
mean, we pick those phases based on what we can see. You and your you know more than us about your system, the complaints, everything else. You know where your hotspots are,
I know,
right?
I know what the people want.
No,
Tell you that.
You're the one that they come to the grader knocking, right?
Yeah, and you know.
My husband was one of them.
Well, they come in my office too, don't worry.
So over 20 years, what did you think?
So,
Per year, no, I just went, we had 80,000.
Oh, actually, that was wrong, my 80, sir, that was
Oh,
over
this
10
is for
years.
Tuesday.
Yeah,
That would be
million
good
is
if we could do
36,
that.
780.51.
Okay,
Yeah.
So a million is 72.
Okay, can we call point of order here?
Okay,
so I.
no, I,
Miss Donna, go ahead.
And then, I mean, which, in numbers right now, so it's pretty cool.
Okay, Donna, go ahead.
just a question I need asked for the debentures. I understand that we have contingencies in each of our budgets. That's natural and normal. But let's say our contingencies bring us up to, let's just say, 900,000. With my experience with debentures, we've got to be careful with provincial government. You may not be able to borrow a million, right? Because you have to put in your actuals. So, if I just got to find a few things out so we can do it legally with the provincial government. It's not a big deal. We just have to look at that. And
Yeah.
granted, your contingencies are built in, but they're also going to look at how much percentage of contingencies are, right? So just let me do a little checking on that. So if it's 900,000, let's say Jared's 10, what's our percentage?
Oh, I didn't have it, I just got it.
Let's say it's 10, let's just say
Yeah.
it's 10. So 20%, they'll be looking at that as natural. 30 if we need a 30 to get to the million, they may question that. So I'm just gonna do some checking and find out.
Well,
I was only like,
At the end of the day, Donna, like, you can go above that as well, by asking the minister.
Yes, I was just gonna mention that, if we need to get over this,
Yep, you can
We send
put in a
a
request
message to the
for it, or
minister.
you can,
over what,
if we need to borrow more, we need to lower our debt limit.
we were not gonna go over the debt limit, that's.
No, but we keep
That's
that
not
in
an
mind.
issue.
We'll keep that in mind.
Yeah, we won't be over the debt limit, it's just my worry is the impact to the ratepayers.
So,
Okay.
Madam, just one sec, sorry,
Yeah.
I apologize. What is Cindy, can you give us a figure, what is the impact to the taxpayers, borrowing a million?
75,000 a year.
Okay.
In our budget.
In our budget?
Yeah.
That is correct, so that's how much in my house?
5%.
Well,
75 divided by 17.
I'll let you, I don't have a calculator.
4.2%, I think.
1 point something, but 5%.
My brain's not as quick.
You rounded up to 5.
Like, what are you guys seeing as
It's a-
actual increase in your, from phase one to phase two?
Old school math.
I know, that's the way I do it.
How much could you expect?
I mean, we have to look at it.
Tackling it.
That is
Yeah, 5% escalation.
still only pretty,
Yeah, so between our phase
It's a
one,
small
phase two,
area
we
of
put 5%
people.
escalation.
we have a whole other town out there.
I mean, you have to start winning somewhere,
Well,
I mean.
and we debenture $1 million, that replaces the water treatment.
Yep,
plant.
that's correct.
So if that's already,
That's one for the other.
it's already kind of in the budget. It
Yeah,
would
you're
just
right.
increase a little bit, my budget would increase a little bit more this year because I have one payment.
You know, I mean,
And
I heard through all my campaigning, you know, taxes go up, nothing's been done. I mean, you can say this is done.
Yeah, and I think part of the problem is too, is people don't understand, and they don't care to really, how much these things cost.
Oh, I know.
Like, 'cause Donna did that one post on Facebook about, this is what we spent on this is what we spent on this, like, and everybody was like, that seems a little excessive.
That's not.
Like, I wish, it's like, that's what it costs, you guys, like, this isn't a pump for your, like, pool, this is a.
Okay, you know, let's move on to the, common transportation now. Jared, I think
Okay,
we're.
thank you,
we're done.
Jared.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate you coming in.
Oh, do you want to accept his stuff for information, a motion to accept?
I will motion to accept his
All in
stuff.
favor? Carried.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Let's take, like 2 minutes here, okay?
4.
Okay.
That was stressful. Counselor Kevin needs a cigarette.
Until 2 o'clock.
Oh,
Well, and I have a
motion to
possible.
recess, do you need a?
Motion to recess.
I do.
Okay, we're good.
that was pretty important, because I know a lot of people were, expecting to see things happen this year.
Well, and I mean, we were gonna do those 2 blocks last year, I get it.
Yeah, we'll go back.
But I mean, okay, if you're a general taxpayer in
Yeah, I
town,
know what nobody's fault.
and you're going that much for a road, I don't have to drive on that road, I don't really care.
No, that's right.
And that's what a lot of people,
Well,
like, if you don't ever go into that area,
I got the most flack of any place when I went on 53rd Street.
yeah, and I mean,
I don't blame them either, like, really, I don't blame them. It's a terrible road. Go for a drive after council.
no, I know all of the,
I'm sure Casey knows.
yes, you're all of
So
them.
Donna, one thing I didn't ask Jared, but I mean, you've already answered this to me, is that the tenders will go out in January?
We have to hit it out mountain by the end of January to pick that, to figure out that construction guy.
So then it just, we're aware of the debenture process. So the borrowing notice for November 2025 loan intake came out on September 15th. You had to have your application in by October 15th for loans to be issued November 28th. So,
We won't need that money until,
and they come out every month,
yeah, so I mean, we won't actually need the money until,
like June or
June.
July of next year.
June or July, right? So there's
But
lots of time.
I know what people say, and I know what they say about the taxes. What's being done for this area then?
Yeah,
No, we only have only X number of dollars.
My place has been the top of the list for 35 years. I'm not complaining.
Okay, you need a street light on your.
I need something.
We should be able to do a wooden boardwalk.
I didn't even get the, calcium chloride when it came through.
You're good at this year, though, that'll be.
I see,
Around our corner too.
it says the entire town's gonna get
It
it.
is the whole town, everybody but Scrabble.
So I guess.
That's what I budgeted for, I did.
Oh, thank you.
Fine.
I'm like, that's what Chris told me.
And then I lowered my gravel budget, I put it into my,
What they
contract.
call it, I've never out there.
That was something that didn't
People on Main
work
Street will be happy.
because I forgot.
Yeah,
I did
once it happens.
Cindy, remember you asked me if I budgeted for the
Yes,
water
I
truck?
know.
Did you figure that out?
Well, how would I know?
And I
what
do
water
have
truck
a
costs?
not okay, around the corner.
It's not a bylaw.
Okay.
What is-
Thank you.
I have an addition.
I do,
Add to your plan.
but we haven't had people.
Like just a single one?
Yeah.
So I have. Oh, I don't need it, I have more than enough. Oh, yeah.
What is that? Here you go, Kelly.
So when you were doing, at the beginning, when you were doing the budget summary, and it was like the operating surplus of 975.
Oh, yeah,
What is that?
That's our, unrestricted reserve.
So could that money not be used
It's great.
for this?
Yes, I am using it.
Okay.
I'm using $450,000.
Here, that it's been more productive
For the
conversation
paper budget. So to take.
than in the past.
Yeah, oh, for sure.
Some of it for the road,
Yep.
some of it for.
And that money is surplus
From our revenue over the expenses.
So
Plus the street.
next year.
everything is expensive, there's not much you can do about it. The price, that's the price.
The actual
can't
picture.
nickel and dime. I wish you could, but,
Accumulated over years.
I mean, the bad part is, hopefully, the tenders will come on budget. The worst thing is it's all.
No, that's the one that's the
Well,
Well, if the tender's coming over, you dump the project in, you rebudget, just exactly what happened.
Well, I forgot to ask Jared, but I asked him, the tenders will go out in January.
But you don't want to delete that zero. Yeah, I was thinking it was just for the 2026.
I should have asked Jared.
Before we call a meeting, you get Jesse to pull that street map up again, and then I just have a couple of questions for Daryl.
Right here.
Or, not Daryl. You know, look and see.
I have it right here if you want.
We were down.
No, I want it on the screen, because I want Chris to answer.
Oh, so you guys are both looking at the
Yeah,
same thing?
good.
And so we were the four. Our, like, yeah.
Man, that freezer freezes quick, that was an hour and it's like hot.
I know, but it's
Good.
big money.
Oh my gosh.
Last thing she wants to do is
Well, I don't, and whatever, we can do it, it's not that we can't do it. I mean,
Jessica, could you bring up the street there again?
I'm just really trying to keep it at a zero.
The street plan there?
Flow fix in,
Okay.
and then rest also, we decided to do our own little bag for you guys to put in your bag. Like, cause you guys have,
anymore, so we'll just give you a bag.
oh, you're not giving bags?
There you go.
Oh,
I mean, I'll figure it out, and I'll figure out phase two.
okay, so what are you giving?
Yeah, I just want everybody to.
Candy from the Grinch, like sour candy. And then a top.
Oh, with,
No, I figured it out, Mary.
What do you have?
so they're just little bags like this, like they're tied, so they can't hold the baton, but maybe we could do it with the baton.
Yeah.
And in there is those stupid sticky slaps.
Oh, yeah, bracelet things.
Not bracelets.
We have to answer to the
those sticky things that the kids
Yeah.
love them though.
They do, yeah, that's what it's about too.
Two glow-in-the-dark tattoos, and then finger flashlights, so like when you press it, like it'll project an image or whatever. Yeah, like stuff that's good for night time to do.
So you got it right, like, and then I think three rows, right? 3 blocks.
You and I will go together.
Okay. So, but I do think when we do it, we need to like publish
You have to hide.
What it costs.
what it costs.
Oh, I agree.
It's your budget.
Like, put your number right in there.
Yeah, we canceled the,
Then
we
I
had.
would 100% stand behind that, because I just
Like,
wanted
this
to
is-
check with you first.
This,
Oh,
I didn't want to be talking out of my ass.
Donna, but
No,
no.
right? Like,
No, we want
you guys
to
wanna
see
know why
anything,
this hasn't been done
sponsored
yet?
by Thorsby Rec.
You're wondering how
Nothing needs to be said, I will just make it happen. It's all good.
Yeah, no, I had money within my programming budget,
Yes.
especially with the school.
Yes, and I do have that, like, I have that.
Canceling 2
We're on
field
the-
trips
we're on
that
the-
we were had
Okay,
planned.
2:00, let's get back to
Why,
it.
yeah, I wanna keep it at 0%.
Use it or you lose it,
We-
right?
we-
We wrote on the
Yes,
tag.
but they're, I just,
Merry Christmas.
and that's all I care about.
The Arctic spots.
No, but I think with assessments, our,
Should I go?
somebody should get all of it, if I went up, our portion is,
I'll be at the Christmas party with him next
ours
Friday.
is 2.6. Yeah, the Arctic spots. He's using the gavel.
Let's go.
Okay, I gotta get coffee.
Okay, so I'll call back to order at 2:00. Kevin, you had a question on this, on the streets there, or?
Go back to
So,
that, sorry.
I realize Donna's left the room, but I think, Chris, you can answer my questions.
I'll try.
Okay, so, on 53rd here, okay? 52nd is basically the highway, yes?
Yes.
Okay, so off of 53rd here, coming down into here, the new subdivision is going over here, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, kind of over,
Further.
and
So
more
what-
towards your, the ceiling.
That's Madison, you go straight across to Madison.
Across and toward, it's actually up towards the line.
Irregardless, that's not what I'm asking, guys, okay? Let's just keep this simplified. So 53rd's coming here, crossing the highway, coming out here, it dead ends here, and then the new subdivision's over here.
Right.
Okay.
Up higher, but
So this here part, from here, from the highway to the new subdivision, how old is that, roughly?
When they built Madison.
Madison,
50 years.
how long?
He said he thought 70.
72, I think he said, or 74.
So 50 years.
Okay, so my question is, that infrastructure's still good,
Yes.
okay?
It's been
So-
done twice, though.
Sorry?
Been redone.
It's been redone twice.
The road.
Done and redone, yeah.
Okay, so one thing that the engineer brought up is by doing that,
Sorry, I just wanted to show the road you were talking about.
so he said by doing all of this here, that actually gives us more water pressure and stuff into this area, into here.
Correct.
So
By doing the loop.
if we do this section here, tying into this section, all the pipe size, all that stuff should be basically all the same, basically brand new.
That's correct.
I'm not saying 50 years or whatever,
Yeah.
okay? What I'm getting at,
25 years is new.
yeah, I get that. But I'm just trying to simplify without the garbage.
Go ahead, please.
So when this subdivision comes in or whatever is going on here, to tie into that part there, we should be structurally sound. From the new subdivision, plus this area into here, right? Coming through the highway and all the way up into there.
I do believe so, yes. That's my impression that I was getting.
Yeah, and then when we add the looping, then it'll all flow.
Yep.
Yeah.
You're right.
And I've had
It's gonna help the system.
no breaks or no
Well, what I'm-
in Madison.
The way my head's going is, there's a bunch of talk in, well, the new subdivision isn't gonna be able to tie into the old and blah, blah, blah. It's not gonna be a stain it or hold it or whatever.
Yeah.
But by doing it this way and then stopping there, yes, it will hold that subdivision, in theory, right? So then that should actually help out in moving along with Morningstar if need be.
Yeah, and that subdivision, it's actually, so Madison and all of that is supplied for water from this way.
Yeah.
It's also supplied right at 49th Street across the tracks. You saw me do that fix?
Yeah.
So that's the second way. It's all supplied from
So there's
water.
a backup into that.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And a circuit, if you want to call it that.
I'm just pre-thinking, just for the subdivision, if that's a go, because then we're not mucking around with a lot of stuff out there, or ifs, ands, or buts.
Yeah, it fits right into it. Yep.
And then with Chris just saying that coming up to 49th, there is a secondary into that, if there are problems or whatever.
Yes.
If, like, and that's gonna be a big if.
Yeah.
So it kinda cures two problems
Makes sense.
at the same time, right?
And just to add to what Councillor Kevin and Chris are saying, they're under their area structure plan, their utility modeling, sorry, I'm fiddling here. Their utility modeling, report will address some of that.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
ready?
Yeah.
Yes, common and transportation public works.
Okay. So, this, public works.
Sit up here with me?
No.
Hold your head.
Okay, so, salaries and wages have gone down because we have, last year we put a clerk position in. This year, we don't have that position, so we took it out, so that reduces salaries. The contracted services rise due to calcium application, and now that is the whole town.
And just for the record, it went up in the contracted services, but I lowered
Yeah.
my part that gets sand and gravel by the same amount, because I actually been stocking up for the last year. So I think I have enough gravel to last the entirety of next year, so I took the money out of there and I put it in there to guarantee we could have calcium, so I didn't actually spend extra money.
Yeah, so materials decreased after stockpiling and cold.
And we got a lovely donation in 2024 of free gravel from the county, 137 yards.
Yeah, so,
By treachery.
yeah.
By ingenious negotiations.
So, so the materials decreased because Chris bought a whole bunch of gravel and cold mix this year, get them to next year so he could have it. And then the sale of older equipment, and you can maybe talk a little bit about what you're gonna sell, will fully fund the asphalt trailer in the capital plan.
So we have enough equipment, old trucks, stuff like that, things that we're not using, we don't use on a regular basis. My plan, and it's just a plan, and you guys all even have to teach me how it's done properly, but is to sell what we don't need, to go to auction at a place like whatever in Niski there, and I can buy an asphalt trailer for probably around $10,000, which they're $100,000 new. We don't need a brand new one, we just need one that works. What's the advantage of the asphalt trailer? It's the proper way to do bottles. You're using heated asphalt, you're using a tarring fluid that's all there. And basically where I started was, our potholes weren't lasting, and I don't mean the ones that put gravel in, that's another story, but they weren't lasting. And I thought to myself, well, there's gotta be somebody who knows how to do them properly. So I kind of looked into it, and the asphalt trailer is the thing we need. And it's a trailer we can pull around in our existing equipment, a pickup truck, whatever. And my theory is do the potholes once a year in the spring, done all year. Yeah, the trailer's only gonna be used once a year, but people are gonna be happy because they're gonna be done right, done the first time.
So Chris, that would be like a cold mix, then it would be.
We use our cold mix, but it goes into a thing that heats it all up.
Yeah, exactly, so then the common,
Right now, it's not being heated, right now, it's not being installed.
yeah, which should go away, that, what are they doing, they're just standing there counting us, yeah.
We still
I'm
do some
sorry.
counting.
Well, they have to do counting, but, okay, anybody who's done.
It's more
Nashville, if it seems the heat, yeah,
Yes.
then they'll, like,
Right now, the only way I can do a pothole and make it stay any length of time is it's gotta be 30 above.
yeah.
Because then it's warm enough that it'll actually
Yeah.
get back. And we're still, the one thing we're not doing is properly, we're supposed to sort of tar over that coal patch once we apply it.
And heat it with a torch.
That's not happening. It's not happening because I don't have the facilities to make it happen.
Yeah.
This trailer
They'll
will
help you.
properly. And I've learned this from, like, started with Spruce Grove, it ended up with the guys you see that do our highways, what is it, Ledcor? Yeah,
Yeah.
Ledcor. And I literally, you know, ran into them with their trailer at the SO and started asking them and learning about it. And I just feel that I could
It's the way to
offer,
go.
in the long run. And
Yeah.
again, if we can get rid of something we don't need to get something that makes our lives better, I'm not spending extra money. That's my hope, that's my plan.
So,
Yeah, go ahead.
what are you thinking of spending for a trailer?
I'm totally spitballing, I've heard they go around 10 grand at the auctions.
Okay. And
Could
is
be
that,
less, could be
and is that with
6
the
grand.
heating equipment?
Yes,
With
fully
the,
complete.
is
Now,
the
the problem
heating,
with,
is the heating equipment, can it be removed off the trailer? Or is it gonna be attached to the trailer?
it all is one complete unit. It's all fully self-contained unit. You just hook it up to the truck, turn it on, and it heats everything. You know, fill it up with your cold patch, fill it up with your oil drum that you're filling it.
Because really, you're looking for the heater more than anything else, and then the trailer, all the heater and the material.
Yes, that's correct. So I'm applying it in the proper way, I guess you'd say, which is heat. It's all about heat.
Well, you need the
Yeah.
heat.
And then getting that tar on top
Yeah.
so that it seals.
Saves us from.
I was looking at trying to do two things when I was
Yeah.
talking to Andrew prior to me getting on the council here. I could have got him a smoking deal on a really good trailer, okay? But what I was thinking is, if you can get a heating machine separate that can be taken off and put back on, why would you not look at purchasing the trailer, which you want to do anyways, okay? Also, to be able to load up your hydrovac. So then it's doing two things. If you're only gonna do the potholes and stuff once a year, and that equipment can be moved off of there easy enough, now you have access to a trailer to do hydrovacing.
I'm certainly willing to listen, to consider anything. The one thing I'll say is I'm not aware of any unit that comes, that is like on a skid, and you can put it on a trailer with a fully self-contained everything. Is there a unit? Maybe. Okay, then you're educating me. And I just want something, the one thing I don't wanna do is have to build shit, because
No,
I want something that works when we get it, and we can use it, and that's it, you know, and then no excuses.
Okay, that's
But
fine,
the other
that's something
thing
you
is
can
that,
check
you know,
into.
Kevin, I'm buying from an auction, you don't necessarily get to test it. So before I ever buy from that auction, I'm gonna try to find some kind of expert who's used these to help us to buy wisely. But I'll listen to any consideration, and if I can put one on the trailer, hell, I got a trailer, you know, I do have a tandem axle.
Yeah, I was looking at the cost of the trailer to do two things.
Yes, okay.
So then you're not actually looking at buying two trailers, right? So your inventory goes down, but it's accomplishing two things.
I'm absolutely, I'm at the very beginning stages of this, so I'm willing to learn and listen to anything.
It's like a good lunch date option.
Mr. Mayor,
And
I was just curious about the first line about the no clerk position. So we didn't have a clerk, then we got a clerk, and now we don't have a clerk. Why don't we need a clerk? Sorry,
Well,
I'm just
Because I figured out
Would
that,
it be correct?
because Casey helps me, and between the two of us, we find the time, and we have the skill set between the two of us, because Casey's a brilliant young man, and he's very computer savvy and all that. Between the two of us, we've been able to handle it.
They're very organized.
Well, let's.
I have some management experience,
Yeah.
not in this field, not anything, but I understand how to prioritize, and I understand what deadlines are all about, so, you know, I get it.
Our previous public works manager got us through the emergency stuff, and, did a very good job getting us through the last 4 years. And, and a clerk worked for him very well. When he wanted to go into other things, which is awesome, then we didn't need the position, and then when we elevated Chris to management, along with Casey to lead hand, then, they were able to move forward with what we wanted them to do. But we got through the ugly in 4 years with Mr. Curia.
And all I can say is so far so good. I mean, you know, if Cindy and them.
I don't wanna see you guys struggle, that's
Yeah,
all.
no.
I'm just curious as to.
No, we're not struggling. I can honestly tell you.
Yeah, no, and from my side of things, I love him.
We need a health and wellness day for everybody.
Anytime you can, reduce your, expenses for, wages, salaries, that's a good
Well,
thing.
sometimes you need that patch over work, because everybody's, when you're, and I'm saying this from experience, when your municipality is in crisis, you need the crisis people. You need to be able to patch, fix, do anything, get things going, you need to do anything at all costs. Once you're stabilized now, those patch folks, no matter who they are, what department they're from, they realize, okay, I want to move on to something else, and that's what happened here, and fully supportive. So now we're on a different plane because we're stable. So we're just moving from crisis now to stability.
And looking long-term, not in the
That's
minute, right?
Well, and that's the other thing. So everything I do for Cindy, Casey knows how to do. So it's not just me, you know, you've already got somebody else. We, in Public Works, we have nobody who knows just one thing, except the grader, and that's changing this winter. After this winter, there'll be 2 more guys who know how to run grader. But other than that, there's not one thing that we do that only one person knows how to do. We've shared it, we've all learned it together.
We can succession plan, and you can't when you're in crisis mode, it's not even worth it. But now we're able to succession plan, and that's what we've been doing this year, is moving that way, so. This is
Even young
evolution.
Cole, we're grooming him on everything.
Evolution of
everything.
Just tell them not to peel up somebody's grass. We'll hear about it.
Okay,
Okay.
Oh, well.
so that's, does anybody have any more questions about that part of public work?
No, I don't think so.
Actually, I had one.
Oh, I was gonna sing the song.
What is your question?
So it's relating back to the last meeting. Why didn't we have a report from Public Works?
Because they're just getting used to doing the reporting, and not only that, we had, I didn't ask them for it because in the middle of organization and that, so you'll start getting them fully in January.
That's the report, some of our
Something
team
report.
stuff.
Yeah.
I'll take credit, or take the blame for that, Kevin, I'm sorry.
No, it's not a matter of blame.
It's gotta be some habit.
Yeah, I didn't require it for this time. You
No,
guys
no.
had enough on your plate, but starting
For
January.
the same reason that we did,
Required.
Yeah.
Tracy and Daryl put in what they had
It was a
done
new thing.
for the month, or where they'd attended to. Well,
We
I
don't
didn't.
do anything.
We didn't.
Really?
Really? I didn't, because I didn't know that we were supposed to have one of those in.
It's okay, that's fine.
No, it's all organizational
Let's
things
move on.
and
This is
stuff.
it.
Okay, so water, wastewater. Additional backup for water treatment plant operator brought in-house. The wages, you'll see, have gone up, due to that. Contracted services fall as the backup is internal. So they kind of, not quite offset each other, but almost.
In and out.
Almost.
Pretty close. Yeah, I can provide the current contractor with their extrication notice for December 31st now, because Mr. Dempster now has his level 1 waterways.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but when we were contracting out both services, days, and, it was like,
175 a year.
there you go, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Okay, and then materials increase for meter installations, sewer flushing, and wet well cleaning. So these are all, sewer flushing isn't a one-time hit, but it shouldn't be as much going forward, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Sewer flushing hasn't been routine, it needs to become routine. The more routine it becomes, the less you need to do it, the less time you need to spend on it. And the other thing is, over time, we need to camera all our sewer lines. It can't be done in a year or 2 or 3, it's really expensive. But I'm gonna try to do sections of town and camera them. Why? Because one day I'd like to know exactly what we need to work on for the future, what lines need to be bored, what lines need to be, linered, put before other ones, and right now we don't have a clue. So, or some clues, but.
I have a question, Chris, does sewer flushing, will that remedy some of the stagnant, like when they go into my washer and it almost makes you pass out because it smells like sulfur or whatever it is, very chemically? Or is that gonna be somewhat rectified with the dead end at that street?
Sewer should
Okay,
have
the
nothing
sewer
to do with
flushing
your
would
water.
have to affect in a positive manner, but definitely the dead end is always gonna affect it.
For the washers,
Again,
okay.
Yeah.
as you can imagine, it goes there and
Just sit.
any pressure, you know, it's just kind of, it doesn't have anywhere to go.
Yeah, I run the wash cycle, like, that
Yeah.
4-hour
Yeah.
cleaning cycle on my washer every week, because it's just, otherwise it's
It will
not.
I
help us.
think between routine sewer flushing and getting rid of that dead end,
Yeah.
I think that'll be the cat's butt.
Okay.
Okay, Carrie, you know where I live. I mean, I can't believe that you guys have that problem, because I don't.
Yeah.
Oh, it's bad.
Yeah,
Like,
it's
sometimes
bad.
it smells like if you light a match in the laundry room, you're going up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's bad.
So meter installations are budgeted at 35,000, that's to finish installing the last bit of meters that we have. We tried to do it in-house, it's nobody's fault, it's just the time commitment, trying to get in people's houses. We could do it, but it's been 2 years in the making, and I need it done. And the way we have to bill, because we have 2 systems, it's taking all day to bill now, to do water bills, and more mistakes happen because we have to inactivate a whole bunch to do half the bills, and then we have to reactivate and then manually enter their meter reads. It's like a nightmare.
Well, and the problem we as a team encountered is you can make an appointment with someone that they're either not there, or they change their mind, or they're not there when you could get there, or they won't let you in. That's
Or we
the
have
problem.
something come up that the boys have to go to,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Or they don't answer.
No, they won't answer the
No matter what you
phone.
leave on their door, no matter how many.
We'll have to get legal to get
They
it
won't
in
answer.
some, yeah.
Where's that on
I've
here
even
for
been
cost?
refused access.
It would be in contracted,
Water and sewer?
or actually water and sewer meter, it's under other goods and supplies, I believe.
Material goods and supplies?
Yeah,
And you're estimating what?
35 for that.
And that will finish it?
Yeah,
Yes,
that'll include the plumbing and everything.
yes.
We'll look at a red seal plumber to come in and do it, and they'll have to make all the appointments and everything.
So there's already 30 homes that I've tried to do that require a plumber.
Yeah.
And by that, I mean either soldering or quick connects or whatever, but beyond our skill set and beyond any chance we want to take and, you know, flooding or whatever. But anyway, so you've got those. Now, we haven't even started hitting Madison. That's all going to be newer stuff that'll require probably with the, what do you call the quick connects, Kev, the plastic? You know what I mean?
Yeah, you don't wanna be using them though.
Yeah, so anyway, so it's not just a case of not finding the time. We also will need to have a plumber in to do a whole pile. We're estimating probably 80 of what's left anyway, out of 200, let's say. So, you know, at least, so. But the other thing is, yeah, we weren't meeting the timelines and we were struggling, and I accept the help.
Okay, so that will help you also on billing and time-wise?
100%.
So the 35,000 actually can be offset by the time and the aggravation that you guys are encountering with billing.
I would agree.
Those girls are so stressed. I mean, even though they have 5 days to get the bills out, like, they always want it done in a day. And I'm always like, nobody's gonna die, you guys. It's okay, we have a day. We can take a day.
But like I said,
But-
it'll just, the cost-wise actually comes
Yeah,
down.
well, then they can do other things. Like, right now, they're not
Exactly.
able to do everything.
Okay.
because they're, yeah.
That RFP will go out in February, so we can, hire the proponents in March, and then the installation will be April 1st to June 30th, because you can't do this in the winter.
Yeah, that's the other thing, it's seasonal.
Yeah.
And, I mean, and we have to have 2 guys for every install, because you can't go into a home.
No, by yourself.
For many reasons, but most importantly, because if something goes wrong, you want somebody else to.
Nothing goes wrong, does it, Chris?
No, never.
Never.
The only way you get away with one person is if you have a body camera.
So, and for the record, we only have 3 full-time people, so, and a part-timer.
Yeah.
It made it a little challenging.
So then the sewer flushing, I believe, was 30, no, what did you have, 35 in there?
I budgeted, I believe, 30. I think you and I might have talked about it and raised it to 35, but yes. And so that's literally every sewer line in town getting done once. And there may be some money left over on that figure. If there is, I will ask whether we can spend it on cameraing or whether you guys say, no, that's good for this year. But At some point, we need to start hammering a little bit every year. I'll leave that to you guys.
And then, wet well cleaning is at $65,000. That well has cost us.
Okay, but that well.
You got a question?
Sorry, Kevin first.
Okay, so I get the wet well, I understand all that. Materials included in the sewer flushing. Why is that a separate item? When our town guys are getting paid by the hour, is that not included in part of their?
We don't have a sewer flusher.
We don't have a sewer flusher, contract,
We don't own one.
it's contract work.
There's no sewer flusher.
So you guys aren't doing that?
No,
No,
no.
and it hasn't been done.
So you guys would have been flushing lines, just flushing water lines, that's it? Not just-
Well, we flush lines, but I got a hot seat. That's-
Yeah, no,
that's not clean.
you're doing two separate things, is what I'm saying, so when you guys are on the books and you're working by the hour, you're doing the flushing hydrants and stuff, sewer is totally separate.
Yeah, so you gotta.
That's what I was trying to clarify.
It is separate, but more importantly.
But because you don't have the
I
equipment.
And who does that for you, Chris?
Because if we did have a sewer flusher, Kevin, we would absolutely be doing it on our way.
Yeah, 100%, I'm just
And
looking
maybe
at,
someday, let's get one, you know.
I'm just looking at the budget.
Who does that for you? Is that CV Max? Nope.
Well, I will get you guys quotes. I've already got, Supreme Vac and CB Max who are both willing to do it. I haven't asked them for a quote, but I can tell you they both ballpark me around 30 grand, a little under. I went over. One was 27, one
Yeah.
was 28, I think. Okay. And that's to do the entire town.
Yeah, they can do it quick,
Well, 5 days,
yeah, that's
to be
quick.
honest.
And that's a one-time shot?
Once
For
a
the
year,
Once a year.
every year, minimum.
Okay.
Yes. If I had a sewer flusher, I'd be doing it twice a year, because that's what.
No, I get that, it's just when we go to vote on the budget,
Yeah.
I wanna know this is totally separate, it's not being done and has to be.
It's not an in-house function.
Exactly.
That's right.
So I just want some clarity here.
Absolutely. And, you know, we can look at, okay, we're spending 30 grand a year, well, in 5 years, we might have bought a sewer flusher, but I mean, they're worth $500,000, so.
And we've got
We're not
bigger
getting
things
one of
to
those.
venture.
We got some roads.
Brand auction, who knows? Maybe something will show up.
Yeah, the wet well, for those of you who don't know what the wet well is, it's down at the river intake. It was, I don't even know, full of sand.
Well, it's river bottom and
Never been cleaned in 10 years.
Yeah, it was probably already spent.
25?
25.
Last time was Esso?
25 years, it's never been cleaned. So basically, you have a line that comes in from the river that fills the bulk tank, then we have the new pumps. As Donna mentioned, we just put a new one in yesterday. After 25, and sand comes in with it, that's just the way it goes. After 25 years, you had 6 feet. 6 feet.
You didn't find Jimmy Hoffa
on
on
that
that.
tank.
Yeah.
And I have pictures and video of everything.
And the back truck is $6,000 a day.
Yes, the vac truck is
There's no debt in it.
$6,000 a day, and you have to have a diver, which is $2,500 a day. We figure 5 to 7 days to finish the tank. Why is this important? Because as long as we're stuck in sand through those brand-new pumps, we're not doing them any favors. Here's my hope. We get it all clean once. Again, we're fighting 25 years submersible pump, which will pump out the water. So in the future, this is the way I'm planning it, we can shut the valve manually, so we don't need the diver. We suck out the water, so we don't need any help for that. So now we're doing it in-house, and then we can monitor it every year on a basis, do it once in the summer, see how much sand did we get this year. It'll vary with the river flow and all that, as I understand from the diver, but we can get used to it. And then what I'm hoping is it ends up that once a year or once every other year, we take 1 day, suck all the water out, we get that vac truck in for 1 day, and it costs us $8,500 a year, and he takes the sand out. Again, that might be once every 2 years, might be once every 3 years, we have to kind of see.
So just start a maintenance program on.
That's
Amen.
correct,
Amen.
and that's, you know, you hit the nail on the head. This is all about maintenance programs, so, and you're gonna hear that a lot from my budget. Valve exercising, sewer flushing, tanks that need to be taken care of. Why? So that these huge $80,000 pumps last us 30 years, you know what I mean? Like, let's be smart about it, and let's get it down to where our resources can basically take care of the cleanup.
Yeah,
you know?
from a maintenance perspective, not from a crisis management perspective, right?
So, and I did budget, when I said 65 to finish the tank, I budgeted high. I'm really hoping it's gonna be, you know, maybe even less than 50, but I shouldn't say that out loud, but
No,
I'm optimistic.
well, and I think that's smart, Chris, considering how much it's cost us already, because we're like trying to get,
Well,
we couldn't get it out, we couldn't, there's
Absolutely,
so
to
many
put it in
things that.
perspective, we spent 30 grand already,
Yeah.
and we did about a third of the job.
Well, we spent more than that from previous, like,
Yes,
trying to figure out how to get it out.
Yes,
And then we finally found a back truck that had a long enough,
yeah, well, it's a super vac, they
There's
have,
a circulator inside, so you don't end up with cement.
yeah, and they have air boosters and stuff, so they can, most vac trucks can't draw from
No,
that far down, but,
no.
I mean, there were so many things learned on that job. When we started, it was a 50-foot well, well, I got a news flash, it's not, it's
35, isn't it?
38 or something. Well, it's 419 inches, whatever that is. That's how deep that well is. Sorry, I have it in inches. So there was lots of things that were learned. You know, when we started, we were told we had 15 feet of sand in there. Well, guess what? It's only 6. And believe me, that's a blessing. I know it doesn't sound like it. That's a blessing.
all right.
All right, let's move on to,
Next one.
Thanks, Debbie.
Waste management's pretty self-explanatory. The new waste program increases contracted collection costs and garbage fees increase to align with the new program cost. The program remains pretty much cost neutral overall. It has a modest net revenue because we don't know what tipping fees are gonna do. Tipping fees are gonna go up, and then we would be constantly changing the rate of garbage, and we don't wanna do that to people because they don't like that.
I was just saying, no, don't do that.
No, we can't control the waste.
Even the fact that they had no garbage increase since 2013 and $8 was a big deal, so. I don't
Which
wanna-
5 will come off in 2027.
27.
Maybe even late 2026, I was told. but
Okay,
I'm not
so-
saying 26.
So, yeah, so anyways, that's garbage. It's the contract, we recover the cost. Next, Jesse, please. Planning and development, so this is, Cindy?
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
So I get, this is coming back to transparency, okay, guys? I get when we had the waste management thing go back and forth and blah, 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 Facebook and everything else. I think where you guys made a mistake, my opinion, is you said it's gonna come down to $8 when it was $12 or whatever it was.
It's $8.
$8, but then it's gonna come down.
It'll come down to 5, because recycling is coming off in 2027.
Okay, so my question is, why don't you just say it till 2027?
We did,
We did.
we did.
People are getting confused on that.
Because Kevin, people,
I don't,
they don't read.
Cindy,
They don't read.
I get that, but why don't you just start simplifying the information that you're putting out to people?
Well, and I think maybe the monthly summary from a counselor may assist with that, right?
Exactly.
Because, I mean,
But we have to watch what we say, because then we can
We
be
do.
contradicting what they're.
and I know, and I'll bring this back, because it's, at this point, it's somewhat comical, but how many times did people have to fucking be told Thor was not paid for by the town or taxes, right? Like, the information was out there in 20 different ways.
And they still said it was
They
paid
still
for by
think
the
it's paid
town.
Some people still think the town paid for it.
Yeah.
You know, or their taxes paid for it. So, so hopefully we can, by trying this new, you know, this month there'll be an update from the mayor and then maybe the deputy mayor or whatever, in the newspaper, not online, maybe people will act, more people. will
I mean, I had one resident tell me when I was campaigning that he was told that there's a third one coming.
A third what?
Third bid.
Third bid.
Never said that.
And
That
How
never
many
came
people
out.
wanted that little one?
They wanted the little one, and that's, so it gets out there that a third one's coming.
No, they
The little one that they were talking about. they
Yeah, and
were-
some people had put online that they want a recycle bin, but you know what the problem with the recycle bin is?
Yeah.
Calgary did it, and they had more contamination in their recycle bin, so nothing went to recycle, because they contaminated it, they
Yeah,
just.
but we don't care about Calgary, like.
Well,
No,
we have been
but
transparent.
Kevin, when people ask why we're not getting a recycle bin, I have to say, because this is why, and that's, so, there's the example. Calgary tried a recycle bin.
Reference point.
They have to
And-
relate to something, yes.
And then it was contaminated, that's why we're not doing bins for
Yeah.
recycle.
But I think you're right that, you know, that if we do this article, yeah, Donna, go ahead.
One of the things we do when we put out, we put out an article, no matter if it's, Facebook, wherever, we kincade it. What kincading means is you take a look at what you're writing, and is it at a grade 8 level? Because people, when they get out of school, they interpret and they listen at a grade 8 level. Everything we sent has been kincaded at a grade 8 level. I can't get it down any lower.
It's transparent.
Well, and part of
My
the,
point, again, is if it's $8 and it's coming down, that's the way the majority of people think. It, in 2027, whatever year it is, it's gonna be cheaper.
yes.
Why not? It's $8 until 2027, period, end of story.
Can't do that in case that's out of my control, that date. We're hoping it could be 2026, so if I put out 2027 happens in 2026, they're mad. If I say 2026, just look what happened to me with the bulk.
But you already put in a timeline when you said 2027.
We said by the end of
By the end of
2027.
2027.
So that's what I'm getting at, so why don't you just.
So if I've
leave
already,
that?
so I don't understand how I could have said it, the recycle charge will come off sometime in 2027.
Why not just leave that bit out? And then when it does come and you can knock it off, then you go out to the public and you look good. Oh, we're dropping the rates by $2 or $3 or whatever it is.
Because it
Then you look better.
Because, well, I don't think you look better, I'm being transparent, you want me to be transparent, I'm telling everybody what's happening from the very beginning.
You're never gonna make everybody
You're not.
happy with what is out there.
No.
They see what they want to see, read what they want to read.
Yeah.
And
what they
you just
do
put out there what you
is
know
they
is
read
best.
the first line, they get angry,
Yeah.
and they shut their brain off. That's what happens, and they don't read the rest. So you're never gonna satisfy, and I've learned in this position, the 4 people that complain, you cannot cater to the 4 people on Facebook that are complaining. Because if you do that, you'll never stop. 95% of the people in this town are not upset, 5% are.
These are arguments for regular council as well, not for the budget here. So Jesse, what did you want?
So I just want to say on a positive note, every person that I find that has come in, and wanted to talk about it, that I've ever had a conversation with, has left understanding, has left being okay with it, has left knowing that, you know, by the end of 2027, hopefully things will get even better for them. Not that obviously an increase is better for them ever, but will at least not be $8 forever. Yeah, and then again, right after the initial wave, it's died down here at the office. We don't get the calls.
Yep.
And for a very quick clarification, sorry, Your Worship,
Yep.
this whole recycling thing is an Alberta government regulation.
Well, it is, it's
Come on, whether we liked it or not.
I mean, the thing in California, the other day, they have the police go into everybody's garbage can.
Yeah.
Make sure they're recycling properly.
They're doing in Leduc.
And this is in the States, so I mean, it's coming here too.
No.
Yeah.
It is. Careful, Audrey, put the right stuff in there.
When I have a concrete.
And they're leaving a message behind, and if you're not recycling properly, they put it in, and it says, oops, didn't do this right. So, anyhow, it's great discussion, but, let's go on with the budget here.
Okay, so back to planning and development.
Okay.
Increased contract, the only thing that's really changed in this budget is the increased contractor charges anticipated from the new development and the work she has to do on that, and an updated MDP.
Municipal development.
Yeah, the municipal development plan. We didn't include any revenue, from a new development because A, we don't have technically, as far as we're concerned, it's not happening yet. So I don't want to plan for it if it's not, you know what I mean? We don't even have their.
We'll plan for it once we have a development permit quite a ways down the road.
Yeah, so. Any questions?
I'll just clarify, municipal development plan is a legislative document. We have to have one along with the land use bylaw. So that if we get a challenge from a development permit, let's say, or subdivision permit, we can safely know that we have those 2 legislative documents, and then we go to the Regional Subdivision Appeal Board, or then that board, because I've been on one for 6 years, can only take those 2 legislative documents as part of their decision-making. So it's no he said, she said, none of that. It's, did we follow those developments, those 2 documents of council? So we're due to do a new MVP. We're not behind or anything, we're just due.
Okay, thank you.
So under planning and development, Doug, got to your 30,760.
No, that was the actual in 2024. You have to go to the 2026 budget column.
Yeah.
So it's gone to 48,625.
So it went up $13,000.
Okay, so I know I'm dyslexic, you just told me you guys aren't doing anything with that, so why are we looking at budgeting $48,000?
That's for the contractor, that's for Liz.
The floor planner.
That's the second line down, Kevin. The top line has ...
Yeah.
Little tiny hyphens there.
Okay, so the 48,000 is going to Liz.
Yes.
Plan.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Contract planner, yeah.
Okay, next slide, please. Recreation, culture, and CSS.
Kelly's been waiting patiently.
I know, she has. Having a nap back there.
In that corner, stuck in that corner.
Wakey.
So we're mostly gonna talk rec because all the other, budgets haven't really changed. We haven't changed them, so, complex traffic and service demands require additional staffing. And Kelly will talk to all of this in a second. So grants to boards adjusted, library requested a reduction of $11,000, and historical society, requested an increase of $4,000. User fee revenue increases driven mainly by higher ice rates and more bookings. I would say too, the ice is more booked. And then the county contributes to fund 62% of those rec and library. That's not operating costs, that's actually wrong. It's the deficit of operating.
In that.
Yeah, the net.
Yeah.
So Kelly, do you wanna, or do you guys have questions for Kelly?
No, I mean, I think there's been some really positive changes.
I think this is one of our busiest years at that arena.
This is our busiest
Yeah,
year, yeah. The hockey arena, yeah, we budgeted, was it 125 for revenue for this year? That was an increase for 2025. And as of the last variance report, we're sitting at 155 of actual revenue that we've got in.
Fantastic.
So something we did as far as arena rates with previous council is we set a subsidy rate, because even though our revenue is increasing, we're still, arenas operating at a loss. That's just what it is. But it's, how much, the determination has to be how much does council want to subsidize those rates. So we have 3 different rates. We have our minor local rates, so that's our kids playing from Thorsby. Then we have our non-local minor, which is like Leduc would be our primary user. And then we have our adult rate. And so council we determined what, we did our best calculation, what the actual cost per hour is to operate the rink. I've actually I haven't even shared this with you, Cindy, I've been working on this last week. So right now, what I figure is the cost per sellable hour is about $315 an hour to operate that facility, to operate the ice rink. That includes staffing the building and everything like that. And then the subsidy rates that we have in place is for adults, we're only subsidizing 25% of rates. For non-local minors, we're subsidizing 30%. And for local minors, we subsidize 50%. So most of the taxpayer money is going towards the kids.
The local minors.
What I will bring to you guys in the future, and I'm not sure when the appropriate meeting is when we do the user fees, but
It'll actually be a count.
yeah, we need to look at increasing our rates. So if we keep the same subsidy model, we need to increase our hourly rates about 25% for each level. So when we do our user fees, I'll bring that back to you guys for approval, and I can break it down in more detail for you. So I budgeted for 165 in revenue for next year for arena rental, but I am hoping it actually will come in higher than that. But when we do the increase for the arena rates, those won't come into effect until September. So that's the only difference. The hockey season doesn't align with our budget calendar. It's a September through March calendar. So
you're losing 50%
no,
on your ice?
just for our local minors, our taxes are subsidizing at 50%, yeah.
Okay.
I will say though that our local minor is not our biggest user by any means. Our non-local minor is hands down our biggest user. Yeah, our local minor, probably about 39,000. I have 39,000 as an average what they would be for a year versus non-local minors, about 90,000.
That's 62%. Is that, I thought it was 60.
No, it's actually 62. Yeah.
It always has been 62?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I don't know where
we always
I got
say 60, I
60
think, because it's easier. just around the number. So that's also a very important, number.
Because we say 60/40.
Yeah, 60/40 split.
That's what I always thought.
Yeah.
We don't say 62/38.
I do.
Okay, all right, and the hours the same?
Our hours are the same. I have increased our staffing budget, but that is more for during the hockey season. I need support during the day. I can't be running the front counter anymore. Like, we would kind of split it up where the couple busy days, we would have some staff come in, but I'm budgeting for, more full-time support. Not full-time support, but just more support during the hockey season.
So I just run by this here, but it was suggested by me, by one of the minor hockey dads, that we have, ice in the rink all year long. Okay, I don't need to hear anymore, okay?
You know what, it's something worth exploring. I know Warburg put their ice in August. I don't think they even came close to, well, first of all, you're never doing a cost recovery with ice. You're always losing money. So Warburg, they definitely lost a lot of money on the ice that they put in August. Where I see the benefit more would be extending your season into April or May and getting the spring hockey, because the spring hockey is big, big, big.
Yeah, okay.
But until we understand better how the utilities and stuff like that go with it, I wouldn't touch it now and I wouldn't do it unless I knew we could sell a lot of ice, right? So that energy management program that I'm just currently in, that's taking us until June, and after this, I will have a much better grasp of being able to explore that option for 2027, but not.
All right.
Yeah,
Don?
I can just tell you from my experience, even with curling ice, when I was president of the Leduc Curling Club, and that's a big club, they wanted ice, we had to put ice in August for the Little Rocks curling, the junior curling, right? It was good, barely. It was raining in there all the time, the humidity, and we had all the fans, we had everything we ever needed, and it was a nightmare. It just looked like a bunch of people were in the rafters peeing on the ice. It was awful. Just the humidity.
Leduc has ice all year round, don't
But
they?
they have a different
Yeah,
type
they built a brand new building.
But don't forget, they have a new building now from when I was president.
But I mean, also though, from Warburg, whatever, when they put their ice in August, I didn't hear anything good about the ice at all.
No, the quality of the ice was definitely not there. And actually, because we had such a warm fall, a lot of facilities struggled with their ice.
No, it makes sense. I just wanted to hear from you.
Well, if there's no hockey season going on, then you've got nobody to fill the ice.
Yeah, like you don't want to.
Not gonna be public skaters.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we give public skating free, and you don't want just a couple hours a night. Like right now, we're selling from 4:30 upwards to 11:30, depending on the days, right? Like, so you need to be selling a good chunk of ice to make it worthwhile.
Gotta make it pretty, we're not wasteful like the city that just with their ice.
We can't screw up our reputation, because we have a reputation for having fast ice.
A good ice.
Best ice in the county, yes.
Yeah.
Better ice than Leduc.
We have teams that practice at that new NISQ arena.
The private one, yeah.
And they're coming to our facility and saying our ice is way better than Silent Ice. And that's a brand new state-of-the-art facility, but it's warmer too, so it makes a big difference.
Big difference. We just know how to do it.
All right, thank you. Anything else, anybody? Good stuff. I hear nothing but good stuff.
Thank you.
Okay, next slide. So I just want to talk a little bit about reserves right now. So the current restricted reserves are just over $1 million. Unrestricted are $935. The projected unrestricted reserves at the end of 2025 is $956,000. Current budget, which we will talk about the capital right away here, proposes using, that's supposed to go to 450. I forgot to change that one this morning too. I was changing so many things, I missed that. So 450 of unrestricted reserves to fund the capital. So at the end of 2026, this number is correct. Is estimated at $537,000 would be the unrestricted reserve. Our restricted isn't changing right now. Okay, you can go to the next slide, please. So Just so you guys know, each 17,134 of operating shortfall equals a 1% municipal tax increase. All costs are projected, so 2027 forward is just 2% added on every year. 2026 tax impact, that's supposed to be 0. We've changed the budget a few times, so now it's back down to 0.
That's my fault.
No, that's okay. I should have changed that this morning. And assessment growth and changes in assessed value are not yet reflected. So I've just done the budget at 2025 assessments, so the assessments we got for this current year at the current mill rate. But I did get a little email from Grant, our assessor, and I just about fell off my chair. Because assessments are projected to go up 6.5%. That's what he's got, which is, that'll bring an extra $100,000 of revenue into Thorsby just from that. So, this is why I just want to push, because they're going to see a 6.5% increase just from assessment. So I don't want...
Which is beyond our control.
Which is beyond our control, that has nothing to do with us, that's the value of their houses increasing. So some of that is new, like that new building that came in, right? So that'll be on there this year. So some of it is growth, not a lot, but some. And then some of it's inflation is how they call it in the assessment world. So I worked really hard, or we all worked really hard to try to find ways to fund this budget with like a 0% increase. Next slide, Jeff. So what's changed? Protective services expenses rise due to updated RCMP levy and police officer costs. Public Works, again, sees a reduced material spending. Wastewater costs increase. Those are a couple one-time fees totaling $100,000. The waste management is what's changed. Rec and culture, basically just staffing has changed. Several debt repayments finish in 2026, and capital funding dips as unused grant funding has been maximized. So we've used up all the stuff that we've stockpiled or will this year, and then it'll stabilize over, and I'm just projecting on those because I only have, it's called LGFF now, not MFI. So I only have LGFF to 2026. I have nothing beyond that, and I don't even have CCBF, which is from the federal government through the province. That was 100,000, like 106 for 2025, and we didn't even get that number until like well into 2025. Like I didn't know that number until like literally like September.
So one big question.
Yeah.
What do you think we're gonna get for a remote water station?
Well, I've only budgeted $30,000.
How much?
30.
Conservative.
Because I don't know.
No, that's what I mean, it's unknown, we don't know what we're gonna get.
If I budget too much and we don't get it, like.
Let's just say that that thing just goes off the charts and we get 100,000.
That'd be great.
That'd be great.
I'm
I'm just looking at the one in Leduc, man. I see that every week, and they're lined up at 8 o'clock in the morning, 4 or 5 of them, and I think some of those people from whom I hear, a lot of people from Calmar and places like that are just waiting for this. Donna's got a guy that's coming in her office every week waiting for this thing.
And just so you know, the one keypad is in, the other one hopefully, maybe this week, I don't know, I've got to email the guy again. But the Moneris part or the Monex or whoever's doing it, is all set up, so the keypad will work now, like the credit card readers will work. And, so we should be good to go here in the next.
Oh, probably week and a quarter.
Yeah.
We'll get that.
2 weeks at the most, I'm thinking.
That would be really nice, we get that going, because we don't know what that's gonna do.
No, I don't. So I budget conservatively until we kind of get a history, right? And then.
Well, I've heard from the Devon area.
Yep.
The north side, whatever, because the water is all horrible over there. And they haul water all the time, everybody. They're waiting for this to open.
And I hear from a lot of the farmers, a lot of the Calmar area,
What does our current one bring in, roughly?
About 15,000 a year, roughly, not even maybe 10.
Just one moment, please.
If you pick up the coins out of the gravel, you'll probably get more.
Did you say it's pretty good?
No.
When we're rolling the quarters that come in? Salt water sales. This year actually has been a lot better this year's bulk water has been, like, we're year-to-date, so this was September, year-to-date, we were 13,000. That's the most I've seen since I've been here. Last year was 6, like 2024.
Yeah.
The year before that was 67, the year before that was 62.
So I mean,
So 13 is way more than
Yeah,
normal.
so if you take 13 and then roughly do you know what our maintenance cost on that was? To keep it running?
depends how bad.
Depends how many people wreck it.
I'm not joking, I'm asking.
I'll tell you why we're laughing, no, you'll laugh when we hear this too, because we got one guy that keeps breaking it. Right, every time he breaks it, and the next time he breaks it.
$1,200 last time.
$1,200. He keeps running into the dang thing, that's why we're laughing.
Are you billing them for it, if you know who's breaking it?
Well, next time he's gonna get billed for it, but.
So you're not billing them?
Well, we don't have a
The
final,
new
we know
one
who it
you
is,
won't be able
but
to
unless you
put.
got a camera there, we're screwed, right? So we're not.
So what does it cost you last year to maintain it, roughly?
What did we have, 2 breaks on it last year, Chris?
Was it last year or the year before?
I think this year's been pretty good,
I
actually. I don't
think
think it's been
this
down.
year, I'm gonna say almost zero.
Yeah, last year was about 2 or 3.
1,000 maybe.
No, 2 or 3 breaks.
But at least, I mean, that's something to.
Yeah, no, and I know, like,
You could put a
we've
number.
talked,
No.
but by April, I might have a better idea, like, we'll see where we are at spring adjustments, and if that revenue is already 30, then I can, you know what I
Then we
mean?
can spend more money.
No, the answer's
I
no.
love your mindset though.
Okay,
So that's gonna be operational when?
Hopefully the next couple of weeks, we're just waiting for one more keypad,
One more keypad. That's it, everything's in and ready to
because
go.
apparently you need a keypad on each side.
Well, the expense.
No, actually,
And how is that keypad?
the credit card.
Yeah.
What kind of credit card?
And then
Debit,
they give you
Visa?
your
No, it's just
credit.
credit cards.
No, I think debit, I think it'll take debit,
That's not what we were told at training to double check on.
I'll double check, but
Maybe like
They'll take a
debit
Visa
credit.
debit.
Yeah,
it'll take a
Visa
Visa
debit, I think it's credit card, we'll double check on that.
But then you don't have to money.
No, well, there's no money, like, we
there's no
didn't want
money.
any money, because somebody could break into it, we didn't want cash in there, so it's credit card reader or online account.
Set it
You
online.
can set up an online account, prepay, and you can go fill up your,
It's like a UFA card lock or a.
Yeah,
co-op
same,
card
same
lock.
difference.
You help yourself.
yeah.
There's no money on
Prepaid.
So that's being Wi-Fi'd from that plant?
They just said that,
Yeah, if you have an account online, you set it up, and
Too
you
many people are
prepay.
talking.
Yeah. So that's all.
No payment, for payment.
Oh, payment comes through the keypad, through.
Monex into our bank account.
From there, and then it comes into our account.
Just like a bank machine, like a
Yeah,
debit machine, yeah.
It comes right into our bank account.
And maintenance on that?
On the credit card reader?
Yeah, on the machine, just for the IT for the first little bit?
just, the only thing you're gonna have your electrical bill for it, that's it, right, to power.
No, but there's gotta be some bugs that are still gonna be worked out on it.
It's a normal machine.
Keypad.
Keypads, like, they use it all the time, so I don't know.
Is there cameras set up over there?
Not yet.
There will be.
There will be.
They, Flow Point's gonna provide training, they're gonna, any.
Yeah, we've already done the training,
We've already done
I've already
that.
done the training, yeah, so I just have to do we're just gonna do up a little manual, so when people come in and ask how to set up their accounts, that we can just hand them a
Yeah.
sheet that's step by
But
step.
they will provide some services for us. too.
Yeah.
And we'll give all of you as council some of those sheets too, how to set up, if somebody asks you, just hand them a sheet.
Yeah.
And our insurance is updated on that.
Hopefully could be set, I'm hoping I'm gonna be surprised.
Well, yes, and I hope I am, but I
I'm
just,
working on that.
I don't like to, I'm a conservative budgeter, because I'd rather be under. Like, I'd rather have extra money than not enough.
Right now, it's different.
Okay,
So, but hopefully by April, we'll have a better idea, and I can project what I think it's gonna be. Okay, so the capital budget for sorry, Kevin?
As well as, sorry, Donna and I were having a side discussion here. Any thoughts on cement pad for there?
And that's half for, I don't understand.
For the water?
For the bulk water.
The floor?
Well, I believe you guys were talking about that as maybe a future thing, because you also had to do the road out there at some point.
Yeah,
We were just talking about what Jerry said.
Oh,
Yeah.
Like, if you're hoping for more traffic and more walk through and everything else, that water is a good way of dissipating that freaking parking lot and everything
Oh,
else.
there's a storm drain there for sure. We just have to go with it a little bit, we'll keep watching on it, we'll keep an eye on it, it's just gonna be a little more of our eyeball time on it. Maybe next year, the year after, might get us a pad ready to go.
oh, that's funny.
That's clear. We just couldn't afford it, but it is in the.
no, I think you're absolutely right, I mean, we're just gonna monitor, see how it goes, and, certainly, if we get some money, then
Well, that's right.
next year, for, just see what it does first, right?
Salting it.
Yeah, I'm just curious if that was put into the
Yep.
equation.
It was at the start, yes, it
Yeah,
is.
exactly, and,
And then what are you gonna do with the parking that's there?
Jesse?
Parking's already worked out, we just got a fence, all the truck
Oh, he's good?
turns
Okay.
are done through engineering. We'll just fence it when we're ready, before we're ready to start, but we know we have to fence it.
So Arctic Squaw will have some of that, I get that part.
Yeah, they're aware, they have some of it towards 778.
Okay.
We're gonna
So-
fence it to that drainage ditch.
What about additional people just parking on that?
they won't be allowed
The
there.
truck, basically, is what he's talking.
Yeah, the big freaking white truck that blocks the view
Yeah.
of the machine.
He can.
I think they're okay where they are, to be honest with you, because the guy can they turn way before that, so we're just gonna have to play it by ear, like, once we get, did you not say that, Russell Warnock was gonna come in with his truck the furthest we got, it going?
Well, yes, for sure. He's just got to pick up, but we've done the turn radiuses. I've already talked to Mr. Viglanetti, that's his trucks. That are there. He can back them in where he does right now against 778, because we're not fencing all the way to 778. And when we worked with Arctic Spas way back when, with their representative, Mo, we said, we think you can park it, we're pretty confident. And then when Jared did all the turn radius templating, we can give them that spot, and they can park along there.
So they'll be parking close to the Arctic Spa side rather than on the corner.
So they'll be on the corner, all the way along there, there's enough room.
It's kind of blocking the view from the machine, isn't it?
We'll have a big sign.
Like, it's just.
Yeah, no, I hear you saying.
If they were to park or what agreement or whatever you've
But
done
the
with
sign
that-
won't go down, the sign.
No, I'm not talking about the sign,
Okay.
but where they're parking the truck, so if I'm driving down the highway this way, I'm not really seeing that because that big white truck's parked there. So whatever agreement you guys got, if you could change it or look at changing it, where you're gonna have parking for Arctic Spa, or let this guy still park his white truck there, but towards the back asset. So from the highway, you're seeing both views,
Yeah,
so you're not blocking the
that's not a
views.
big deal, it's not a big deal, we'll tell them where to park. Yeah, that's good.
Okay, do we need a motion to continue?
We do have to have a motion to continue past 3 o'clock. However long.
We just have capital. I'm sorry, you guys are having good discussion, don't get mad at me.
Well, now you wake up because it's 3 o'clock.
What do you mean? I was letting you go all the way through here, trying to keep it going.
And then we don't have to come back tomorrow, otherwise we have
See,
to.
suppose you believe an
Okay,
hour or
only
half an hour
Let's do an hour.
I think an hour,
to 4 o'clock? Thank you.
Yeah.
I would
Motion,
make that
please.
motion.
Motion to extend till 4 o'clock, Madam Clerk, by Councilor Tracy.
Okay,
All in favor?
All in favor, please vote. Thank you.
yeah, let's take a 5-minute break here.
Okay.
Excellent.
Just capital is easy, because you already talked about the
I want a
road.
cookie.
Better get them before they leave.
No, they're staying, they're all staying.
Oh, they're all gone.
Oh, they're hanging out?
Yeah, we get to keep the last of the wraps and there's a bunch of.
You probably take the.
That's what I wanted to make sure.
I've married to.
But yeah, the road was the biggest capital thing, and you guys already talked about it, so.
Now, this was.
We're bang right on here.
You know what, this is the best
Budget meeting we
budget
had.
meeting we've ever.
Would you agree,
we've ever
Tracy?
had. I agree.
Yeah, no, it's,
It's been very
very
collegial,
active,
very
yeah.
discussion orientated. I know it's a hard day, it's a long day, I get it.
Yeah, and it's new to these guys.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's kind of glazed over, like, oh, I don't know what we're talking about, but you're learning as you.
Well, and that's why I kind of tried to dumb it down at the beginning, like, this is how we budget, this
Yeah.
is what we're looking at, these things, and blah, 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 so that you know, I just wanted.
What is it, Debbie?
No, because you've
Kelly,
never
the other-
really
the other
spoken to it
thing-
before, right?
The other thing that they were telling me, and I,
Yeah.
guys,
Which is
probably
So this is your fourth budget, or did you do the first budget?
I did
Yeah.
2020,
He thinks that we should
One,
be
plan
making
budget,
dressing
plan.
rooms.
Yeah.
for little ones
2022,
and
2023,
big
2024.
ones. And I think,
yeah,
Okay.
I
I couldn't remember if Tamara did it or
yeah,
you
is that on
did.
the board?
So,
Yeah.
yeah, I couldn't remember how quick that happened, it was
Yeah.
really quick, right?
Yeah, and it was, like, we had, well, we basically adopted the facility upgrade that we want to do, so
Right.
because it was the end of December, and we had
two has
Yeah.
that,
I already have drawings for it all.
It was a horrific start.
you know, so they would be four,
Yeah.
like,
So,
So now, like, I've got this down to
correct, I know, and so
The
I'm
other three would
confident
be
in
bigger
you.
than
Yeah.
Daryl's confident in you, but now we've got
Like,
to
it would
build
be-
yeah.
these three,
It
so
needs to be
she knows what she's
prioritized.
doing.
Yeah.
but we have to start with her.
Yeah, the first year was like.
So,
question mark.
Donna,
And I worked with
Nice.
Dean, like, because the county needs to pony up more money, because we're a multi-purpose facility, like, what's their whole target in county.
idea,
They need
I
that.
gave you
Tell me what I called the mayor, I called them,
That complex.
so it was 29 when I called
We
them.
have 8 senior men.
Oh, my office at 10 o'clock, and I'm like, senior men,
well, even
$7,500.
whatever, a few.
Like, what am I gonna do?
Things that just kind of like, here's our golf course.
I have a
When you call it librarian stuff, I mean, I'm not all for it, sometimes I do like having the things right in there, understanding.
Yeah, for sure, the signage is all on
We had 8 and those dressing rooms, I remember going to those dressing rooms, and we ordered this, I mean, yeah, and that's still everything's all together. Patients, right, so then the occupants went and bought all the, doors and dressing rooms.
Yeah, that's why we do
Yeah,
your.
saw in there, we put them in there, we glued them in, you know? Well, there was a tournament, there was a senior men's tournament every weekend. Every one of the teams took a turn hosting.
Well, then, I mean, if she wants to run a very report, I think like, when they go to their first bus, like I said, every month.
Out of experience this year.
Well, so she heard you.
Picked up again last year, Cameron kind of pushing them out, so we just got.
Right, so if she wants to call her,
They've been around forever, they're.
well, I guess it would be January.
Well, more.
Yeah, and we can, her and I would go through, like, set up the template for her, and then
You know, Ken had to.
different from
From
the day,
the
but
lake,
it's,
from
they
the
know.
lake.
Oh, maybe that's fine.
So let's say by March, you use 25% of your budget, and if you haven't, why not? And
Yeah, no,
what's the plan?
it was nice.
And, or if you're like, well, yeah, why is that? Because sometimes expenses happen at the beginning of the year, but then you don't have any more, right? So then you just, but it's your responsibility to know where you are at, when it's on a monthly basis. Which I don't think they ever did.
Oh, no, it was right now.
I have no idea.
You don't really care.
Well, and she was good at it there for a while.
And not just for. Yeah.
We don't allow alcohol, but they keep their dressing rooms full. I'm not.
Suitcases made and we bring it in there.
Yeah. They're just like the Hankin are really good, like they, sometimes you'll stay in there and they're dressing room.
I mean, it was a weird thing, you know, didn't matter if you played 9 o'clock or 10 night.
Yeah.
Every time.
And I did a whole spreadsheet for her, like, of the whole year, and I'm like, you probably don't need that for one, it's probably more spreadsheet. But if she wants to write that,
And then, of course.
But I'm like, the spreadsheet, you know, it's really, you have like 10 transactions a month, it's not like, you spend $600.
Yeah, I think especially.
And that's where I said, like, if it, and then if it's all the reports, I get it, but, yeah. And I mean, my brain works different.
It feels like I'm busy though.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, and that's why, like,
The field house is what gives us all of the double A teams from Leduc, they love.
because I'd rather,
They can, you got two practices, right, on and off there, on the same day, so it is a Cadillac for them.
and I said to her, if I was a counselor, this is what I would ask you.
I should have those days, they don't have any.
Yeah, and it's not even necessarily, like, I will say that counseling, like, this is where I see when I was at that, right? That's,
They need to.
my job is to provide you, like, if it was,
I keep telling Dean that, because they keep giving Warburg money. All extra grants we can. If you give Warburg $2.5 million, you should be giving $2.5 million or more. And he's digging, so he's actually,
right, and so I don't know, so when
we met again and talked about it, and he's like, hear you, I see what you're saying, but going to change the conversation in council, because it should be something that they're proud of, and they should be wanting to get all of them to reach a standard.
right? We used to have that.
That's the tidbit for
Like,
today.
when I worked at.
That's something you didn't know for today.
Yeah, I had a question, and it was literally, like at year end. You have to be here and that's it.
So our staff have their job separation, and then.
Yeah, I didn't get anything from them, but only 8 hours.
One of the things I noticed. I know. And I was like, that's why, that's why.
Oh, no.
Well, we change the pages all the time.
No, yeah, but I know that.
That's all the time, that's vacuumed and cleaned all the time. It's just, yeah.
That's crazy.
It's in the newspaper.
Are you ready?
I'm ready, I'm
Okay.
more ready than the mayor.
Let's,
Yeah, well, they're left open more, right?
Okay.
Let's go.
Oh, yeah, motion's come back.
Sorry, I can wait for the motion to leave that.
Okay,
Motion to come back.
motion to come back at 3:08.
And do we have to do a motion?
All
Oh,
in
sorry.
favor? Kevin's in favor.
Do we have to do a motion to continue going, because we're over
Kevin's
We
in
did that
favor.
already.
Keep it up.
You were in the walkthrough.
You
did that.
Okay, let's be gone then.
Okay, so the capital budget overview. A total capital budget of 2.1, which you guys have already blown because you decided my road choice wasn't the right one. So capital funding, I have 1.2 in government capital grants, 450,000 from reserve, and 60,000 from operations, and 375 from debentures, which will probably now go to $1 million. The debt repayments continue, and then the capital program focuses on water, wastewater, roads, and equipment needed to better serve the community. So, recreation, see how I put you first in this one? Because I'm going in order on the capital budget template. So, Kelly in her budget has baseball bleachers, Olympia pit upgrades, a roof assessment, a lawn tractor, and Christmas lights. So she has a total capital cost of $80,000, of which $50,000 is funded from operations, which is technically the grant from the county, and then $30,000 from reserves.
Is that, the bleachers are still an expense, or was that just a chunk of it that the chamber gave you?
So I have 15,000 of that 80 is for the bleachers.
Yeah.
So we've already applied for the grant. If we're successful with the grant, that 15 will be used as the matching funds. So the total project is $50,000.
Oh, okay.
But so 15,000 would be our portion for the grant.
Okay.
If we're not successful with the grant, it's off the list.
So have you gotten any donations towards that as of yet officially?
The
Towards
money's
the
all
bleachers?
being held by CIB.
Okay, good.
Yeah, they have
Perfect.
all the money, yeah, no,
Awesome.
it's all there, so that's totally that's funded. But if we're not successful with, we won't hear about that grant application until January, February. If we're not successful, then that would take that project off of the capital list or postpone it.
Is there bleachers on the inside and the outside of the facility?
There's bleachers in the hockey arena, like they're built in, but this is baseball bleachers, so the South Diamond doesn't have any bleachers, and that's our big diamond, that's our newest one. And that's where our U15, U18s play, and they want to host provincials and tournaments and stuff, but we don't have any seating. So that's what.
It's gonna be great.
This is a joint project.
Additional seating is what you're looking for.
No, there is no bleachers on our South Diamond.
So yes, it would be additional seating overall, but.
This is outdoor, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, so we have one set of bleachers on our North Diamond, that diamond.
The small diamond.
The small one.
Those ones were just recently done.
No, well.
They were reboarded.
River Valley reboarded them, that was a donation.
That's what I was getting at.
Yeah.
So 2 sets of bleachers, so one has been redone basically, and you're looking for brand new bleachers?
Yeah, we're brand new set for the South Diamond, yeah,
Brand new.
brand new.
And
Yeah.
Because there's
Sorry,
none
Kelly.
there, they don't exist.
That's
The
what I was
whole
asking.
project is 50?
50,000.
Okay, and then this 15 is what the town would have to fund.
Yeah, which would be cost shared between
The county.
So we're 38% of that 15,000
Yeah.
is what it would cost us for the whole $50,000 project.
Right.
And in that, you've already put lighting there too, right?
Yeah, so
Yeah.
that was our 2025 capital
Yeah.
project, so, you haven't seen the invoice for it yet, but the project is complete, where we've trenched power out to the ball diamonds, and, so there's a big power panel there, plus lighting, we've done addition. So
We can
have
put on a
park
concert.
lighting. We could put on a concert out there.
That would be fun.
And I didn't even realize, like, baseball came to me after, they're like, we're so excited for this power, and I was like, okay, like, why? Like, and they were bringing a generator for all of their practices, because they have pitching machines. So now they can just plug in and go, so they were super excited about that.
And otherwise, they're trying to run electrical cords.
To build them, if they use the power out there,
No,
like a separate group.
no, but we do, we charge per team that,
So you can
for
build
minor
that
loss.
cost in if
Yeah,
they were to use it?
yeah, if our power jacked up, but I mean, that would be a minimal cost, but if we do bill per people. So,
Right on.
Yeah.
Thank you.
yeah.
And then do you wanna just talk to the other?
The Olympia pit upgrade, so that is where our Olympia machine, our Zamboni, drives onto the pit, dumps it. Our pit is huge and it's not safe. It should have been done probably years ago. So what it is it's just a concrete box, I guess, or pit, and it has like a concrete lip, the edge that goes all the way around the pit, and we have metal that sits on that concrete ledge. Well, that concrete ledge is eroded a ton, so it's not even stable. I'm sure it's not up to code by any means. It's also way too big, so
It's really scary.
It is. Our pit is larger than our Zamboni, and we actually only need like 6 foot depth by the width to dump. That's all we actually need. We don't need to have the whole thing open. So I've had it quoted by a welder that would fab it. I would get more quotes, but more options, but it has to be addressed because it is a safety concern. So that's that.
So they would look at welding to make it smaller is what you're asking?
Yeah, we want to, close up a lot of it, so then, because when the Olympia machine is out, it's actually really dangerous to walk on. Like, we have it covered with plywood now, but that's not the right solution, right? So we want a solid surface, and it has to be reframed and supported and stuff, because the concrete has eroded. Yeah. The roof assessment, so I have 20,000 allocated for that. That could come in lower, but that just allows for the heat tracing. Is that the right word? Like when you're the infrared.
Where your heat's leaving.
So our big capital project or big facility upgrade that needs to happen is replacing the roof, and we want to insulate the facility and clad it too. We're just cinder block walls. We have no insulation, so it's just cinder block walls for our whole facility. So it gets cold, it gets hot. The roof is 43 years old. It's a membrane roof. It needs to be replaced or whatnot. So we've had costing done. We've applied for a grant. We weren't successful. Hence why I'm doing the energy management stuff to lead us down a different avenue of funding. But one part of that is we have to get a roof assessment done. We need like professionals. You know, Jared, I was gonna ask Jared about it, but he would be able to assist with that. Just for the current condition, what are actual feasible options, right? I don't wanna just, have somebody say, oh, we can just shingle it, or just throw some tin up and we're good to go. So we need to know what our feasible options are, so, and that's gonna be a requirement of, like when we had the Class D costing done by Clark Builders, it was noted in there, the roof assessment is not included in this costing. For any grant opportunities that we go for, I'm going to need to have this documentation to prove it. Yeah.
Clark did, but did the other one do it?
Nobody did a roof assessment.
Gotcha.
So we need to, for any grant opportunity, I would need to be able to provide that roof assessment to show that, I can't just say it's 43 years old.
No, gotta have a Class D.
So that's that. A lawn tractor, I guess I was thinking more home size, but it's not. It's actually a 0-turn. I can't remember the deck width. I got it quoted from John Deere. So it was a full 0-turn lawn tractor or mower. That's the word I'm looking for the recreation complex. So we share off public works, and it's tough sometimes. And this is a really good opportunity because the county said they would cost share it because we have so much grounds at the recreation center. So it eases public works a little bit. The one we were using this year.
Oh, it's just about on the flat way.
It is not, that's coming up in my capital.
Yeah. So this would be a very universal one. It also has the sweeper and it has a couple attachments. And it came in just under 15. It came in just under 20. I budgeted 20. I think it came in around 15, 16. with the attachments. I think we added a trailer and a sweeper and the zero turn. Because we don't need a huge one, we don't want a huge machine because we have to be able to get around the playground and shrubs, the whatnot. But bigger than what, Jenna had last
And we
year.
can still use the land for the soccer fields and stuff.
Yes. Yeah,
So that's all.
yeah, for sure.
Go ahead, there.
Is purchasing and leasing considered when you look at these purchases versus leasing?
I don't do a lot of this equipment, so I didn't look into, I mean, I could look into it, but then it would fall under my operation, not my capital.
And would they cover, if we're leasing it, would the county give us the same deal?
I don't think so.
Well, it would be in my operating.
Yeah.
So
then you're just kind of throwing the money.
Yeah, then we're
Yeah.
throwing it out.
With recreation, it's kind of different. It's like, we got a pretty good deal. We're fairly well funded, in all honesty, from the county, more than most county recreations back into the smaller communities. I don't know if I'd want to mess with that for here, but I can tell you that in the next year or so, year and a half, we're going to look at building a leasing plan for our big equipment.
For the graders and the,
I want a snowblower.
oh, yeah.
God, we need one.
And then the last thing I had is Christmas lights on there. I have 10 set aside. That kind of just came up last minute. I did some research online for commercial lighting and different options because we would need solar and electrical Christmas lights. But that kind of came from the spirit of Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thorsby.
Spirit. Thorsby Christmas spirit.
Yes.
Yeah.
We'll do it.
So if that event, if the decision is to evolve it to a facility event, it's been talked about, maybe one night the whole complex would become that event, the entire complex. We could do like a Christmas light up. We have awesome shrubs and stuff, like it would be absolutely stunning if we were able to light them, so put it in. Dean was unsure about it from the county, but then I explained, oh, no, just direct. This is for a specific event. Back off, so. No, but I mean, overall, my capital is 80,000, and he's always like, that would be about what he wants to see every year, so.
Is he going to, sorry, Your Worship, Mayor, is he going to, look at our, what was I gonna say now? Oh, what we're bugging about, yeah, getting it into council for this roof.
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Yeah, he is.
Okay. I've got some screws if I need to.
Changing a little bit on that, but
Okay,
yeah.
perfect, perfect. Because that's huge, we can't have 43, especially when I'm recorded, especially when they're doing other things with other folks, that they're not doing with us.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I do have one question for Donna. Speaking from previous, wasn't there some money allocated for the roof at one time?
Oh, a long time ago, and it got used.
Well, there's money in reserve. So in the rec reserves, there's 145, and after we're done the audit, I'm gonna come back to council and ask for, because actually in our agreement with Arctic Laws, it says that money is supposed to go to reserves.
Yeah.
So we're gonna transfer whatever, the last 4 years.
Yeah, but it wasn't in your last 4 years. This
No,
was
no,
from
this was
before.
from way before, there was a lot more money in there that got pulled.
Yeah, so right now, there's
Yeah.
145,000 in there.
From what I understood a long while ago, there was money.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's
and the concert proceeds were supposed to, are for the roof.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
Well, facility upgrades,
Yeah.
and those are in the reserves.
Yeah, that's in there, yeah.
Yeah.
Time for another concert.
Oh,
I took my glasses off so I couldn't see your face when I said that.
good
The
to know.
concert?
Yeah.
We're not door one.
We getting
No,
Guns
that's
N'
Rick,
Roses this
not
year?
Rick Kissel, Gord Bamford.
Gord Bamford.
Oh, going way back. Okay, got it.
Yeah. Okay, anybody have more questions about rec?
That was it.
No?
Public Works.
Okay, let's go. So in Public Works, our carry forward from this year obviously is the lift station pumps. Installation is pending a blockage clear, which is in the budget. So there's something blocking the pump won't prime or something.
Are you talking about the sewage?
The lift station, yeah.
Yeah.
Lift station.
I'm gonna say in theory, because you don't know until you take it apart, but yes, in theory, we have a check valve or a line blockage past the new motor. We know the line was cleared from the intake to the pump motor. We couldn't get it to prime, so we think that it goes up a stand, you have a check valve, then you have a manual valve. The manual valve works perfectly. I think the check valve's plugged.
Yeah.
But it is something, because you're down in a pit, because you're opening up a sewage line, there's factors like H2S and all the things that can go wrong. You have to have it's just quite a big thing. At first, I was all gung-ho to just try it on my own and, have young Cole down there beside me to pull me out if I went down kind of thing. But looking back on it, we feel that we should have a millwright on hand or have somebody beyond my scope.
Yeah.
If things go wrong, I could be limited to how to fix it. We should have somebody there. So I think that's what he's talking about.
There's a big liability risk there, so yeah.
And just so that it can be said, this wasn't my idea, actually, it was Dave's idea, and I agree with him. And Dave's the water management guy.
We're taking bets. I think it's a piece of impeller
From the one that went.
from the old pump.
Makes
Stuck
sense.
in that valve, yeah.
Yeah.
We're hoping that's what it is, because that can be easily extricated.
Yeah, and again, if it is that simple, this could go from, 75 to a day's wages for a millwright, real quick.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the river intake pump, there's still the one pump to be installed.
Which is already paid for, yeah.
No, it's not.
Oh, the install isn't?
The pump is not. I haven't got
Thought
it.
we just had to pay for I'm sorry to talk over you, you know I don't. I thought we just had to pay for the crane and everything
No,
else.
I looked in there, I think we've only paid for one pump,
Okay.
so, yeah.
I have a question on that.
Yeah.
So the pump that was there until yesterday is still working. Can it be remachined or anything as a backup, or is it done?
Let me clarify, because I just had to learn this myself.
Okay.
So what actually happened is, you have two pumps down there.
Yeah.
One was working, one's been out of commission forever. We took the first pump out, they had to put a complete new bottom end on it.
Right.
Literally. Then they used the old pressure head, which is kind of what all attaches to the bottom end, and then they had to refurbish the electric motor.
Right.
So essentially, the pump we took out, for lack of a better term, is the pump we put back in. It's just all brand new. With the second pump that is working right now, although extremely poorly, that will go out, it will go to town. They'll put the brand new bottom end that they've already built, that's already sitting there ready. But they'll use the top end, let's say that. And then they'll go over the electric motor, they'll go over the discharge head and refurbish it all, new bearings, new.
So in the end, there will not be an old working pump anywhere?
Not at all, no.
Because they've been reutilized and repurposed?
That's
Okay, good.
correct.
Thank you.
That's
I did get asked that, so.
Yes, no. I thought like you thought, well, what happened to the pump that came out of there? But
Okay.
So the pump or the install is not paid for?
I don't believe the pump is, but I'll look, because it's been so long, I have to re-look at all.
I'm pretty sure it is.
This has been so long that there's things
I'd
going.
just like to know,
I'll let you know, Kevin, I'll get back to you at the next.
because
On Tuesday?
that's a big buck.
Yeah.
It was 80 grand, yeah.
But the money's sitting there for
Money's
it,
sitting
Kevin.
Got that,
It either-
understand that, but we're
Yeah.
getting into budget, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's grant funded.
We don't gotta come up with the money to pay for that.
No,
pump.
it's grant funded.
She's already got the money to pay
Yeah.
for it. I think she's just saying technically we haven't.
I have to carry it over.
Well, there were some delays installing it too, as well, with road conditions and on and on and on, right? There was some stuff going on, so, but it is budgeted for, the grant.
Well, and the sand
And the
that I talked to
sand.
you about that we had to get rid of, just to be able to put a pump back down there, right?
Thank you.
But literally, it was a hole in the sand. That's where the pump went into, a hole in the sand, which is no bueno.
No bueno.
Okay, so we kind of talked about this already, I just wanted to know that I was taking $275,000 from reserve to help pay for it.
Yep.
Next slide, Jesse, please. So the asphalt trailer, which we already talked about a little bit, we would not purchase it until the equipment is sold and the funds are available to buy a new one.
I will double check to see if it can be a dual purpose
Yeah.
trailer.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
So the next thing is about the additional, the second arm for the bulk water station. Currently, we only have one overhead arm. We want to put a second overhead arm so that you basically can utilize, fill two at once, get that thing working as much as it
Has that
can.
been bought and paid for already?
No, that's why it's in the budget.
Can I, sorry, I don't know if I should throw this in or not. I don't, you guys aren't gonna want, okay, I don't think we need a second arm. I think we do. I'll tell you.
You don't
why.
know.
You got the three, well, you got the 3 inch at the bottom, but Daryl, all those trucks, all these big bulk trucks that I do off my fire hydrants and fill, they all fill, they have a standpipe that goes up and they throw their 3 inch line on the bottom. Well, you got a 3 inch line on one side, and then you got your overhead on the other side. I'm just throwing it out there.
Is it something that could be
Those
held
big
over
trucks,
to
they
decide
don't
after
fill
we see
from
the
the
first
top,
year?
they
You
fill
guys
from the bottom.
decide what you want to do. I'm just.
One of the, just to interject, but
Information is power, Chris.
not to not support you.
No.
When we talked to Flow Point, they were saying after a while, a lot of times you're gonna get a lot of totes. And the totes are better off filled from the overhead arm, and the last thing you want is a big line up with totes, and we have a lot of tote fillers. So at least we have, 2 or 3 options, so, that'll be up to you folks, but at least we won't have line.
So it's, $25,000.
That's what it sounds.
And some of your big, tankers as well, when they come in, they'll fill up from the overhead as well, but good.
Which we've already got, we already have.
We already have.
So it's just a matter of the secondary line, whether we put it in or not.
Second arm, whether you put it in, and
And it's already
That's
plumbed
the
and ready to
line,
go.
whether you
We had
go
it,
back up again and have 2 from the top,
Yeah.
one from the bottom and one from the top.
if council approves the second arm, we can delay that second arm a bit, so we see how that thing's being used, for sure. Because it doesn't take long to put it in.
Well, we've got, April to make that decision.
Yeah, and so.
Let's see what leave it in there.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens in the next 3 months. If we feel that we don't see anybody lineups, no nothing,
Because what's in April, Daryl?
we'll yank it out.
spring budget
Spring
adjustment.
budget adjustment.
She did mention it before.
We'll have a better idea, your worship, in March or April.
Yeah, that's what I mean,
6
exactly.
months.
Do an assessment on it.
Yeah,
'Cause, I mean, the winter could be a very big time for that station.
it could very well
A
be.
lot of guys could be hauling water. We don't know that.
We got a lot of wells that are out right now.
Yep.
Yeah. So I agree, let's assess it. Let's keep it. My recommendation to council is to consider keeping it when you vote on the budget, but with instructions.
Yep.
Because you're gonna make a lot of motions on this budget in December. So one of the motions that you ask for with this is do an assessment, keep it in, do an assessment,
Yep.
and indicate a spring budget adjustment, whether it's required or not.
I agree with that.
And a fire hydrant. So the fire hydrant is located at 50th Street and 51st Ave, correct?
That's correct.
It's broken off below the ground.
Yes, right at the elbow.
So, yeah, 15,000 is what.
Sorry, is that the corner of Thorsby Tire and the grocery store?
No, you know where the grocery store is and there's the old arcade right
Yes.
across the street?
That one.
That fire hydrant on the corner.
Oh, okay.
Is that from the water leak that we had?
I can't tell you exactly what caused it. I will tell you that's when we discovered it, but let me put it to you this way. When you stand there and you open the main, the whole ground rises up about 6 inches
Okay.
with the hydrant and everything. And I can take that hydrant right now and go like this. It's shut off, it's not in use. So and it's obviously a pretty critical one.
Yeah.
So is it the result of somebody hitting it with a vehicle or just erosion?
No, Tracy, I never lie to you, I don't know exactly why it happened. I just know that, you know,
Yes.
Brett from CB Max was there and he said, oh, this happens all the time and they break right there. And he looked at it and he said, yeah, this one's broken and it does happen all the time. I don't know why, I'm sorry. I'm not gonna lie to you.
We need a new one.
Curious.
It's broken.
Nobody hit it, I promise you nobody hit it, that I can tell
Yeah,
you.
there's no marks on it.
Yeah.
Then I just wonder if we need to have barricades around fire hydrants.
No,
There are barricades around it for a year and a half.
Yeah, I saw those barricades.
but normally, no, you don't want it, because when you want fire to hit those hydrants, you want them to hit them unimpeded.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what you're getting at.
Okay, good. All right.
Okay.
I mean, we need a fire hydrant.
Yep, done deal.
And then we have the software.
You said that very softly.
So it's required due to the software reaching the end of life. The current software, again, is old, archaic, and it's starting to show its age. I mean, just look what happened in November. And then, delaying the conversion 1 year will cost ratepayers approximately $35,000 or a 2% tax increase, because it's gonna go up $5,000 a year, plus the savings that we won't see from having e-billing and all of that. The ratepayers are wanting more updated billing options, such as e-transfer, or e-billing, not e-transfers, e-billing and resident portal, increasing the service level to them. I mean, I had an email the other day when somebody asked about their bill because of the glitch that we had, and then when we redid them, there was still an error, so we had phone calls and,
But what does that have to do with the software package?
because the software is showing its age, and it's crashing. When they tried to fix everything, it kept crashing. Like, it crashed on me the other day. Like, it's old. I mean, we've had this software since probably 2015. And it's old and it's unsupported and the service is crap and it's crazy. So, but just the other day, somebody emailed me. So we were talking about their bill because I had to explain what happened, and then I said, this is what you owe, blah, blah, blah. And then she said, is there any way that you can do e-billing to save postage? And I said, God, I wish I could. I said, but I'm not going to spend money on old archaic software to get that module for e-billing when we have to replace the software anyways. So it doesn't make sense to me to pay for another module because that's what it is. Whereas in Catalyst, it's just included. It's because it's modern software. We don't pay extra for e-billing, whereas in Diamond, like GP, we do pay extra for e-billing. And I don't want to set it up in one and then have to set it up in another. So there will be no e-billing until we get new software.
I know that I was talking to the CEO there in Green Valley. They're already on it.
Oh, yeah.
They are, yep.
And they can provide some support for us.
Yeah.
Is that right, Dawn?
Well, yeah, because that's what she used when she was in Manitoba.
Yeah.
With Catalyst.
And then Calmar is going to the same one as well.
Yeah.
And then we have.
Yeah. And Brenton's on it, but not the cloud version. We'll be on the cloud version.
Yeah.
But yeah.
We're on the same boat with Great Plains. Every municipality that uses it is in the same problem.
And then the amount of calls that we get in the spring, because people want their water bills, because they're doing their taxes and their tax notices. And we charge them for that, and then they get mad because we charge them for a refund.
Sooner than later.
And then we get, so this resident portal, they can just go on and they can log in and they can pull every bill they've ever had and look. It's just, yeah. And the time savings from modernized software allows for staff to focus on other tasks and projects that have been put off due to time constraints. Like, if you saw what I have to do to...
What did we have to, going back to when first council 4 years ago, when Green Plains wasn't working at all.
Yep.
What did that cost us, do you think, just to get it up and running, apply for everything, training, because nobody knew how to do it?
Oh, I don't know, what did we pay to them? Maybe 20,000.
I think 20 or 25 G.
I'm sure, I would have said a figure of $25,000 that I'm going to say we had to pay. I'm going to say wasted, but we had to pay just to get it up and going.
Just to get it, like, and help to get it, like,
Yeah.
to merge the two softwares.
And that doesn't include any of the time that you guys spent on it.
No, and even now, I should be able to do EFTs, like when I pay the bills, I should be able to hit a button and it should email automatically. And I can't get GP to work, and I think it's because we have extra security on our email from when we were, Lisa had that breach.
Yeah.
So we have an extra layer of security on our and I can't get it to email. So I save it to Microsoft PDF, and I email every single person their remittance statement. That took me how long after the last meeting?
Well,
half an hour, 45 minutes?
For sure, the last year, every time Mayor and I signed the bill, I stayed with Cindy when she's here. We put on that night. We're here an extra hour.
Yeah. So just that kind of time, like, I can't quantify that cost.
No, I know.
Right? But it's priceless, because we're trying to we did billing audits, and I haven't done anything with them yet, because the girls are busy, with extra time billing, and then all the other things that are going on. I mean, GP crashes, like, it's just, if you just knew the archaic software, I can't print an income statement. All I can do is get a trial balance.
Jesse?
Sorry, so just for information, just to give some frame of reference of thought. So the first time that Dynamics GP was released in its first iteration, and when a software is built, the base of the software usually always stays the same. It just receives updates over time, right? Microsoft Office, you think of Word, and what Word used to look like back in the 2000s. It's all the same, you just update it. The first iteration of Microsoft Dynamics GP, before it was bought by Microsoft, was 1993. And for the reference, I wasn't even a thought in 1993.
Thank you, Jesse, for making us all feel old. Yeah, and I think we've had it, I want to say since 2015 maybe-ish, maybe before that?
Oh, no, before.
Before that?
When I started in 2011, they were on GP.
Okay, so, I mean, it's, you know, I mean, the software is old, and it is so clunky, and it takes 35,
We agree with it. Is everybody okay with that?
yeah. It's, I
That's
put
the last item.
95,000 in the budget.
This is the last capital item here, and then we're.
That is
We're
it.
done, basically.
No pressure.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Consider this as a corporate services infrastructure.
Infrastructure.
Okay.
This is my infrastructure.
Okay. All right, get into the funding, and then we're done.
Yeah. So just the decisions you're gonna have to make is the library funding, the historical society funding, capital projects, and funding allocations, and then the operations budget. So, we've had a lot of good discussion. So I'm proposing a 0% increase, which might change now with all the debentures and stuff, but I'm hoping not. Don't look at me like that, Audrey. At current assessment numbers. I'm not accounting for increase. Thorsby, I believe, and Donna believes, we believe, is on a bubble of growth in regional water distribution. Utilizing unrestricted reserves to give ratepayers relief as they are one of the highest taxed in the province and are feeling the crunch of life. I mean, everybody's struggling.
Well, I mean, in fact, you're talking 6.5%, so that's a tax increase from right
Yeah.
there. Plus.
I don't know what school's doing, and I don't know what the.
They're looking for $2.2 billion.
Yeah.
So, do you think maybe the school tax is not gonna go up this year?
We don't know what the foundation's gonna do with either.
So,
Yeah.
those
So
are out of our control.
Yeah, so my goal is to achieve a 0% mill rate increase, and if that's what happens, I mean, we have to be very clear, on how we explain this to people,
That's
because
right.
their taxes will still go up,
Oh, yeah.
even though our mill rate did not increase.
Yep.
And that is strictly due to the inflationary, value of your home. So your home is worth more, that's why you pay more. Yeah, that's where I'm at, is that the last slide?
And I stress too, we can change this. This is just the first step.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, so what happens now, once I get the numbers back from Jared, and you guys haven't really talked about any other major changes or anything, you haven't argued, so thank you for that. But, once I get the numbers back from Jared, I will get those in at December TAL, I'll bring it back to you with, what it looks like. And then if there's anything there that you want, then I fix it again, and then at December regular, it gets passed.
We have no choice.
Yeah, you have to pass the budget in December. It's an interim budget,
Yes.
and then in April, February, March, sometime in there, we get the assessment from our assessor. And then we start this kind of process, not all over again, but I put those numbers in, I come back, I say, this is what it looks like now. Is there anything you want to add? Is there anything you want to take out? Is there, right? And then hopefully, I'm hoping at the end of April, to give us a little bit more time to get the notices out, that we, approve the final budget with whatever, tax rate we come up with.
It's a weird thing, the spring budget adjustment, that's what we call it in the business, but that actually becomes your final budget.
Yeah.
It's bizarre,
Yeah.
quite frankly. I wish we had the same year end as the province,
Yeah.
because it's a nightmare here right now. So you pass an interim budget that we still have to follow. Once you pass in December, we have to follow it. And then you pass a permanent budget in April, to which you're using a permanent budget for 5-6 months.
Yeah,
we go at this again.
how's
It's
that the budget
ridiculous.
for the year when it's in April?
We should have a full budget, and they should have the assessments, they should move assessments to December. They could, but they don't want to.
So
That's
this is where we're at.
Get the
Um,
pro, get the pro.
You're obviously.
Yeah, and, like I said, assessments, what he gave me, because I even asked him, am I reading this correctly? and yeah, it was 6.5. I mean, granted, those are preliminary numbers, they're not set in stone, it could be less,
Correct.
but yeah,
Your
so.
big cities will already have their assessments in, they know.
Well, they have internal assessors,
That's what
why,
I,
yeah.
that's what I was getting at. So they haven't, they have their numbers by the end of December.
Yeah, plus we're waiting for our DIP and stuff, designated industrial property, from the province. They send those assessments out, so.
I just have a question. So if our water corporation goes ahead and everything, would our assessments go up? Would our lands be worth more because our town is bringing in more profit to us? So that would not affect the value of the home?
No, growth would affect it.
Yeah,
As the town grows and it's more attractive to people,
yeah,
that would affect your assessment,
Yeah.
but just having the water would.
no.
We're looking probably 4 years before we see anything on that.
Well, I know that.
They go by the Assessor's Act, that's what they do, and the formulas are set in stone.
It's just unfortunate this wasn't started 25 years ago. We'd be sitting here on a pile of money.
Yes,
Yeah. And, and I haven't, like I said, we haven't heard from the school, what they're doing. So I might have that by December, I wouldn't have that by
Hopefully
December,
with
but
the
like
foundation,
I said,
hopefully.
grants they don't update the grant numbers, like we're always guessing as to what those are, so.
Okay, any other questions? Nothing? All right, I need a motion to pass the 2020.
Well, I don't know that you're gonna pass it yet,
No,
because
take it in as information.
we're gonna take it in as information right now, just
Okay.
because we have to change the road.
I'm just
stuff.
looking at your recommendation.
I know, but that was my recommendation before you guys threw it out the window.
Mr. Mayor, if we can have a resolution indicating that I'm passing it as information with the changes that have been discussed within the team.
All right, thank you for that. Anybody want to make that recommendation? All in favor? Opposed?